Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of September 10th, 2019. And today's invocation will be delivered by Father Joseph Van Tu from the Vietnamese Catholic Center. Councilmember Arenas will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to invite Reverend Director Joseph Nguyen Van Tu. He's from the Vietnamese Catholic Center in District 8. And he was sharing with me that every weekend there's about 2,500, I didn't realize there was that many, but there's about 2,500 folks who come in and use the Vietnamese Center, the Catholic Center. And it was founded in 1997. The Vietnamese Catholic Center is a common home for Vietnamese Catholics in the Diocese of San Jose. It's designed to meet the pastoral, cultural, and social needs in the local community. Its mission is to be faithful to the Catholic faith tradition, to preserve Vietnamese culture, to promote the gospel of Christ, as well as to strengthen solidarity and cooperation among Vietnamese Catholic communities. And as you know, many of our faith-based organizations are a beacon of light in our neighborhoods and a place where folks can come in and receive so much support. So welcome, Reverend Director Joseph Nguyen. Thank you.
Father, could I ask if you might speak into the microphone toward the audience so everyone can see and hear from you? Thank you so much.
I'm so honored to come over here for the first time to share with you about my best hope for the council and for the whole city of San Jose. Okay, can I start the prayer very briefly? Thank you. Heavenly Father, whose love and providence covers the whole universe, you created us and permanently share your blessing for those who come to you. Now we, the people of San Jose City of California, through the members of this city council, now and here, gather to work for the welfare and to build the future of the city. Sincerely petition your special care for all of us. Protect us from all harms. Provide us with wisdom and strength so that our leaders here are always determined to seek to serve effectively the people, accepting all kinds of difficulties. And then every single resident of our city embrace sacrifices in making San Jose a place of fraternal love and mutual support. Finally, with full confidence, we believe that you will hear our prayers and abundantly bless each of those present here and keep everybody in your care and guidance. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Thank you for joining us. Now, if everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have two ceremonial items. First, I'll ask Councilmember Camus to join me at the podium. We'll present a proclamation for National Falls Prevention Month.
All right. Okay. Come on over. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. I know you're going to be speaking, right? Okay. Sure. That doesn't mean I get to speak briefly as possible. All right. All right. I'm honored as our senior liaison to recognize Falls Prevention Month again this year. A startling fact that 1 in 3 older adults will fall each year. That's making falls the leading cause of both fatal and non-fatal injuries among our older adults in the United States. Falls stem from a variety of factors, including age-related loss of muscle strength, impaired sensory function, chronic health conditions, side effects from medications, unsafe living environments, and more. Evidence-based programs reduce falls by utilizing cost-effective strategies such as exercise programs to improve balance and strength, medication management, vision improvement, reduction of home hazards, and fall prevention education. And I'm really proud of all the folks here behind us for all the work that they do to serve our communities, especially our seniors and older active adults. This is one of their goals. And I want to recognize a few of them, obviously not all of them, but I'm going to recognize a few. But Laura Buzo is our recreation superintendent. Josue Cavarubias, and I'm sorry I butchered that one, our recreation specialist. Linda Bruca, senior services specialist. And again, we have a wonderful senior staff that are dedicated to making our city more friendly, more senior-friendly, and more age-friendly community to live in. The City of San Jose's Commission's goal is to bring attention to what can be done to prevent falls in October in older adults, to decrease the fatalities that occur because of falling. As a senior citizen liaison, I'm proud that our senior commission and the City of San Jose are encouraging all residents to work with their family members and healthcare providers to identify and address the risk factors that could cause a fall-related injury. And here to speak on this is a member of our senior commission, Bob Windsor. So Bob, want to take it away?
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. On behalf of the steering committee that put together the materials and so on that will be used for the for the monthly falls prevention, I want to thank the mayor and the city council. Falls prevention is certainly something. The World Health Organization a few years ago said if it was a disease, it would be almost an epidemic. And for people my age, if we fall, the consequences can be disastrous. So I want to thank you all again for making this issue more prominent than it has been sometimes in the past. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, can you present? Yeah, Bob is going to get the.
Oh, I get this.
Yes. Stand here and look pretty with all that. You get the hardware. You want to get closer to the front?
We're okay. We'll just slide.
Are we holding that upside down? Oh, well. Just the picture. That's all.
The magic of photography. Work it out. I believe Victor Jaquez is here. Is that right? Victor, I think you have a few proud family members as well. Invite them as well to come on down. Councilmember Magdalena Carrasco would like to talk a little bit about your athletic accomplishments. And again, encourage the family members to come down and join.
Thank you. I'm going to invite Councilmember Arenas to join us as well, given that he is a resident of District 8, but she's been very kind in allowing me to present this commendation for a number of reasons. Thank you, everyone. I'm very excited to introduce to all of you Victor Jaques, and we like to refer to him as Little Vic. There's nothing little about him. Full disclosure, he is also my nephew. But that's not why he's getting the commendation. You'll hear about it in just a second. This handsome young man, yes, good genes run in the family, is leaving tomorrow to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo on a full ride wrestling scholarship. Over his high school career, he has amassed 28 championship titles. 14 of those are state titles. Among these include the Central Coast Sectionals, which he won 2 years in a row, the West Catholic Athletic League, the Greco State and National Championship on numerous occasions, and the Freestyle and Folk Style State and National Championships. He is currently ranked #1 in the entire state of California for wrestling. This is why he had the eyes of so many Division I schools looking to have his talent. He will be leading San Luis Obispo, or SLO's, heavyweight class, which has not been competitive since 2007, and they've chosen Victor to pull them out of this slump. Wrestling is one of the oldest and toughest sports in the world. While there is a lot of teamwork involved in training, on the mat, it is an individual one-on-one event. You have 6 minutes to overpower someone who matches you pound for pound, which leaves very little room for error. It has everything to do with your conditioning, your technical training, and how much you want to win. Victor is proven to be a competitor, and as a city, we should pay attention to one of our most accomplished sons. I'm very proud. As he goes on to compete at the national level amongst the best wrestlers in the nation. I want to tell you, he's a nephew of mine, for sure. Very proud of him. El orgullo de Durango, for sure. But I want to tell you, he is more than that. He's a wrestler, he's a competitor, he's a wonderful young man because I've seen him grow. And he's a son of San Jose. When his grandparents first got here, they arrived and established themselves in District 3. They then moved to District 4. And even though he didn't attend school there, after his parents moved him to District 8, which is where he currently lives, he went and trained with the Palomino Academy out of Independence High School and now out of Bellarmine, which brings me to my next point. He's a student or graduated from Bellarmine because he was also recruited into the school based on his academics as well as his athletic success. Of course, he has lots of family in District 5, but here we also have the aunties, very proud aunties who live in District 9, District 10, District 7, an all-encompassing son of San Jose. So with that, Victor, I'm very proud to have the mayor present you with a commendation.
Sorry, I have my speech on my phone. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Victor Jaques, and I would just like to say it's an honor to be receiving a recognition from the city of San Jose. I am so proud to have grown up in a melting pot of people and cultures that I am lucky enough to call home. The East Side San Jose has given me so many opportunities for success and the betterment of my future. Here, I learned how to speak Spanish, which has opened up so many doorways for me. It has especially given me the opportunity to be able to communicate better with my family and the community around me. Here's where I was introduced to my love for wrestling, thanks to my parents who give me constant support and never stop pushing me to do my best. I found something productive and challenging to be passionate about. Yes, there has been some great times and some hard times when it comes to wrestling, just like any other sport. But regardless, win or lose, in state, out of state, I know I have a strong support system to come home to here in San Jose. I have so many teachers, coaches, friends, and family members here that contribute to the reasons why I'm so proudly to call San Jose my home. It would be almost impossible to thank them all individually, but I would like to personally thank my parents, Crisinda and Victor Jaquez, for always believing in me and for always finding the time, money to let me travel and compete in all the tournaments that I have been. If it wasn't for you too, I wouldn't be the wrestler or the man I am today. Thank you guys, I love you guys, and thank you again to the City of San Jose for this opportunity. I am really grateful to be here.
We now have time for orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I believe staff is going to drop item 4.3. Is that right, Dave?
That's correct, Mayor. We're making that request. Jackie's
Okay.
in the audience if there's any questions.
Okay. And I know that we're kind of awaiting what might happen at the state level with Senator Wojtkowski's bill. I don't think they've got more than 2 or 3 weeks left in this session. We expect that 1 week left. Okay, then, then we should know pretty soon. All right. Any other changes to the printed agenda? All right, we'll take a motion. Let's vote on that motion from Councilmember Arenas. Okay, closed session report. Ed?
The council met in closed session, but there's no report.
All right, onto the consent calendar. Are there any items that council would like to pull? Councilmember Perales had item 2.5, travel report, and 2.7, I believe Councilmember Davis would like to pull. Are there any other items to pull? All right, Henry, we don't have any cards, do we? Nope, okay. We'll entertain a motion on the remaining items. Let's vote on that motion. On to 2.5, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, Mayor, I was hoping to have an actual written report and a nice little presentation in time. Could not get it in time from our trip to Nashville, so I will have that ready for next week. But I'll just say it was very educational, and I know you were able to attend, and a couple other council members. So anybody else willing to chime in, but I will have a full traditional report next week.
Okay, should we all wait until Councilmember Perales comes up with his magnum opus next week? Okay. All right, we're looking forward to that, and it might be out in movie before then. You can write your own reports if you like, if you want to file a minority report.
PowerPoint presentation, everything? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well, some of us were in Nashville, and there'll be more to come. All right. There's a motion. Let's vote. There was a motion? I thought Councilmember...
I didn't make a motion, no.
I'll second. I imagined
Oh.
a motion from Councilmember Perales. There's no motion needed. All right, we're moving on to motion to item 2.7. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. We have had many amendments to this agreement with Hanson Bridget, and I just wanted to ask the city attorney's office, how many more amendments do we think we will need? And how much is left of this litigation, because it's gone on for quite some time?
Right. So unfortunately, we're not sure when this litigation is going to end. As I'm sure you've been brought up to date in closed session, this is a matter that was brought by retirees with regard to benefits that they believe are owed to them. At this point, they're still briefing. There has not been a trial on it yet. However, there's a lot of discovery. And so that's the reason why it continues to increase. My understanding is, unfortunately, this will not be the last amendment. Okay. We're happy to provide more information in closed session if you'd like us to agendize it for closed session.
Okay, yes, so I will make the motion to accept 2.7 and then ask staff to agendize it for closed session as well for a fuller update.
There's a motion and second from Councilmember Davis. Let's vote on 2.7. I'd like to beg my colleagues' indulgence for a moment. I actually forgot to ask a question on 2.10. I wonder if I might be able to recall it simply for the point of that question. This is the Alum Rock Falls Road Slope Repair Project. And I know we didn't give any heads up to staff, so there may not be anybody here. Matt Kano's from Public Works, but I know that's not quite transportation, is it? All right, I'll take my question then offline. Fair enough. We'll move on. All right, item 3.1 is the report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
All right. With regard to 3.3, it's the Form 700 filings audit report. Joe is here to present his audit. Welcome, Joe.
Good afternoon, Joe Roy, City Auditor. I'm here to present to you our audit of Form 700s. Despite high overall filing rates, the city can improve timeliness and completeness of filings. So the Political Reform Act of 1974 was passed to introduce greater transparency in government. It requires many public officials, employees, and some consultants to disclose certain personal financial interests on a statement of economic interests, also known as a Form 700. This can include ownership of stocks, real estate, and outside employment. The purpose of the Form 700 is to support transparency and accountability in government by providing information to the public about an official's personal financial interests. The Fair Political Practices Commission is the regulatory body for these financial disclosures, and the City Clerk's Office is responsible for collecting the city's filings. The Clerk's Office relies on staff in individual departments, also known as department liaisons, to identify Form 700 filers and ensure they are correctly entered into the city's Form 700 e-filing system. Filers must file a Form 700 each year, as well as upon assuming and leaving their positions. And the city also requires that some of these individuals also file a separate family gift report. For 2018, there were about 2,400 Form 700 filings due from employees, elected officials, board and commission members, and consultants. Employees make up about just over 2/3 of those filings. The objective of our audit was to review the filing status for the city's Form 700 filings, and this is a follow-up to prior audits in this area. Our first finding was that most Form 700s were filed as required, but the city can improve the timeliness of filings. The city has been successful in getting most employees and board and commission filers to submit Form 700s with a 95% filing rate for 2018. However, the city can improve the timeliness of leaving office and assuming office filings and the accurate identification of filers. Although overall filing rates were high, there was a significant number that were filed late. For example, just 52% of board and commission members leaving office filings were timely. This was often because filers were not identified and notified timely of their responsibilities. To address this, we have recommendations for the city clerk to streamline the process for updating filer information, hosting regular meetings with department liaisons, and providing updated procedures with consistent expectations for liaisons. City Clerk's Office can further encourage higher filing rates by establishing procedures surrounding assessment of late fines and referring non-filers to the FPPC. Also, since some filers were not indicated as needing to file both a Form 700 and a family gift report, though both are required, we recommend that the City Clerk's Office regularly reconcile the rosters of the two types of filings. Our second finding is that the city can improve processes for ensuring consultants file required Form 700s. The city faces challenges in getting consultants to file Form 700s with filing rates below that of both employees and board and commission filers. The filing rate for all consultant filings was 83%, with leaving office filings under 50%. Similar to employees and board and commission filings, timeliness was an issue here as well. Only 14% of consultants leaving office Form 700s were filed timely. Generally, there's a lack of consensus across departments as to how to enforce consultant Form 700 compliance, and in 2018, the city potentially paid over $1 million to 3 consulting firms with outstanding Form 700s. We recommend that the city clarify responsibilities for the Form 700 compliance process as it develops citywide guidelines and contract management, which was an outstanding audit recommendation from a previous audit. And moreover, to make it easier for the city to notify consultants of their obligation to file, the city should update its contract templates to provide fields for consultant business emails and separately collect alternate personal email addresses for consultants to follow up with for leaving office statements. Our last finding is that better guidance to ensure Form 700s are complete and reviewed for potential conflicts. In addition to improving filing and timeliness rates, the city can take steps to promote the accuracy and completeness of Form 700s, as well as proactively review filings for potential conflicts of interests. While the e-filing portal has some resources available, several filers have nonetheless expressed that they still find the process confusing. To address these questions, or to address questions from filers, we recommend the City Clerk's Office improve access to detailed filing instructions from the FPPC, as well as to the FPP's advice page. Finally, by establishing procedures for reviewing filings for completeness and guidance on identifying potential conflicts of interest, the city can help ensure that adequate information is available to the public and that potential conflicts of interest are addressed. So our audit report includes a total of 9 recommendations to improve the timeliness and completeness of Form 700s and family gift reports. We'd like to thank the City Clerk's Office, the City Manager's Office, the City Attorney's Office, Human Resources Department, and the Information Technology Department for their time and insight. And the City Clerk's Office, the administration have reviewed the report and the responses, including yellow pages. Happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it over to Tony Tabor for the City Clerk's response. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank Joe and the City Auditor's Office for their work on this audit. If you see our compliance with employee Form 700s is really good. Employees are very easy to find. They're here. When they leave the city, they give us updated email addresses so we can send them W-2s and other information that they may need to have. We agree that the compliance with contractor Form 700s leaves a lot to be desired. It's not so difficult, if you'll notice, to get them to file an assuming office, but it is difficult when they leave office. So a lot of the compliance issues are when a contractor leaves a contract. The contractor may not inform us that somebody has left and some new person is now working on the project. We don't have an updated email address for those who are leaving office, so that is really tricky. I do have a new staff person starting in April of this year. A new staff person assigned to Form 700s, and she has been tracking down people who have left office, their companies, she's tracked them down on Facebook to make sure they file their leaving office. So it is definitely something that we're working on. Form 700s, we have over 2,000 filers, so we do have work to do, but I think we've done a pretty good job.
Thanks, Tony. All right, well, thanks to both of you for the work. I agree, we have done a pretty good job. We can always do better, but this is a lot of folks, and what struck me about the report right off the bat was the fact that we had 2,400 filings, which I'm assuming by the math means that there were 600 individuals who had to file Form 700s. Is that right?
In total, there's actually about 1,100 city employees who have to file.
I thought you have to file quarterly. Am I wrong about that?
Annually.
Oh, it's just annually?
It's just annually. So it's about 1,100 individuals, city employees, and I have the other numbers, but it's a significant number of people who have to file every year. So.
And I just want to understand that clearly. all of that is mandated by state law. None of that is our mandate.
Correct.
Correct. The family gift report, to be clear, that's a city
Yes.
responsibility, but the Form 700s are. There is one piece that is the city's responsibility because there's two types of filers. There's the 87-200 filers, which are identified in the code, and then there's individuals that are identified through the city's conflict of interest code, which is the city's responsibility to identify individuals, and that's something that's undertaken with the city attorney's office along with departments on every other year.
Okay. Well, far be it from me to ever suggest anything other than transparency here, but I can certainly understand why all of us in this chambers would need to file Form 700s, but boy, that seems like an awful lot of folks to have to file, many of whom may have never, well, I won't get into it. That's the nature of state law. We get subjected to it, but I know they don't. All right, questions from the council? No comments from the public? All right, let's entertain a motion. Motion from the Vice Mayor, let's vote. All right, we're on to item 3.4, which is amendment to the San Jose Muni Code Title 27 relating to public works. And I just want to thank Matt and Department of Public Works and Ed and Rick and everybody in the City Attorney's Office for working mightily to update a code that is between 37 and 48 years old, which obviously badly needed updating. And also, I'd like to thank everyone for their hard work on Measure S, which got us to this point.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I was going to thank Ed and specifically Gwen Schwarzbach from his team who put a tremendous amount of work into this for us. Again, Matt Kano, Director of Public Works, and with me today is John Cannon, Deputy Director. I have a brief presentation for you today. This is really, as you mentioned, Mayor, a culmination of work over the past several years from the Public Works Department, the City Attorney's Office, and others to clean up our ordinances for procurement of major public works projects and minor public works projects. And it's been going on for at least 4 years, going back and forth to committee, and then culminated with Measure S last November. And so these changes also codify those changes that the voters approved as part of Measure S. There are numerous resolutions that have been passed the past several years that aren't necessarily codified in our ordinance, which causes confusion for project managers and others about where to look to find the rules, such as the way we pre-qualify contractors or the city's contingency policy. And this cleans all that up and puts it in one place. And again, with the approval of Measure S, there's other things that we wanted to add to our ordinance so we can act those changes. Some specific changes that are before you today, and these ones on this slide were all enacted already by Measure S, but we just need to put them in the ordinance. Reduces the design build project threshold from $5 to $1 million. Modernizes public noticing, so we don't have to notify in the San Jose Post Record newspaper any longer. Enacts a best value contracting option, which allows us to consider things other than just the lowest bid on major public works projects. It's been something we've been doing for a while on design build projects, but this allows us to do it on any project that we would like to. And also specifically defines labor compliance as a key measurement in the municipal code as something that we would absolutely need to look at as far as we evaluate contractors in the best value process. And the definition of labor compliance is codified in the Muni Code. Some additional changes, and a lot of these changes are supporting small and local business to try and provide them the opportunity to better participate in our public works projects, and have been reviewed by the Small Business Advisory Task Force, and we've taken their input into account into these changes. Increasing the threshold for minor public works as approved by Measure S from 100,000 to 600,000. Establishes a pre-qualification program for minor public works contracts. This allows us to spread our small work from various departments, from the $50,000 fence repair to the couple $100,000 new picnic area, et cetera, amongst more contractors than just the same old contractors. And we have our first list of pre-qualified contractors was for transportation-related projects. It closed about a month or two ago. We have 12 of those contractors that pre-qualified, and about half of those are local businesses. We have 5 more sets of pre-qualification for different types of projects that close this Thursday. So we're really excited about moving forward with this program. We're also establishing a local and small preference for minor public works projects, so projects that we bid out as a city under $600,000. If you're a local and a small contractor, this would give you a credit in your bid of up to 5% to try and win, to give you a more competitive edge in the competition to get these projects. And we're also linking these structural changes we're doing in the ordinance up with our Public Works Academy that we're using to educate contractors and outreach to contractors about how to work better with the city of San Jose. And so with that, John and I are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, John. All right, questions from the council? All right, Councilman Camus?
Thank you, Matt. And I just had a quick question. It looks like the staff is plans to add a point system for skilled and trained, and this is in between quotes here, workforce following the state's definition. Will this limit competition for city contractors, or will both union and non-union firms have a fair opportunity to compete?
Sure. Thank you for that question. And so the skilled and trained workforce is there's state law that defines what that is, and a contractor who has a higher percentage of official state-approved apprentices and journey persons will score better in that category. There could be an argument that people who have been established in the union environment, contractors who have been established in the union environment longer than others, may have more apprenticeship and journey persons in their firm. But again, associations like the Association of Building Contractors and other non-union organizations also have apprenticeship programs that are state approved as well. And so as long as their apprentices have gone through state approved programs and are officially recognized, they would get those points and qualify in this program.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm mostly concerned because we're telling contractors, hey, you know, smaller ones that we want them to bid on these things, and then on the other hand, we're making it harder for them to bid on these things. So this is what bothers me. I mean, these contractors that have these designations sometimes, in any case, they tend to be mostly larger contractors, and that's what I'm afraid of. We're getting away from smaller contractors that are local.
Sure, and we put this as a part in the points system, so we didn't put it as a mandate that they had to have apprentices and journey persons as part of their team. This is something that, based on how they are faring in that area, they would get maybe 8 points as opposed to 5 points in a category. And this is also something that is flexible over time, the way we defined it. It isn't in the actual Muni Code language of how labor. So in the Muni Code, we define labor compliance, and we did not put skilled and trained workforce in that Muni Code language because we understand that this is an area that will be evolving over time, and we wanted flexibility based on how it goes in the first few best value procurements to tweak it. We definitely want to keep including the category, but we want to be able to tweak it as we go forward.
Okay, thank you for your work, Matt.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Matt and his team for all the hard work that you've done implementing these programs, particularly around small and local businesses. I can tell you directly that I've started to hear from small businesses, and there is a change that's going on in terms of the perception of working with and getting business from the city. So a lot of it goes to all the hard work that you and your team have done. So I want to just commend you on that and make a motion to accept the report.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Raj?
Great, thank you. Thank you, Matt, for the report. I have a first of all, I love that this is focused on smaller businesses, and that's what the backbone of San Jose is. And I'm wondering, how are we breaking up the work that we do, say in DOT with pavement? Those are huge contracts, right? I think they even increased, I think from typically they have 3 or 4, now they've gone to like 10 or 11. But some of those contracts or some of that work can get broken down even further and further. So how are we strategically including these smaller businesses into some of that breakdown? And I'll tell you why. I was at the laborers picnic this weekend, Local 270, and there was a couple of contractors who came to me and said, you know, we don't have the type of insurance that is required to be able to compete in some of these huge pavement contracts. But you know, we could do the work. We just need that broken down a little bit further, right? Because the truth is, I think some of these bigger companies have subcontractors. So I'm wondering, what are we doing to break it down for small businesses so that they can also be part of this next 10 years of repaving San Jose?
Sure. I'll give a shot at answering the question. So part of it is a culture change. When you know, and John Risto and I have discussed this too, as in DOT, is as we are signing plans and talking to our project managers, we're not asking them the questions about, you know, did you design this? You know, we're asking them questions not just about their design and how well the bids are going to go, but also including in that conversation and the culture that is just as important for them to look at how they're delivering their projects to include our community in the construction. And we talk about, every time I sign a plan to send it out to bid, I ask the question of the project managers about community outreach and about what thought process that they entered into in their design to ensure that the project was sized appropriately, so that we can encourage small businesses, but also the project was designed appropriately to allow subcontracting opportunities for small businesses. Some examples that we've done recently are for our sewer program, the lining and then the CCTV, which is the cameras that go through to look at the condition. Those used to be combined as bids, but we weren't seeing enough local opportunity for contractors, and that's something that we sometimes do those as separate projects now to allow more competition. So a big part of it is in the culture change with our engineers and really making sure that they understand that including our community in the construction is very important, because ultimately when they're designing their project on their computer is the best time for them to make sure that there's opportunities for subcontractors in certain areas. We're also looking at our Public Works Academy, and what we've done is, as part of that Public Works Academy, we've done 2 sessions now, or we're in the middle of our 2nd session, I think. We are allowing contractors, if they've gone through that academy, to check the box on government experience. And so if somebody, you always need to get your first government experience somewhere, and in the past we've always required you have to have government experience to work with us. And so if they go through our Public Works Academy, and as long as they've done a decent sized project with a private company or a residential lot or something of that size, they don't have to have had worked with the government before. In addition, you mentioned insurance. And so what we're doing on insurance is, as part of our pre-qualification program, we're requiring that they prove that they can get the bonding for the project to pre-qualify, but they don't actually have to get the bond from their insurance company quite yet. Before, what would happen is, in order to bid on our project, they would actually have to get the bond and then lock up that bonding capacity when they don't know if they were able to get the work. We also realize that's not enough. There's still some people that just even have a hard time getting past that first threshold of working with an insurance company. And so we've been talking with the Small Business Advisory Task Force about how can we go even further, linking contractors up with businesses that can help them with their accounting or their insurance. And the Office of Economic Development, Work to Future, Kim Walsh's team has been very helpful with that so far, and there's a lot more we're going to be doing there in the future.
Thank you, and I'm glad to hear that this that there's so much forethought that your staff is also taking into consideration when they're looking at designs to scale some of these so that they fit into our smaller businesses framework, right? And also helping our small businesses get to a different level, right? So I completely appreciate that. I have a question about the Small Business Task Force. How many businesses have you connected with them?
I'd have to follow up with an answer. I know that we have what we've called, I can follow up with a specific answer, but I'll mention it. We have what we call opportunity awareness events that we enacted about a year or so ago, where we hold events where we have various folks from Work to Future, from Public Works, from the local chambers that come to these opportunity awareness events, and we have contractors and subcontractors show up, and we give a presentation about everything that's coming with the City of San Jose. And we also have some of these vendors actually there that can talk to some of the smaller contractors about how to build their businesses. I can link up with you with the specifics on which vendors we've actually had at these opportunity events. We also have grants that we've given to the Black and Hispanic chambers, and we've started conversations with the Vietnamese chambers as well and they've done a lot of outreach as well. So we've done a decent amount. We have more to do, and I'll follow up with real specifics to your question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd also like some follow-up on how do we break down some of that pavement work that we have coming up for the next 9 years. Because if the purpose is to increase competition, and we only have 10 contractors who are doing, good amount of work, but we're decreasing competition for ourselves and increasing the cost of those construction projects. And so I'd like to see how we're making this kind of bite-sized projects for some of these folks, as you're doing a wonderful job in getting them ready, right, with the some of the training and some of the connection with these other companies that can help them with insurance and the possibility of being a viable candidate. I think we also have to take a look at some of these ongoing projects like the pavement project, and how are we breaking it down so that we increase the competition, right, and hopefully decrease the costs of those projects over time.
If I could, Councilmember, yeah, I think it's a good follow-up that we can do. I think, there's a balance that we have to strike here in terms of kind of the economy of scale on projects.
Sure.
As we break things down, it means more projects and sometimes can result in more costs for the program. But there is a balance to be struck, and I think we're heading in the right direction. But that could be included in our follow-up.
Great. I mean, I think there was already an increase when the ADA ramps were getting, when there was a bid out for that, and I think it was 4.6, and that applicant came back and I think had a 6.1 or $6 million bid, and so they're telling us what it costs versus us establishing what we want this to look like. And I understand that construction costs are always on the rise, but I think there's different strategies in order to make sure that we're increasing competition and decreasing the costs of those projects.
Absolutely, and I think that's really the sweet spot we're looking for. I think really when the costs that we're referencing are on the soft cost side, so every project also has a soft cost element, and so I think we'll just want to factor all in that, but certainly appreciate the
Great. I'd love to have some follow-up with you about this and figure out and be a supporter, of course, because I think this is great work, and I think this is going to really help out a lot of our community, and ultimately it's going to help us with some competition, right? Thank you.
Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Matt, thank you for your presentation, and I share my colleagues' comments and support for the small business focus. And I have a question for you regarding the 5% credit that you're giving to small businesses. How do you intend to monitor the success of that 5%?
That's a great question, and we have a procurement team in Public Works that, there are certain departments, environmental services, airport, and Public Works. All three of those departments are authorized to issue minor Public Works agreements. But we will be coordinating so that even if transportation or environmental services is issuing a minor Public Works award, they would still coordinate that so that our procurement team is aware. And so our procurement team will be aware of every award that goes out and tracking how many people bid and what are the bid results. And so we'll be able to see how many minor Public Works awards went to local and small, and so that we'll be able to, and then we'll also be able to see, well, did that 5% actually make a difference? Because their bid will have to be within 5% of someone else's bid in order for them to get underneath there and win. If their bid is 20% higher, it's not gonna help. So that'll be part of the statistics that we'll be tracking and reporting on. We have an annual report to the Community and Economic Development Committee on local and small businesses that we'll be rolling those stats into, and we'll also be linking those stats up with how many of these people that bid on our projects actually attended our Public Works Academy and benefited from that as well. So we'll be tracking these numbers closely.
Wonderful. I look forward to the data once you have it.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? I just had one. I know that procurement is an ongoing challenge for us in various ways. This is primarily procurement on construction. I guess the question is, were there any ideas that were considered or provisions that you thought about changing that could speed things up or reduce the amount of staff burden in some way that you ultimately decided not to propose?
No, not really. Increasing the threshold for minor Public Works from 100 to 600 will save a lot of staff time on a lot of the smaller projects, and so there wasn't anything else that was significant regarding saving time that we left off the table.
Okay, thanks, Matt. All right, we do have a motion, I think, from the Vice Mayor. Let's
Also,
vote.
just want to clarify, the motion to accept the report is actually to approve the ordinance and adopt all of the resolutions.
Is that correct, Vice Mayor? Yes. He said yes. Okay, and the seconder. All right, great. Let's vote. All right, item 4.1 is a vacation and setback easements, tract 5027. We don't have any cards. Is there a motion? Let's vote. Item 4.2 are actions related to affordable housing option agreements for single-family homes located at Williams and Saratoga. The Panda condos. There's no presentation. Is that right, Jackie? Okay. I had a quick question, Jackie, if you don't mind. I know that we've had some inquiries offline through staff. I think Mackenzie may have posed this question to someone on your team. I just want to understand clearly, are the affordability restrictions on these units such that we have no option but to sell them at a price? I know that, well, clearly we're altering the price in some way, potentially. I'm just trying to understand what the legal restrictions really are. If we were as a council, just to give you sort of the background concern here, if we as a council were to think, well, what we're really more concerned about using scarce affordable housing dollars for is for rental housing and not for ownership, we might decide, hey, these condos are in a part of town where we could get a lot of money for them, and we could go take that money and invest in affordable housing for rentals. Could you describe for me, are we legally barred from doing that, or maybe that's an Ed question, or?
So I'll just start, and then I'm going to turn it over to our legal counsel. So the way these were essentially deed restricted homeownership. So there are two ways to approach homeownership. One has been the shared equity, where we sell at market and we then reinvest monies. The other way is to keep the home affordable so that we have an affordable homeownership opportunity now and into the future. So if we had done that with our 2,000 homes that we invested in homeownership, those would remain affordable without us having to ever reinvest. So it's one strategy to provide homeownership. So that's what these fall under now. We are under a time constraint because the homeowner for this particular unit is trying to sell because she has another transaction she would like to complete. So I'm going to turn it over to the city attorneys in terms of the other option of trying to renegotiate all of these agreements with the homeowners.
Right. Right now, we have there is a contractual obligation for the property to be resold at a formula that was approved several decades ago.
Correct.
There was some concern from the homeowner that the formula that was going to be used under that prior contract did not yield enough return for her. Because it's a contractual requirement, the city, as one of the as the party who was assigned the contract, can consent to a modification of that formula. And that is what the Housing Department is bringing forward to the council. It's for the council to consider redoing the formula that would allow the property owner to yield more return than what she would ordinarily get if we stayed with the contract. It is a resale contract. If the option is on the city for the city to agree to take over the property or allow for the sale of the property, the city could actually buy the property if it wanted to, and then turn around and try to rent it if it wanted to. The question before the council is, at what price is the property going to be sold by the current property owner?
So I suppose we could, when we are having implemented several of these programs in my previous life, where you're trying to restrict the cost of the home, you do want to create a price that's fair to the homeowner as well. And clearly, the Housing Department felt like the resale formula that was originally created was completely out of whack in terms of providing a much greater return to the city than the homeowner. So we felt absolutely we should do something that was more reasonable, and the formula which we're providing ensures that we could resell it to a qualified buyer. So just running off of the city attorney's idea, we could acquire the unit, give her the price, and then just sell it on the market would be another approach that would not require us to completely redo all these documents.
Okay, just to suggest I enjoyed the brain damage, can I just inquire a bit further? I understand the price that under the old contract, the homeowner would get would be $184,000 essentially, and the city would take a large share of that, presumably. I think the number under the new formula would be $325,000. Approximately, is that right?
I thought it was 300 and...
It's a large amount. It's in the 300s. I don't have it in front of me. But the city is not getting any of the money.
Yes, we're not getting any money. We are selling the home at the price, at the restricted price.
There is no city share in this. The city's just allowing the property to be sold at a higher amount.
Got it.
The new buyer will get it at a lower price. He or she or they will be income qualified for that. They then have to agree to then resell it again.
Right.
And that just maintains the affordability of the unit.
So appreciating fully that this is about home ownership and that's how the program started.
Correct.
I think it's fair to say today, with scarce affordable housing dollars, that's not where we're going because we recognize the magnitude of the crisis and we're investing in rental. So the question is, had we considered the idea of the city purchasing it and then using it for rental housing, knowing then we'd be able to keep it affordable and rented over time, perhaps in partnership with the Housing Authority or other partners.
So the Housing Authority actually was a part of this transaction and turned it over to us.
Right.
So because they did not want to manage these resale restrictions nor work with the home buyers. And so we agreed to take it on because of this whole, because we felt like we had the capacity to do that. So if the question is, we would then turn it into a rental, I don't think we would do that because we have not had good success of managing small apartment buildings, and so this would be even smaller. They're difficult, they're expensive, and if it's under the city control, then we need Public Works to work with us to do any kind of repairs. So we're not really set up to manage property in that way.
Got it. Thanks, Jackie. Any other questions? All right, on the motion. Is there a motion? There's a motion. Tony said there's a motion. Okay, let's vote on whoever made that motion. I think it's Councilmember Foley. All right, I know someone submitted a card, Tim Siddell, for the ADU loan program. That item's been dropped. It'll be coming back in a couple of weeks. We're waiting for state legislative action. So we will be back on that item, Mr. Siddell. Okay. On to item 4.4, which is the amendment to the agreement with Project We Hope for Dignity on Wheels program. We have a presentation. No, we don't have a presentation. Okay, let's just vote then. Are there any questions or comments? This is 4.4. Okay, I don't have any cards. I just wanted to say thanks to Dignity on Wheels for their innovative approach to providing basic services and dignity for our homeless neighbors. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment, especially given what happened at the state recently, which is I think it's an important resource and would love to see it utilized by community colleges more and school districts. I know in Franklin McKinley, I've had discussions about providing these resources in partnership with schools for homeless families that use that as a hub. So just want to mention those as options moving forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Pastor Baines? See, as you're coming down, I'll ask Councilmember Davis. I know she wanted to speak. And
Yes, I just have one question about the trailers in general, and it is, how do people know where they are at any given time to be able to use them?
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council.
I'm sorry, Pastor Baines, just one moment. If you would like to actually respond to that question, you're welcome. If not, we'll try to get an answer to the question, then we'll come right to your comment. Did you want to respond to that question?
Yeah, I don't mind. How do we select sites? Was that the question?
How do people know where the trailers are?
Well, the homeless have a system better than our own system. The word of mouth gets around. We work also through agencies, both city and county agencies, to let them know. We have flyers, and it's also on websites, because believe it or not, some homeless do have access to mobile phones. So there's a variety of ways, because it's not, we like to say it's different strokes for different folks. And so that's how we get the word out.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm aware that that a lot of people have phones, and I guess I was wondering if there was any kind of app where you could pull it up and see where they were at any given time, or if that was something that we could maybe add, and this is more, I think, for the mayor, for a coding challenge.
Well, actually, it is one of our coding challenges. As a matter of fact, Shreen Santosham, I know, and her team have identified this as one of the 5, I think with city staff, is one of the 5 challenges we're going to have.
Perfect.
For our Unleash Your Geek competition.
Excellent.
And so I know there are existing apps, but I think we're looking for something more comprehensive. Pastor, you seem to have one as well.
We do have an app as well.
Okay.
So you can say see locations, you just hit on that button, and it'll tell you where our locations are.
Fantastic.
Okay, so they have multiple ways of figuring out and finding out where these are at any given time.
Yes, we try to make it as simple as possible, because they're already going through enough stress in their lives. So we try to make it through a variety of means, both social means, but word of mouth is probably the key thing, from trusted sources, because some of the clients don't want their information into the system.
Sure.
And so we have to overcome a lot of these various barriers.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And Pastor Baines, you came up to speak, and I'm sorry, we went to questions. So would you like to say anything more?
I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for taking a risk with us 2 years ago. Your staff, Kelly Hemphill, and all of them have been great partners to work with. It's really been more of a synergistic approach to address this systemic issue. I love the idea about partnering with colleges and community colleges. We have partnered with emergency response teams. As you know, we've responded to the floods here in San Jose, and then other shelters have gone down, and we've also responded to their needs. But you all are the first major city to take on a contract with us. We now have San Francisco and the city of Los Angeles that wants us to come out there. And of course, we already are working with the city of Oakland. So we just want to say thank you. Our staff is here, and we just want to say thank you for helping us help the less fortunate. Because every city needs to be a little bit more open-minded on what it takes to help those who are marginalized and don't have access to the right to have access to water, just meeting those basic needs. So that's all. That's all I wanted to say was thank you.
Well, Pastor Benz, you beat me to the punch. Thank you, honestly, for what you've done, what you and your team are doing every day. It's wonderful. I appreciate Clay Hemphill's work in getting up and running here in San Jose. Thank you.
Yeah, Kelly is a driver's driver, by the way. All right.
Thank
no
you.
more questions for me?
Any other questions? No. Thank you very much, Pastor.
All right.
All right. On that item, we do have a motion, right?
No motion yet.
Nope. I think I heard Councilmember Davis first. Let's vote. I'm sorry, Councilmember Prowse. He's denied his motion. All right. Item 4.5 is the amendment to agreement with PATH for Outreach for Unhoused Individuals and Families program. I have a person, Peter Ross, who'd like to speak. Welcome, Peter.
And I'll move approval early.
Nice work, Councilmember Prowse.
Without prologue, in one sentence, I'm here to request emergency legislation to afford tenants the same rights and privileges and protections that commercial tenants have. Mainly, the protection against an assault of meth and crack and tobacco that you can't imagine. I was going to come in here and hire a meth addict and chain him to me in a cufflink, and let him light up and give you a sense of what it smells like, and that I've been dealing with since 2005. When I moved in to the Section 8 slum, it wasn't a slum until I moved in. Either that's not funny or you're not listening. But it developed after that. And it is serious. You don't know what it's like. I have one next door. I have one beneath me. I have one across. And the only reason I don't have one on the other side is because it's an empty area. And you can't imagine the defenses the property owners put up for making excuses they can't remedy it. Most of what they depend on is your failure to make it possible. And again, what I have to put up with and other few tenants is unimaginable. You wouldn't imagine this happening in a commercial rental facility. It is horrific. You don't know what meth smells like. Maybe some of you do. You're hiding your previous addictions. I don't know. I don't know what it smells like literally myself because I never was. But I've lived with it so long I can only put two and two together. I only know what it's like when I approach these people and risk my life because the bastards who run the facility won't approach them and hide. And I live at 1496 Almaden Road. It looks nice from the outside, but it is a Section 8 slum.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Is that my time?
That is, yep. Thank you.
Can I expect anything?
Sir, this is time for public comment only.
What?
This is time for public comment. Thank you. All right, any questions? Any questions? I believe our housing director, Jackie Morales-Friend, is approaching you now to provide you with a card. so that we can communicate further. Okay. Let's vote on Councilman Rennes.
I just have a question for Jackie when she gets done. My question is, how will this fit into the next steps that the housing department is getting ready between the 5-year plan, the countywide 5-year plan, and then our own 5-year plan with HUD? Because we have a string of these contracts, and I'm guessing that based on the feedback that we get from our community, we might change strategies, right? Just slightly. But for the moment, it's status quo until all of that finishes. Is that what it? Got it. Okay. I got my answer.
Okay. All right, Councilman Kemmis.
Yeah, Jackie, I have a quick question, and I'm very supportive of PATH, but in light of the testimony that we got, how do we deal, and I know PATH does operate a facility already, how do we make sure nobody's conducting illegal activity in the units that we're providing for our homeless population?
I believe PATH is primarily engaged in outreach. Jackie?
Correct. So PATH does engage in outreach. They actually don't have any facilities here in San Jose. We're building the first one on 2nd Street Studios. But typically what we're doing, if somebody were to be put into a place that's just a regular market rate unit, then their responsibility, of course, is to be a good tenant, and we ensure that they are, in fact, being a good tenant and meeting all the rules and regulations of the lease. So we don't really have any power or control over the surrounding units, which may or may not be consistent with what the overall population would want. But however, in this case, in this gentleman's case, we might look in to see who the owner of the property is and if we have any kind of relationship with them, whether they're a rent-stabilized apartment, or if they're truly a housing authority building, or if they're one of our affordable buildings, then we would reach out to find out what was happening in the entire development and what could be done. But generally, we hold everyone to the same standard of you have to be a good tenant. That is the expectation of every program that we participate in and that we fund. That's the goal.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote on Councilmember Process motion. All right, item 4.6, and thanks, by the way, to the good folks at PATH. 4.6 is an agreement with Bill Wilson Center for Rapid Rehousing Program and Transition in Place Housing Program for Homeless Young Adults. It says here presentation. Is there a presentation? No. Okay. Thanks to Sparkly Harlan and her team. Sparkly, you also have a card in. Thank you for all that you are doing for our unhoused youth.
I just wanted to thank you for your support. I was here 6 months ago asking for this money, saying instead of just do first and last month's rent, let's look at doing longer-term rental assistance. I wanted to break down what the cost is, because there's been some question, 20 kids, $1 million, isn't that a lot? But if you look at what the cost is per month, we're talking about approximately $4,000. When you look at the population we're serving, we're going to serve those youth who aren't eligible for money aging out of foster care and kids involved in the justice system also. So these are 18-year-olds who, most of them have not graduated from high school. They have no employment history. They often have a criminal record, bad credit if they did do anything, and basically are not a real easy population to put into permanent housing long term. All the research shows you need rental subsidy for this population from 18 to 2 years. So we're looking at supporting them for 2 years. And after that 2 years, they will move on, transition in place to permanent housing. They will have a high school diploma. hopefully enrolled in college. They will have employment, and we clear criminal records when we can, or make sure that they become good tenants. When you look at tenants, like the last person who spoke about, you actually can't discriminate against tenants any more than you do market rate units. But we teach young people to be good roommates and to be good citizens in the community. So I appreciate your support for this project. We also, I want to say, this has become a model for the state. We're doing a webinar later next week where John Burton Foundation has asked Bill Wilson Center to talk about this program we're doing with San Jose to help other counties and COCs in the state to replicate it when the HAP money comes out later next year. So just to let you know, you're a model if this gets approved today for doing this. Thank you.
Thanks, Sparky, thanks for all
Sorry,
your
I
work.
didn't see the red there.
It's all good. Thanks for all your work, Sparky. All right, questions? All right, Councilmember Kraska.
I just wanted to comment, Sparky, thank you so much for coming here today and for speaking on this issue, but always speaking on our most vulnerable populations. Foster care youth, especially those who are aging out, don't have a lot of choices. And I know that you've been a leader here in the city of San Jose and the county. I worked in foster care for almost 11 years. And this was a huge challenge because once they age out, they're considered adults, and a lot of programs don't apply to them. So thank you for really putting your heart and soul into this community. I just wanted to be able to say that.
Okay. Well deserved. All right, let's vote. It's on 4.6, even though it says 4.7 on the screen. Okay. 4.7 is agreement with Life Moves for the Motel Voucher Program. Jen Lopes, or Lopez? Lopez, please forgive me. Welcome, Jen.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Jen Lopes, and I'm the Senior Director of Housing and Development for the YWCA Silicon Valley. I would like to express today on behalf of our agency that we are supportive to the city's efforts to provide more housing vouchers for special needs populations, and we appreciate that DV survivors are a focus of these efforts. When delivering services to DV survivors, we must not fail to ensure the safety and confidentiality for victims of violence is upheld. We are certain that the city would agree that service delivery for special needs communities, especially victims of violence, needs to be provided in a safe manner. For DV survivors, confidentiality can mean escaping injury, harm, and even death. In contracts where services to DV survivors will be provided, our recommendation is that the City of San Jose includes provisions that require an MOU with a DV agency. Criteria of this agency is defined by Section 18294 of the Welfare and Institutions Code, and that there's a plan for protecting client confidentiality consistent with California Penal Code Section 1037.1, subsection A1. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I just had one question for Jackie or Reagan, or anybody wants to answer it about this program. Kelly, anybody wants to volunteer? Just about the numbers. I understand we're helping 60 families. And typically, the motel voucher is about 90 days at a time, as I understand it. And I guess the question is, why aren't there more families that we're helping if we're spending almost $2 million? Are there some supportive services here that I'm missing, or is it a longer duration? Or is that just 60 families at a time? I'm just trying to understand the numbers.
Hi, Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. So thanks for the question. It is 60 households for the duration of the contract. And that's, we think we can go higher than that. But we are not only paying for nightly hotels, but also the incredibly rich and intensive case management services for the folks in hotels. So case management, connections to counseling, behavioral health, housing navigation services, sort of it's all encompassed.
Okay, thanks, Reagan. So these are essentially typically 90-day stays, is that right? Or is it,
That's what we're projecting, yes.
and is the goal here that after 90, we'll have them in permanent housing, or is that too optimistic?
No, that's not optimistic at all. That is, the goal is into stable housing after that
Okay,
time.
great. Okay, thanks. Other questions? Thanks, Reagan. Oh, Councilmember Crosco.
Yes. Ms. Lopes, I'm going to ask just a couple of questions, because I think Ms. Lopes brought up some great points, and we know that from the statistics that we've seen, the research that has been done, and from those who have who work with especially with the domestic violence survivors, one of the most dangerous times for a victim or someone who's suffering from domestic violence is when she and her children are leaving the perpetrator, and that's when we tend to see the escalation of violence take place. And so I'm also concerned that it's not just their information being guarded, but rather that best practices are put in place when the vouchers are being handed out, and when these families are fleeing, because it's not just as simple as checking into a motel or into a hotel. These are individuals who are really fleeing a very volatile situation, and it could end in a disastrous result. And so I just want to understand what the relationship is going to be between the client receiving the voucher, the agencies who work in the area of domestic violence, and understand they're not necessarily regulations, but it's best practices, and now life moves.
So thank you for the question. We have already spoken to Life Moves about having a formal MOA with our domestic violence service providers for this agreement. So definitely with YWCA and Nextdoor Solutions as well, so that they can formalize the protocol of how we're serving survivors and what that kind of warm handoff looks like.
And so the formalizing of all of this is, I'm assuming it's in tandem with the RFP that went out, or as the contract unfolds, we'll see that formal MOU or whatever the formal relationship is going to be.
So we'll have it as part of Life Moves contract, require them to have an MOU with the DV agencies.
Good. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, I really just wanted to make a comment that the San Jose Family Shelter in District 5 is full basically every night, and it only houses 35 families. And so I think this motel voucher is a great tool, another tool to have for our community and to give families more choice. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I also think this is a great option for families and families with children. I also want to just remind that the housing department is doing some research on families with children, right? And so I want to make sure that we're strategic in the funding or the options that we're using, and that we're following what the data is telling us, aside from what families want, of course, a combination of both. And so I know that this might be connected to another item, but for now, it stands on its own. I just like for us to consider the safety and the proximity of the schools. When you finish doing your research on the homeless families with children, where are most of those families, and where can we place some of these hotels? And on the east side, there really isn't much choice, right? So I think there's some like right next to Chuck E. Cheese is the ones I can think of, and that's in District 7 actually. But it's considered a little bit of like east side, right? And that would be the closest thing. And so I hope that that there could be a couple of more options for our families, because if one, they're fleeing a domestic violent situation, and there's only one option that is going to allow them to take their children to school and then get on the freeway and then go to work and do all the things that they need to do, I think they're going to get identified pretty soon, right? Word on the street is always, like we've heard earlier, the word of mouth campaigns are very strong among homeless community, and so I'm just concerned about the safety and the well-being of our families. And so how do we anticipate to address some of this?
So just to clarify, Councilmember, do you mean what hotels we're choosing to
What are we
partner with?
choosing? Yes, and how are we screening them? How are we determining which ones we are using? And if we don't have any real options, like I said, on the east side, there really isn't any. Although Councilmember Carrasco, if you can think of any motels on your side, I can't. But so that really limits the choices, right? And so I don't know if it's going to be based on the choices that we have or on a certain criteria that you all have laid out. How are we determining where these sites are?
So I think where Life Moves is doing what they can to have as many hotel partners sort of in the fold. So we do have that choice. And then working with those we're serving on sort of what's the best choice for them and doing sort of that safety assessment of what's going to work for them. But we don't have all of the hotels in our partnership yet. We're still doing that outreach and building those connections.
Just listening to the previous item where there's, I think, is 20 youth, but it was for a period of 2 years, and it's a total of $1.5 million. But these folks will be able to have their own home, right? And not a motel, not a hotel. This is a home, and then I hope that this is something that we can emulate elsewhere, because even from safe parking to motels is a step up for sure. But that still creates a lot of instability. I mean, if you've been to a hotel or motel for a little too long, it's not comfort living, right? So I hope that we can eventually have more options for our families. Thank you.
All right. On the motion then, let's vote.
If we're on 4.7, I don't have a motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. On Vice Mayor's motion, let's vote. Thanks, Reagan. It's one of those days.
Okay. 6.1 is the response to the Santa Clara County Civil Grand Jury Report entitled Inquiry into the Governance of the VTA. We do not have a presentation on this. Are there any questions or comments? I would just, Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, I have a question. I don't know if this would be for staff that responded to it. Who'd you get for the motion?
Jim's coming down.
Okay. There was a motion, right? Yes. So just a comment and then a question. So it seems that the report sort of resents sort of the staff-driven nature of VTA due to the committee structure, but then attempts to undercut the accountability to the voters by recommending non-elected representatives on the VTA board. So that was my comment. I had a question. There was a lot of talk about the makeup of the VTA board and whether San Jose deserved the seats that we have. And so I had a question around, do we know the makeup of the civil grand jury? What cities they lived in? Was that representative of the county and San Jose?
I don't think that's public information.
Yeah, we as staff, we don't know the details of that.
Yeah.
I don't think we're made aware of who they are on the grand jury. When we're called to be interviewed by the grand jury, we see those individuals, but that's all we know as staff.
So we're being held to a standard that the grand jury isn't being held to as they write their report. That's it. Thank you.
All right, other questions? Councilmember Pross?
Yeah, the civil grand jury participants are actually public online. They are listed. It doesn't state which ones will review a certain case. Like they do separate into smaller bodies that will do the work. But the body is public, so you can look at that. Now, I don't know if it says where they live, but a quick Google search might be able to find that answer out to my colleagues. So.
Yeah, I would just say, I know when I've been interviewed by the civil grand jury, it's confidential. You're directed not to communicate about the individuals, who is in it, who is, what was discussed, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you're correct, Councilmember, that probably is publicly listed on their website, who is on the grand jury.
Yeah, it's a surprise to me because I was always told don't talk about who is in the room, but it sounds like it's all public.
2019, 2020 civil grand jury members.
Okay. I don't know why they tell us that, but they do. Fair enough. Yeah, I appreciate the staff's response. I think it was all fair and accurate. I might just add my own 2 cents, which is San Jose's representation on the board, if anything, is insufficient to align with modern notions of proportionate representation. I think we say in the report was 53% of the county's residents. I think we're probably a bit higher, but a much larger share of transit users, particularly transit-dependent residents, are in our city. The remarks that the findings around the East Ridge Light Rail project in particular, the grand jury report really ignored a referral that came from the chairwoman, O'Neill, and myself, adopted by the board in June to launch a reevaluation of the technology of the entire light rail system. To enable the board to make potentially dramatic changes before we have to invest tens of millions of dollars on replacement cars and infrastructure and light rail. And I think they also overlooked the proposed development near East Ridge. That is potentially the reutilization of Reed Hillview, which will dramatically change ridership. I think on the budget issues, the grand jury overlooked the very substantial cuts in service that were made to balance the budget, combined with legal and voter ratification of two very critical and ongoing funding sources, SB 1 and Measure B, that has, at least for now, enabled us to resolve the budgetary shortfall. And then on ridership, I think what is often overlooked, not just by this grand jury, but I think by many observers, is the historic context in which the light rail system and a lot of the transit was built, frankly, into a valley that was not built for transit, but built for cars. And running a light rail system past a bunch of empty lots and one-story buildings is never going to be a successful way to build a transit system. It doesn't matter how well they run it, it will always lose a lot of money. And until we get the land use right and we align route planning and, most importantly, fixed infrastructure investment with land use, it will never be a successful system. I think that's why we're looking very seriously at the technology now, and that's why obviously we're investing heavily on all the efforts around station area planning, whether it's at Diridon, Five Wounds, 28th Street area, and certainly around Berryessa as well. So there's an awful lot more to it than I know that anyone's going to be able to figure out in a few weeks in a report, but we appreciate the grand jury's efforts to provide input. Councilman Camus?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I haven't been on VTA for a while, but I wanted to express that I actually had the pleasure, thanks to the mayor, of serving on the ad hoc committee to cut the budget. And I have to say that they came up with a lot of different items. I don't know what's being discussed now, but I don't know if anybody's, there was a lot of recommendations that came out of that I'm hoping that VTA will actually look at. Again, I haven't been on VTA since January, but there was a lot of work done on that committee.
I can assure you, Councilor Camus, that work won't be wasted because the recession's probably around the corner, and eventually we're going to have to look at all those options. But I can tell you there were a lot of cuts made, certainly in service already, and there'll be. We'll have to continue to consider everything. Okay, any other comments? There was a motion, right, Tony?
Yes.
Okay, let's vote. All right, thank you. Sure. Item 7.1 is a Green Storm Water Infrastructure Plan for Regional Water Control Board.
All of those items I thought were going to make big discussions.
Are we missing?
This item might be big.
Good afternoon, Carrie Romanow, Director, Environmental Services Department. Diving into our presentation today, we have a couple pictures in the slides, and if you recall, the one on the upper left is what San Jose looked like in the 1940s. The upper right is what we look like around 19 years ago. In the 1940s photo, you can see there's a lot less development, and rainwater was able to follow the hydraulic cycle by infiltrating and evaporating with little runoff, as shown on the graphic in the bottom left. As we move forward, continued development and densification in support of our growing population occurs, and it provides benefits, but also can have negative consequences to our local waterways, such as interrupting that hydrologic cycle. So to put it more succinctly, more impervious surfaces means water can't infiltrate, which results in runoff, as shown on the right. In the next slide, as a reminder, San Jose has two sewer systems: indoor water use for toilet flushing, sinks, dishwashing, industrial water use, etc. Go to sanitary sewer, which goes to the regional wastewater facility where it's treated. But then we also have a video that shows a different system, which is the storm system. John, if you could play the video.
Litter doesn't just dirty our streets. It gets blown or washed into storm drains and ends up in our waterways, harming wildlife and public health. When a piece of litter falls into a storm drain, it enters a system of underground pipes that empty into local creeks and rivers. San Jose has more than 32,000 storm drains that lead directly into our waterways. Once this plastic bottle enters a local creek, it will float through parks and neighborhoods. If it doesn't get stuck on the bank of the creek, the bottle could make its way to San Francisco Bay and even out to the ocean. Unless we stop it. Let's come together to protect our city and wild spaces. Let's make sure our families have clean and healthy places to enjoy the outdoors and explore, learn, and play. So think twice before littering. Taking the time to dispose of garbage and recycling properly helps the environment and shows your pride in San Jose.
Thank you. So as we saw in the video, the runoff, we use the bottle to it's sort of easier to follow, but certainly other contaminants would also follow that same pathway into the creeks and the bay. So with all of these impacts, creates a negative impact on the creeks and wildlife and our community, which is the reason that we have these stormwater programs. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sharon Newton to talk in more detail about the plan.
Okay, before jumping into the plan, let's see. I want to talk a little bit about the drivers. So because of the impacts that Carrie described and the video showed, regulations were put in place. And the city is regulated under a municipal regional stormwater permit along with other Bay Area communities and jurisdictions. And the wide-ranging scope of permit-required program activities, they're implemented by multiple city departments. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but it involves substantial interdepartmental coordination. So one of the specific requirements of the stormwater permit is to develop a green infrastructure plan. Now, this green infrastructure plan is something new to this particular permit, but the past stormwater permits have included green stormwater infrastructure requirements, and the city's been implementing those by imposing requirements on developments of certain sizes. They have to incorporate stormwater controls as part of low-impact development. And while these regulated developments have been addressed on a project-by-project basis, the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan focuses on a more comprehensive approach to address public right-of-ways and other undeveloped properties, which can encompass large amounts of impervious surfaces. And the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan aligns with other city planning documents, such as the General Plan Smart Growth Policies, Climate Smart San Jose, and the Complete Streets Design Standards and Guidelines. And the purpose of the GSI plan is to describe how the city will shift from directing stormwater flows from impervious surfaces like streets, parking lots, buildings, directly into storm drains, to a system where stormwater runoff is slowed, infiltrated, and are treated prior to being discharged into the storm drain system or receiving waters. So it's a planning level document intended to help guide the city with implementing green stormwater infrastructure. So a little bit more about what green infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure does. So it treats, it slows, and it can reduce runoff, and by doing so, it can minimize the impacts of the development that was mentioned at the earlier part of the presentation. And there are different types of green stormwater infrastructure technologies, and those include bioretention, which is depicted here on the slide in the top left on a small scale. And then you also see an example to the right of that of bioretention on a larger scale. It can include pervious pavement on the lower left, and also green roofs depicted on the bottom right. And green stormwater infrastructure, these various technologies can offer multiple community and environmental benefits. It can create and improve habitat. Landscape-based green stormwater infrastructure can provide habitat to bugs and other small fauna. And by reducing the flows and pollutants, it can provide improvement to the health of the creek and the riparian habitat. It can provide urban greening by adding green space in the urban environment, and can improve aesthetics and reduce heat islands and improve air quality. And though it's dependent on the location and project design, it has the potential to recharge aquifers and augment alternative water supplies such as recycled water. It can also improve streets and enhance walkability. One way it can do this is by providing a barrier between pedestrians and traffic. And it has the potential to reduce localized flooding and ponding if sized correctly. Bioretention and permeable pavers where the water can infiltrate, can capture and infiltrate instead of allowing it to pond. And green stormwater infrastructure can also be integrated into park environments such that it complements existing recreational opportunities. Okay. So the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan is intended to guide us toward water quality targets, but Because reaching the target is a multi-decadal effort, the GSI plan isn't intended to spell out each project by project. But we know that in order to meet the targets, we'll rely on a menu of options of project types. And I want to describe each of the project types a little bit now. The first is low-impact development retrofits. And low-impact development is a concept for designing new and redevelopment projects to mimic natural hydrology where the water could just soak into the ground. LID is designed to treat the project area, or it's parcel-based, it treats the parcel that's being built. And these types of projects, as well as the ones that I'll talk about following, they employ the technologies that I mentioned earlier, like bioretention or permeable pavements, or even green roofs, depending on the situation. The next project type, is green streets. And these are designed to capture runoff from a street and sometimes the surrounding property, again, using those similar technologies. And they are typically located in a public right-of-way. And the third project type are regional projects. And these are designed to capture and treat runoff from large drainage areas that can include several neighborhoods. And they generally divert the water from the existing storm drains to stormwater treatment facilities. And these GSI, Green Stormwater Infrastructure System designs can vary. They can be larger above-ground bioretention areas, or they can also be below-ground storage systems that allow runoff to infiltrate or to be stored and used later. So the city's existing green stormwater infrastructure plan gets us started, and my colleague from Public Works will continue to explain.
Thank you, Matt Kano, Director of Public Works. I have the last couple slides here. The GSI plan identifies a need from a volume standpoint to capture, retain, and infiltrate 833 acre-feet of stormwater runoff for every rain event. That's roughly equivalent to the first hour's worth of rain we get during a good-sized rain event in the city that we get frequently throughout the year. To put things in perspective, so far to date, we have roughly 2,000 projects that have been implemented. Most of those are the small LID site-specific ones that Sharon was mentioning. And we have captured with all those projects 100 acre-feet of capacity of the 833 total acre-feet that we're going for. So we would definitely have a long way to go. To meet this requirement to get up to 833 acre-feet of capture, we're really going to have to change the way we do business in the city regarding approaching capital projects and rehabilitation of our infrastructure as we move forward. Whether it's streets or parks or our partnering with other agencies. And again, we have until 2050 to meet that final requirement. This slide just shows examples of the types of projects. As Sharon was mentioning as well, there's regional projects, which could be on city parks, which is in the green, or other city properties such as parking lots and et cetera. There's the orange color, which is also regional projects, but we're meant to imply that it's not just about our property, it's any property within the city limits, such as other agencies that we want to talk about partnering with, or possibly private property that we'd want to purchase for a large regional project in the future, and green streets as well, which is shown in this blue color. And then there's some existing and future and new redevelopment. When we work with our private redevelopment partners, that's the yellow piece of that pie. That's a part of the solution here as well. It's not going to be any one of these. It's going to be all of these that we need to focus on. Some comments that we have received are about, can we just do it all with green streets alone? Green streets cost roughly 10 times as much to deliver the same amount of acre feet as large regional projects. And so we can't do this just on streets alone. It has to be a significant contribution of large regional projects, which could be on our parks, and some will need to be on our park system, as well as other partners for other sites as well. And With that, we wanted to close this presentation by just asking for the recommendation to approve the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Plan in advance of its submission to the Regional Water Quality Control Board by September 30th, 2019. We have reviewed the two blue memos, one from the mayor, Councilmembers Perales and Davis. We support the direction provided in that, and we also reviewed the memorandum from Councilmember Camus. And in concept, we feel we can weave those items that the councilmember would like us to look at into our evaluation as we continue to move forward. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thanks, Carrie, Joanne, and Matt. Allison Chan, welcome.
Man, that's a long stairway.
It is.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Allison Chan. I'm the Associate Director for Policy at Save the Bay. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this issue today. And thank you to Mayor Liccardo, Scott Green in your office, Carrie Ramanan and her staff for their communication and collaboration with Save the Bay on this issue over the last few months. We've had a lot of thoughts and ideas, and I appreciate the open dialogue and look forward to that continuing. So the additional recommendations before you, particularly signed by the mayor, council members Perales and Davis, really build upon the draft GSI plan and open up a focused and public dialogue about green infrastructure in San Jose. And so we look forward to being to the continued collaboration with the city through that process and appreciate that recommendation. The recommendation, one of the recommendations also directs staff to be proactive in incorporating green infrastructure into a variety of projects, and that's going to really require a lot of interdepartmental collaboration, and we think that's going to be important moving forward. So just to be clear, what Save the Bay is advocating for is the integration of green streets alongside the regional projects. We understand the need for those regional projects to achieve water quality objectives, and of course Save the Bay is highly supportive of that, but we also want to see the city pursue multi-benefit projects beyond that, including the green streets and other things that can provide more climate benefits to the community, flood protection, reducing urban heat island effect. So I think if you have a good range of projects that not only include these large regional retention projects, but also the green streets that can be experienced by the community in a deeper way, the city can pursue a broad green infrastructure plan that not only achieves regulatory compliance, but also sets the city on a great path toward achieving many of its climate smart goals. So we look forward to working with you on that and appreciate the time to speak today.
Thank you, Allison. Thanks for your and Save the Bay's work. All right, back to the council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. And thank you, staff, for all the work that I know went into this plan. I have just one question. Will the facilities being built with Measure T dollars, like Fire Station 37, incorporate the green stormwater infrastructure? Just by design, we're doing that now?
Yes, they will. As Sharon mentioned, as site-specific, they will make sure that they follow all the regulations regarding retaining the stormwater.
And what will that look like? So aesthetically, what will it look like?
It will probably look, and I'll ask Mike to chime in, but on the left, the low-impact development projects, it'll probably look similar to that. I mean, it could be a very different design, but we're not going to, as Fire Station 37, for example, we're not going to do a stormwater retention basin to capture the region's water in the back. The site's just not big enough. We'll just do things like on the left-hand side to make sure that the stormwater that comes from the site gets infiltrated into the ground.
Okay, and then who does the maintenance for that?
So we, for most city facilities, it's Parks and Recreation on the so for the fire stations and libraries, and obviously the community centers and parks, that is, to my understanding, the contract that Parks and Rec has for the small parks. And so what we do when we move forward with a new fire station or a community center, and we work with the budget office on getting the additional operation and maintenance money that for the firefighters, as well as the electricity for the building. There's also a place in that worksheet we fill out for the landscaping maintenance, and we would make sure to include whatever they need for that in that budget request.
Okay. And are there any plans to kind of redo the landscaping in all those areas that you just mentioned, community centers, libraries, where we already have a maintenance contract?
It's something we'll evaluate as we move forward, and we'll have to look at the cost benefits and the return on investments. And for example, we could go back to all of our city facilities and renovate all the landscaping around them. But the better return on investment could be investing that in one big green street or one big regional project. I do want to mention that, I don't know how far back it goes, but for example, the community centers we renovated as part of Measure P in the early 2000s, we do have stormwater, infiltration areas in those as well, but the technology and I would say the way of delivering those projects has evolved over time to be a little more maintenance friendly and efficient.
Okay, thank you. I would like to move the memo that I signed with the mayor and Councilmember Perales, as well as Councilmember Camus's memo.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, so I actually wanted staff to speak a little bit more so that when the community can understand a little bit more that this is far from a final site selection process. There's been a lot of confusion in neighborhood association meetings, in the Parks Commission about what this project really is. And so could you go over that and just make it very clear?
I'll give it a shot, and then Sharon can help me out if I say anything wrong. Correct, Councilmember. As part of this plan, we needed to show that we have some viable potential projects, but there's a lot of caveats throughout the plan that these are potential sites. And as we go forward, these, specifically the 6 regional projects that we've identified in the plan, as we go forward with the community outreach and scoping, if we feel that maybe that isn't the best site, there's another site that we could look at moving forward. Tried to balance in the plan the ability to kind of make sure that we were clearly identifying there were some viable sites, but also including all the caveats that there's a lot of work to do to make those absolute certain sites. And the first tranche of funding that we have is the $25 million in Measure T dollars that we will be making a recommendation to Mayor and City Council on the specific uses of those of that dollars, and is probably going to fund hopefully at least 2 sites. And so that recommendation will be coming forward to you over probably the next 3 to 4 months.
And then again, in the spirit of transparency, I think it's important to stress that some of the designs proposed are ideas and concepts, again, not final designs. And that, for example, like the Tully Ball Fields design, it would be for a fully below ground facility, and it's not even final. So people can infer that I have heard a lot about this project in the community, and so I just wanted to stress that in public discussion. And then I wanted to add that I agree with the memos that were presented. I think this is really going to need to be a joint effort in partnership, not just with the Valley Water, I have to get used to Valley Water, with Valley Water in addition to school districts that own land that abut some of these areas, and that it's an opportunity to beautify and clean up and provide some security to the areas that we're looking at. But my question is also about maintenance costs. That has been brought up a lot in the Parks Commission and in other discussions. Our long-term plan seems to be a little unclear as far as long-term maintenance. Can you go into a little bit more detail about what that would look like and how we would pay for it moving forward?
Thank you. So part of the opportunity for these projects is that, say we did a project at a park, it moves from a park to a park and infrastructure. So the importance of maintenance is increased. And so as we do our budgeting and as noted in the direction, the funding strategies, we're already culling together information on about how much do we think it will cost to maintain these. And as Matt indicated in how we budget to maintain landscaping at fire stations, we'll do that in a similar fashion for any of this infrastructure. So if we did a project at a park, it would have a maintenance budget associated with it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kemmis?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for including my memo. I know we got into this situation because we were looking at the Baykeepers lawsuit settlement that we're trying to measure the fecal matter coming into the streams. And one of my concerns in doing this memo is to basically make sure we're getting the biggest bang for our buck and making sure that we settle this this lawsuit. But I am worried that we may be, I mean, some of the price tags that we're seeing in this memo go all the way up to $2 billion. And a lot of it rips up parks and requires us to do long-term maintenance of bioswales and things like that. So I am concerned about some of the long-term maintenance needs. And then in the end, I'm hoping that I'm actually, in the end, I'm concerned that we will still not have addressed the fecal matter issue that put us into this predicament to begin with. This is one of the reasons why, and I really want to thank your staff and Matt Kano for meeting with me to discuss my concerns and help me kind of draw out some of the questions that I really I'm concerned about. So let me start by asking, you know, we're choosing to build some of these projects in parks instead of parking lots, and I'm a little concerned about that. There's a lot of work that's being done on porous, what do they call that, asphalt stuff? Pervious. Thank you, Mayor. And I'm also, you know, thinking that we should be looking at these bioswales on the on-ramps and off-ramps onto our highways, where, you know, we can kind of kill two birds with one stone. We have that land mass there. It's kind of leveled down to begin with in many cases, and if you put rocks, we probably won't get homeless encampments as much either. So I'm hoping that we consider those as well. I think it would be a win-win-win. Carrie, any comment on that?
Well, I don't want to kill any birds. So let alone two. So you recall that we have, there's the consent decree, and there's only two parts that we added into the plan that are because of the consent decree. The plan is required, and green infrastructure is required as part of our permit. So we have to do the bulk of this anyway. And so, Sharon, what are the two things that we added in?
The two things added are the fecal indicator bacteria, the bacteria reduction standard, as well as a schedule, the 2050 target.
Yeah, and again, I know that we're also required to reduce the.
Yeah, well,
I hate talking about fecal matter all the time, but that's what it calls out.
Got a job for you at the wastewater facility. But imagine how our community will be if 400,000 people, additional residents, move here, and we don't do something to change the way runoff enters our waterways. They really won't be an asset that the community wants to spend a lot of time around. So I think to be the San Jose we want to be, we need to do something, and I think everybody kind of recognizes that. The quandary is around the dollar value and sort of the when and the where. And we're all confident that through an engagement process and through making recommendations that make sound financial sense, as well as aesthetically pleasing and recreationally beneficial to the community, that we can create those dual benefits or multi-benefit facilities in a cost-effective way. Will we get to the FIB number that we need to? You know, we're going to try. I don't know either, but I think regardless, these projects will result in environmental benefit.
I realize that the projects result in environmental benefit. I'm not disagreeing with you in any way here, and a lot of them are intriguing and I think are very doable. I just want to make sure we don't get sued again, and that's my goal here is to not put the city in more legal hardship. So I want to work on things that will fix the lawsuits, comply with the settlement, before we go and do some of the other stuff that are, I would say, nicer to haves, but not court mandated.
Yeah. No, thank you. And we're all working closely with consent decree partners and looking to ensure that we're seeing things the same way along the process. So we'll continue that collaboration so that we don't do something we think makes sense and then there's disagreement on it.
Yeah, and since you do run the sewer plant, the treatment plant, you know, a lot of cities actually, and this is part of my memo, a lot of cities actually do their stormwater runoff directly into the sewer treatment plant, and I think that would be very, in my humble and uneducated opinion, it might be the fastest way to help the situation, fastest and most efficient way.
And our team is working on where that might make sense.
Yeah.
And then also pulling together the associated costs that might have, so that we can understand where that might make sense.
Yeah,
so that is part of the evaluation Matt and his team are looking at.
Thank you. And I have, you know, like there's, you know, you did put up these nice pictures of these bioswells, but I have pictures of my own of what happens to bioswells if they're not maintained, and I don't know if John could bring them up. But whenever we do a contract, we have to, whenever we have to do these things, we have to make sure that somebody's going to be maintaining them. And it's not just, you know, we plant the plants and forget about it, because it's something like, well when John puts this up, you know, something like this used to look this, this is the before and after picture, you know, the nice plants, and then all of a sudden we have rocks that don't look as nice, and nobody's maintaining it. And same with this tree that right next to it was a bioswell, and nobody really maintained it. And so whatever plan that we're doing, and I want to make sure that all the departments that are tasked, let's say it's DOT, let's say it's Parks Department, we don't just plant the things and say, okay, you know, the plants are on their own. They have to be maintained.
Yep, and we completely agree with that. We need the infrastructure to be fully functional as designed. And you know, when we first started implementing these projects, you know, since then we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot about the type of plants that work, the type of arrangements that work, and which are more readily maintainable, and which were just way more troubling. You know, the plants were easy to put in, but boy, it's a lot of work keeping them looking beautiful. And so the departments had been working together to come up with some best practices, and with a lot of input from transportation and other departments that are maintaining property, saying, hey, which style works for you guys better? Because that's really important to keep down the maintenance costs as well. So we're looking at that. I don't think we have it perfected, but we're working in that direction. Matt, anything to add?
No, it's great. And as we bring specific project proposals forward, and the first ones will be with the 25 million Measure T, as part of the feasibility analysis, we'll really study that in depth and be able to report to you kind of how we're going to be able to maintain it as we're asking for your approval to construct it.
And I have one last question, and I'm throwing all these things at you because I think we should be considering all these things since we're considering all the other things. The sites that you're picking as far as parks are concerned, and if we're planning on taking up grass and putting in these water retention things, could you prioritize the ones that are closest to the purple pipeline, so that if we're going to do this, that we can use the recycled water to maintain the rest of the park so that it could look nicer too? Is that something that you could potentially prioritize?
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely weave that discussion into, or leave that comment into our analysis as we move forward and look at whether it makes sense from just an engineering standpoint to to have it close to Purple Pipe. Off the top of my head, I guess there'd be pros and cons, but we can take that comment back, and think about it and talk about it with the team and report back when we report back.
Yeah, I mean, we want to have beautiful parks after you're done,
Yes.
and that's my goal. Anyway, I really, Carrie and I want the whole staff did a great job coming into my office and explaining these things to me in depth, and I really appreciate their time. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to echo that. Thanks, Carrie and Sharon and Matt and John Risto and all the DOT team as well. I also want to thank Rita Norton, League of Women Voters, and Allison and Save the Bay for your advocacy and also your insights and advice, because we'll need a lot of input here as we look to implement this plan with scarce resources. We all know that we would love to do all these things and more if we could find the resources to do it, and we're going to need a lot of help to find those resources. So I want to talk for a moment just about grants. Is there a way in which we can communicate sort of transparency with folks in the advocacy community and public about first understanding better about when we're applying for grants, and they understand what we're doing, but also what our decision-making criteria might be? Is there a way in which we can make that communication happen in a way that's clear without being too burdensome?
I'm confident we can figure that out.
Okay. All right. Open to any. Yeah, I guess part of it, I know also, these regional boards and the criteria that they establish for the grants are important. And where those criteria emphasize GSI, then obviously that would help us as we attempt to get those resources. And I often really don't know much about when the board openings are there or not, and how can we ensure we've got representation. And so maybe it would be helpful also just to include council members in that communication, but just how can we continue to drive everybody toward this goal of getting the resources we want to achieve these goals. Anyway, I see you nodding, Carrie, so I'll take that as an affirmative yes, and we'll figure it out. So thank you. All right, I don't have any other cards.
I just had one question.
Councilmember Prowse?
Sorry, just one quick question. I was curious in regards to the prioritization of the green streets. How are we going to go about prioritizing them? And then just kind of a tickler that I think, another potential opportunity for discussion on equity as we're looking at all the different ways that we can plug it in.
I think we'd have to follow up with you, I think, as part of their June report back on how to prioritize specific green streets. And we haven't, looking at Matthew or Mike, and we're not ready to answer that question yet. And sorry, your second question was about equity.
It was saying that this is kind of a plug or an opportunity to write to another place where we can kind of plug in that equity discussion.
Yeah, so we'll have to follow up with you with the specifics.
And then timeline on that?
Well, the direction we're receiving today is report back by June to T&E, and so as part of that report back or sooner, we probably won't in that June report back saying here's the exact green streets that will be done over the next 30 years, but we would have a lot more discussion available about how we would prioritize green streets and about how much of the street network we think we would need to use to accomplish this. And so the June report back would be the time.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Councilmember Diep?
Thanks, Mayor. So Councilmember Camas kind of touched on it, but I was curious, since this is a kind of a joint venture where between ESD and Parks and Public Works, when we actually install it and we have the green infrastructure there to capture the rainwater and filter and all that, which department would be, I guess, responsible in terms of putting resources and staff time towards maintaining it?
That's to be determined a little bit. Right now, the thinking is it's likely be whichever department already controls that property. So if it's a green street, it would probably be transportation. If it's on a park, it would probably be PRNS. But doesn't have to be the case. If it's for example, one we're looking at possibly doing is River Oaks Pump Station in North San Jose, or the River Oaks site just north of River Oaks Park in North San Jose. Currently, DOT currently controls that site. We haven't really come up with a staff recommendation yet on who would maintain it in the future. So I would say it depends moving forward, but we would have that discussion as part of the identification of the O&M money for that project.
Okay. I mean, I'm hearing some stuff from park advocates and kind of pushback on that side. And as we near a potential recession, we know, just based on past recessions, usually it's the park services, unfortunately, that staff that gets, rolled back in resources first. As we move forward with this, and if it's on parkland and we turn the corner in a bad economy, that's just kind of an obstacle to keep an eye out for. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question, and I'm glad you're up here, Matt, because I think you probably know exactly what I'm talking about, but it's Raleigh Linear Green in South San Jose. I think you were probably in the Parks Department when some of that
Yes.
got built out. Yeah. So would that be considered a regional project? I'm trying to understand even what that's called. Is that a bioswale of sorts?
Yeah, so Raleigh Linear Green, so when we developed the 17 acres worth of turnkey parks associated with the old IBM Hitachi site, the developer asked if we could take water from that whole development area, including the private development, and filter it into the park, and so it didn't go into the creeks and rivers, and so we agreed because as part of that deal, they contributed well above and beyond what their parkland dedication requirement was, and so that was part of the agreement. So that is an example of, maybe the only example I can think of a park in San Jose that actually collects stormwater from private property. Raleigh Linear Green, as well as the outfield of Ramick Park, which is right next to it. And so yes, that's as Carrie mentioned, we've learned a lot of lessons over time. I remember being in a room specifically with the consultant looking at a really pretty green picture of what Raleigh Linear Green would look like 90% of the year. And I've drove by there frequently, and it doesn't look like that, if ever. And so that is an example of a project that it may be serving the stormwater purpose, but it's not serving the recreational purpose we intended. It's a lesson we've learned, and it's something we need to make sure as we move any projects forward, we do enough feasibility analysis to prove to ourselves and then prove to you that won't happen again.
Okay, and so the intention of that was actually obviously the capture the water, but and filter the water, but in addition to serve as essentially park space, parkland for the residents, right?
Correct. That was the intent.
And as you all know, it's not used that way, and so and I appreciate the fact that it's lessons learned, and I think it's very important going forward, looking at how the parkland as it relates to the green infrastructure and everything else that we're trying to do, to the extent it complements each other, I think that's great. But I can't help it, because I get asked all the time about it, like, what'd you guys do out there? You can't even use that space. It just sits there. And so it seems to me, we're rethinking the way that project, took place and such. But I don't know. And I know we haven't talked about this, but I'm not quite sure what to tell the residents, right? It's just, in effect, the folks paid the fees and they did what they were, obligated to do, I'm sure. And so now it just sits there. Certainly it serves that purpose, but I feel like, and you probably agree that we missed an opportunity to really capture some parkland. And I'm wondering if there's a way forward. I guess is my point.
On Raleigh Linear Green specifically, I can work offline with Nicole and PRNS and the team, and since I was very involved in that deal, to get you some speaking points back, because I think what we can show is that the developer went way above and beyond on their parkland obligation, and so I think I can help kind of explain the history on that. And so I'll work with PRNS to get something to you on that specific. I think moving forward, if, as an example, the softball field at Ramick Park is also intended to help filter stormwater, and I think it's working much better. I saw it this weekend, and it's nice and green, and it wasn't too wet. I know it hasn't rained in a while, and so that's an example of something that was built around the same time that is working as intended.
Okay. And the broader reason I ask these questions is just my concern that if folks are paying fees towards parks and they're being utilized for something else and we're actually not getting a park out of it, that's my.
I think we can show that the numbers that they fulfilled their parkland obligation satisfactorily there, but I'll work offline with PRNS on that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, any other questions? Not, then let's vote. Thanks, everybody. But don't go anywhere because we're going forward with 7.2, which is the stormwater permit annual report. Is there a presentation on this one, Carrie?
There is. Okay.
Thank you. So we'll now just talk a little bit about our annual permit that we submit. So the GSI plan is one part of that. This is sort of the rest of the part of it, which has significant efforts from departments across the city.
The city is required to operate its storm sewer system under the regulation of a municipal regional stormwater NPDES permit, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. And this is issued by the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. And the city is one of many jurisdictions that are regulated under this municipal regional permit throughout the Bay Area. The Federal Clean Water Act requires all cities' stormwater discharges to be regulated under such a permit. The permit requires us to develop programs, activities, policies that all lead to reducing pollutants discharged to surface waters of the state. So the permit includes 15 key provisions with a wide range of requirements addressing a broad scope of pollutants. They're all listed here. These key provisions are listed here. And the requirements include reducing pollutants to storm drains that result from routine municipal operations, ensuring appropriate site design and treatment measures to manage stormwater from new and redevelopment project sites. It requires inspections of various kinds, including construction sites and industrial and commercial facilities that could potentially contribute pollutants to the storm sewer system and our creeks in the bay. Prohibition, detection, control, and elimination of illicit or illegal discharges, as well as implementation of control measures for a variety of pollutants that include PCBs, pesticides, mercury, and trash, just to name some. Requirement of the permit is for the city to submit an annual report each year certifying implementation of compliance with the stormwater permit and just reporting on our progress. The actions required by the permit are, like as I mentioned, are wide-ranging, and they involve multiple city operations and city departments, as well as the activities of our residents and businesses. There is an extensive amount of interdepartmental collaboration, including environmental services, public works, planning, building, code enforcement, transportation, parks, recreation, and neighborhood services, housing, and even the airport. I mean, the city attorney's office, the list is long. Permit implementation also includes partnerships with outside groups and agencies. We do a lot of work with our community creek cleanup partners, as well as agencies like Valley Water. So I want to briefly highlight some of the key accomplishments for this past year, for 18-19. These include development of the city's first green stormwater infrastructure plan, which you just heard about, as well as achievement of a 96.8% trash load reduction goal, and this exceeds the mandatory permit requirement to achieve an 80% trash load reduction goal by July 2019. And this accomplishment represents several city trash control measures, including large trash capture device installations. And you'll see pictures on this slide describing the various activities that I'll be talking about. But the installation of these trash control devices, it helps intercept trash that would otherwise enter the storm sewer system and reach our waterways. And this represents collaborative work between Public Works and ESD. And since 2011, 27 of these systems have been installed. And 46% of the trash load reduction that I mentioned results from that effort alone. We also have a direct discharge trash control program, which again represents a multi-department effort to reduce the impact of trash on creek from encampments. And this is an effort that's implemented by the Housing Department, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, and ESD. Creek cleanups, we work with the partners that I mentioned earlier. A lot of work being done with Keep Coyote Creek Beautiful, as well as South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition. And the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy has also supported those efforts. And then finally, the other element of the trash reduction is source controls, the city's ongoing ordinance actions for single-use bags and foam foodware. So that represents a huge level of effort by multiple departments. The third item I wanted to highlight as a key accomplishment is the work done in collaboration with with planning, building, and code enforcement to implement a PCBs in building demolition program. And this is essentially a screening process that has been added for projects that involve demolition. So they'll fill out a screening form. And that was another permit requirement with a deadline for launch in July of 2019. So these are just a few of the highlights of the massive amount of work that the city does on an ongoing basis to comply with the stormwater permit. And these, among other things, are highlighted in the stormwater permit annual report before you. So our recommendation is to approve a resolution authorizing certification and submittal of the 2018-2019 stormwater permit annual report to the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board by September 30th, 2019, in conformance with the Municipal Regional Stormwater National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit requirements pursuant to the Federal Clean Water Act. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Sharon. We have no cards from the public. Any questions from council? No. Right. Let's vote. Thank you. All right, finally, the last item on the afternoon agenda is 8.2, which is the response to Santa Clara County Civil Grand Jury Report entitled Improving San Jose Police Department's 911-311 call answering times. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Joy McDonald, Communications Manager for the Police Department. We'd like to start off by thanking the Civil Grand Jury for their determination in helping our 911 center. Putting this report together required significant work involving many interviews, substantial documentation review, statistical analysis, and follow-up correspondence. We're very appreciative of their time and effort. The Civil Grand Jury report includes 4 findings with 7 associated recommendations. Several of the findings are in line with the findings in the City Auditor's 911 and 311 report from January of 2019. And as a result, many of the Civil Grand Jury recommendations are already underway. The 4 findings are, for the first, that utilizing chronically understaffed, highly trained emergency personnel to answer non-emergency and track calls is inefficient. The second is that communications is chronically understaffed due to ineffective recruiting practices, lengthy hiring times, staffing vacancies, and salaries that are lower than other local PSAPs. The third is that communications personnel are civilian employees and they often perceive their positions as less valued than sworn. And fourth, that most other PSAPs in Santa Clara County use the South Bay Regional Training Center for their initial training versus where we provide most of ours in-house. The recommendations are as follows. The first recommendation is that the city should remove non-emergency call taking and track responsibilities from police communications while maintaining the authorized headcount. 2, develop a recruitment plan for San Jose PD communication positions dedicated to outreach and recruitment. The plan should review the salaries of local PSAPs for competitiveness and focus on creative solutions already in place at other agencies. 3, examine the delays associated with the current hiring process and develop a strategy to reduce the time frame from application to hire date. The fourth was develop a strategy to overhire to address the historic vacancy and high attrition rates and in anticipation of retirements and future vacancies that are known. Fifth was recognize external post-certified training programs to increase the recruiting pool of potential new hires. The sixth was that the city should conduct an employee survey of communications personnel with a commitment to discuss results with them. And the last was develop alternative training strategies to include the use of other available training resources. We are in agreement with most of the recommendations with some of the following exceptions. On recommendation number 1, we agree that transferring track responsibilities would be a good idea, but it may be a change in work duties and subject to meet and confer, which the department will continue to investigate. For the 5th recommendation, which was regarding the post certifications, recognizing external post-certified training, increasing the recruiting pool. The post-certification really doesn't have any bearing on the applicant pool. Candidates with no certificate or a certificate but no experience, or a lateral, which would be a person who has job experience and a certificate, still need to attend our basic dispatch academy. They learn the department-specific skill sets needed in that academy. The only advantage would be possibly reducing the academy from 8 weeks to 5 weeks for those who have a certificate, and we only have a very few and far between of those apply. But the training staff would still need to hold that full 8-week session for students who do not have certificates. For those who did have it, they could graduate early, but having multiple graduation dates for 2 different academies creates problems for the floor training as it affects the various rotations that we have going on out in the control room. There aren't enough personnel to do that sort of rotational training. And the last is that it would have the last disagreement with recommendation 5 was that we would have to overhaul our academy curriculum, and it would potentially affect some of the post material that we provide that has been expanded to include San Jose specific instruction. The last one is recommendation 7, which was the use of other available training resources in addition to the in-house San Jose training, such as South Bay Regional Communication or Public Safety Consortium. The department believes that the benefits of having our own training program, which focuses again on San Jose-centric material, outweighs the use of a generic regional training resource. And that concludes our brief presentation, and Deputy Chief Bustillos and myself are open for questions. Thank you.
Chief Bustillos, did you want to add anything?
No, I think she adequately covered it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Joey. All right. We have one member of the community like to speak, Barbara Liberty. As Barbara's coming down, I just want to submit a request, perhaps to the clerk's office. We have these grand jury reports coming to us, and typically the grand jury report itself is not included in the agenda, at least not on iLegislate, and it doesn't look like it's online either. We just get the staff memo. If we could routinely include the grand jury reports, that would be great, so we don't have to search around. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I am a supervising PSD public safety dispatcher with San Jose Police Communications, working the night shift. First of all, I'd like to thank those council and grand jury members who came and did a sit-along and experienced our jobs firsthand. The grand jury report was one of the most accurate reports depicting our current working conditions, and the report gave me hope that light had been shed on our issues. The most important item on the report is the graph that shows we are the lowest paid in the Bay Area, and we are the biggest city doing a backbreaking amount of work due to our extremely low staffing levels. Our employees work 30-plus hours of overtime a month, and the main problem is we cannot retain the employees we train because we lose them to other agencies that pay more, or employees leave because they cannot afford to live here in the Bay Area. I work with a group of very hard-working and dedicated employees that take a lot of pride in their work. We are first responders for fire and police, and we have a direct hand in saving the lives of the citizens of San Jose, and the lives we save one day could be yours or someone you love. We handle over 1 million emergency calls a year, and the training and experience we have is priceless. Our police dispatchers and fire dispatchers give life-saving instructions over the phone and create thousands of police calls for service. The training each dispatcher receives places us in a professional classification, and the 911 Saves Act, introduced by Representative Norma Torres, classifies as dispatchers as first responders. This act has been passed by Congress and is currently in review by the House of Representatives. San Jose Communications needs a competitive base salary that will attract and most of all retain our expertly trained professional first responders. Our overtime levels are not sustainable in this stressful occupation. Our training unit and training program spends many, many months of training on one dispatcher only to lose them after they've become a viable dispatcher. Additionally, please consider incentive pay for post-certificate certifications that match our police officers. This will greatly help reward our tenured dispatchers for staying and provide longevity incentive goals for our newer dispatchers. I am proud of the resilient, hardworking individuals I work with, and please show them that you are too. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I'm sorry, and Jennifer Horn?
Hi, Jennifer Hearn, also supervising public safety dispatcher with San Jose Communications. Pretty much ditto what Barbara just said. There's a lot of questions and standards being talked about and recruiting being talked about in the survey, but the bottom line is we're not competitive. And if we're not competitive, we could recruit all we want. We're not going to get the people that we need. We have a 9-step pay process. It takes 9 years to get to top step. All other agencies are 5. We've been short-staffed for 10 plus years. We've been working these hours. We're mandated to work, like she said, 30 to 40 hours a month. That's an extra week a month that we have to work. Mandatory. We don't get an option. Most of those end up being a 14-and-a-half-hour day. When somebody calls for an emergency, we don't necessarily want that person on their 13th hour answering your call. The physical and mental exhaustion is taking its toll on your employees, which is also creating a detriment to the public safety. It takes 12 to 18 months to train. Our trainers are paid only 5%, averages out to about $1 an hour. Those standards make recruiting and keeping employees incredibly difficult when they can work less for more right down the street. So please take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank Ms. Liberty and Ms. Horn and all the hardworking members of the communications team, dispatchers, who work every day to serve our residents during their times of greatest distress. I just wanted to ask first, really the issue, I think the elephant in the room here is our large number of vacancies, the fact we've got overworked staff, and we're having a hard time recruiting and retaining. So on page 14 of the grand jury report describes starting salary. I know that's not usually the basis for salary comparisons that we use. But certainly starting salary, as was described by, I think, Ms. Horn, puts us clearly in last among that cohort of cities. These are largely suburban towns in Santa Clara County. Our response to the report says that we're 96% in market, which would suggest that we're considerably better than this.
And I don't know if that's because we don't think starting salary is accurate basis for comparison, or we're using a different universe of cities, or some combination of the two. Could you help maybe clarify sort of what's
we have
driving
Allison.
the discrepancy?
Yeah, we think we have Allison Suggs from
Okay.
Employee Relations that can help.
Thanks, Allison.
Good afternoon, Allison Suggs from the Office of Employee Relations. Thank you for your question, Mayor. You're correct. We don't conventionally survey the market cities against which we survey. At the entry level, our survey was conducted at top step of salary. It was also inclusive of certain pays that all dispatchers are in receipt of. And one other thing to note was it didn't appear to me that the grand jury's report was inclusive of the ongoing 5% reduction, or excuse me, ongoing 5% pay that employees receive. So I believe that the dollar value that they were providing was a little bit short relative to what we were including with that 5%.
I assume we were talking to grand jury often calls me when there's some issue I'm involved in. Was Employee Relations talking to the grand jury about this data at all?
I personally wasn't involved in that, but to my understanding, our office was contacted, and I believe that they were in receipt of the survey that we produced that was inclusive of the 5%. One other thing that I would note is they were utilizing the trainee classification for purposes of their survey, which people do not remain in for long when they were looking at entry-level salaries.
How long are folks in the training classification?
Joey, please correct me if I'm wrong, but up to 6 months?
No, it can actually vary for longer. It depends on if they progress through their training quickly enough on the desk, and then they turn around and attend the radio academy. That's when they promote from PSRD trainee to PSRD. So it can be, we try to keep it under a year. That's probably the longest they would be in that classification.
Yeah. Okay. Do we use the same universe of cities in our classification or our salary comparisons?
No, Mayor, we do not. We are contractually agreed between the city's bargaining unit agreement with MEF, the union that represents dispatchers, to utilize a specific survey or salary universe survey.
That's with larger cities, is it?
It's
larger jurisdictions.
In similar jurisdictions, but some of them are larger, yes, and it's contained in the contract. And
okay. So I guess I understand there's a lot of different ways to cut the numbers. And depending on perspective, we're a little below average or significantly below average. But we have a significant number of vacancies. I think it was about 15 at last count. And we've struggled mightily to try to reduce that number without an enormous amount of success. And I'm just want to know sort of what's our strategy going forward, because regardless of the pay, we know everybody is working incredibly hard in this team, and we need to get more people there. So what's our strategy for addressing the vacancies?
Deputy Chief Bustillos oversee the recruiting process, or at least my staff does. The analogy I'm going to draw is I took over in 2016. The academy prior to my taking over of Sworn was 7 officers. Since that time, we filled every academy with 50 plus. The only difference being the contract issues that were, quote, fixed. I'm the 4th deputy chief in 10 years. This is probably my greatest failure in law enforcement, is to be able to get my staff fully staffed. We will continue to recruit aggressively. We've had our biggest class in this last go around. But honestly, until the pay is fixed, we're in a black hole. I mean, I'm asking my staff 30 hours a month. I see them regularly 16 hours a day. It's rough. And until the pay is up and we get the staff that wants to stay, it's not going to change. I'd love to give you a positive strategy, but that's where we're at.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm Jennifer McGuire, Assistant City Manager. There is a annual recruitment report on police sworn and dispatcher hiring going to the Public Safety Finance and Strategic Support Committee this month. It's scheduled for September 19th, and it will give you, I've seen a draft of it. It will give some perspective and context on their hiring and the additional efforts that the police department has been doing, because I know that their intake of applicants based on new strategies they've been doing is much better than they have. It's just getting all the way through, and so we have some questions out, and hopefully they'll be answered in the report. But there'll be a more in-depth discussion about the recruiting efforts coming to committee shortly. And so that report, it will be released on September 12th and heard on the 19th. So I just want to let you know, because that is an annual report we will look at.
Okay, thank you. And Jennifer, Allison, or anybody wants to answer this, I know we've had at least one, if not two efforts, either through reclassification or outside the standard bargaining process to try to boost pay. Can you remind me what we have done?
Sorry. In approximately November 2015, the City Council authorized a lump sum payment equivalent to 3% as a retention bonus. We've seen other efforts to address overtime pay and to enhance it relative to others within their bargaining unit, for example.
There's been no reclassification since that time, though?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you all. Councilmember Pross?
Thanks, Mayor. And kind of hit the head, I think, on some of the things that I was thinking about as well. And that was helpful. I think the response to the grand jury's report, talking about the percentage of where we're at in salaries comparison, was a little confusing and wasn't necessarily, I guess, described in the way in the report that you had just described it right now. So it was helpful. And then looking at the grand jury's report, it sort of makes sense. And I don't know if it's possible for staff to get up the screen of the grand jury's report, if it's possible, because I'm going to blabber for a little bit. Maybe we can see if we can get up the grand jury's report, page 14.
It's page 14.
Yeah. So if we could web search and
yeah, John, I can give you my laptop if you want.
I have a printout of it if you want to put it on the thingy.
That works too. Yeah. So I will blabber as that's happening. So I think looking at that, I think one of the things that sort of makes complete sense to me, because we're hearing, we have to sort of get our salary levels right, quote unquote. But I think the challenge is that when you look at, okay, well, we're actually potentially in the middle of the pack here, or maybe we're competitive in salary. But the problem is that we're in a vicious cycle right now, because even if we were to say go to the top salary, my belief would be you still have an issue. Yeah, that's the slide. You still have an issue because, and now granted, I'm not, super familiar with all the other work these dispatchers and call takers are doing in these other cities, but I'd be willing to bet it's nowhere near the workload that our dispatchers and call takers are taking on. And so because we are now so understaffed and overworked, and then I think just in general, and this will be the case, I think, for the future, we're going to have more work, right? We're busier. Because of that, I think even if we were at the top of this, if we were up by Milpitas and Campbell, but yet if you came in and you're super excited because you're like, wow, I'm making great money, but then you sit down and you're still, for the first year, 2 years, however long it takes us to fill those positions, if you're still working 30 plus hours extra, if you're still pulling in all that overtime and you're doing all this work, and in this world of call takers and dispatchers, you're kind of hearing around, right, what the other cities are paying and what their workload is like, that they're spending more time at home with their families because they're not working the overtime, I think you still leave, right? So unfortunately, I think we're in this cycle that at the moment, right, just being competitive is not enough. And I'll describe sort of the picture where we're at. So in the grand jury report, if you were to slide the paper up just a little bit, it actually does describe down there what you were talking about around that they were denoting the trainee pay at $66,830, but that after that it will bump up to $74,214. And then they did mention the 5%. If you can slide it back down to the graph now, sorry. So it is in there in the report. But if you look at the number, the $74,214 still only puts us right in front of Los Altos and Santa Clara County. So our starting pay is still nearly at the bottom. But with the 5%, right, we are essentially in the middle of the pack. And that's where so now it's kind of like, okay, it makes sense in regards to our response on the report. But clearly that's not enough, because that's where we're at today, right? And we are challenged today to fill these positions. More importantly, we're challenged to retain our staff. And so clearly where we're at today, being in the middle of the pack, we can say we're competitive. And I think we can say that looking at the numbers. But what we can't say is that it's working and that it's enough. And somehow we have to figure out how we're going to fill these positions, and it's potentially not just, the salary at the moment, because we need to do it so quick that people come in and their work environment is completely different than what it is today. They're not forced to do the overtime, and the workload is more evenly spread. And in the grand jury, or in our response, the one that intrigued me was sort of speaking to that. Sorry if I go back to my page here. So this was on finding 3, and it talked about sort of the sense of value, or the sense of being less valued, and we talked about kind of polling and trying to see how we might be able to get a sense of that. And I understand we're going to get some of those results back, but this one struck me because I think we're going to have to find some other, besides getting the money there. I think, again, even if we went all the way to the top, we're still gonna struggle for a little bit. And if we don't solve it, then we're probably gonna still be in this cycle. So I think at the same time as we do that, we're gonna have to find these other areas that are gonna make this role more appealing to actually be able to retain these staff. And this one, that's why this one kind of struck me, that the grand jury was sort of, they pulled this out as a finding, right? It was that important enough to them to kind of pull that out to say, the value of the employee really matters. And it's not just the monetary value, but it's sort of the value that they have. And I do personally, I think, sense that because we have an employee group that is located with the police department at the police administration building, but yet not connected necessarily to the staff here at City Hall, like a lot of other staff that are working up here in City Hall, that it's easy to sort of forget that they are their own group of employees. They're not actually that connected, to the police department, that they serve a complementary role, but yet they are their own, right? And that's where I think this finding was sort of pointing out, was that these are non-sworn individuals. And so when contracts go into place, when we talk about things like, hey, we think we've solved the hiring crisis with our police department, and we send that message out to the community, and right, we're rehiring now, we're staffing up, things are looking on the up and up. Meanwhile, the call takers and dispatchers are sort of waving the white flag, like, well, not over here, right? It's, we may be part of this umbrella of the police department, but we're still struggling. And so I think that really just struck me in this regard. And I don't know if the survey is going to come back with some sort of magic solution, right, on how to solve that. But I do think that we need to put our heads together. And I would love to get that feedback. So hopefully the feedback from the call takers and dispatchers is something we can work with. But if not, I think we can't forget this and just, sort of checkbox this and say we did a study, we got some feedback. I think we need to look at that and determine how it is that we're valuing and lifting up these employees with both their salary, but also with just their value as an employee within the city, and their own value aside from being under the umbrella of the police department as call takers and dispatchers.
So Council Member, if I could just, jump in for a second. So I certainly appreciate the comments of yourself and the mayor. And I don't think that we would necessarily disagree with anything you've said, to be honest. I do think with our salary surveys, it tends to kind of look at kind of comparable job duties and compensation level. And as was pointed out, there's certain agencies we compare ourselves to, and that's all kind of contractual. I do think those salary surveys, do fall short when it comes to activity level. And it's dispatchers, I can name actually a handful where it's really prominent, where the activity levels that our staff have to work under are significantly different than other agencies. And you guys have heard me talk about, how do we counter that offer? And I ask and tell employees, well, do you want to work in the big leagues or the minor leagues? I think in this particular area, that also falls short, given, kind of the demands that our workforce are put under at times. And certainly it can get to a point of, whether they're feeling valued by, our actions. So I think there is a lot more discussion needs to happen. Jennifer mentioned the report coming forward. I think that we do need to kind of fold in kind of some of these other kind of less tangible issues into that discussion. Absolutely.
Thank you, Dave. And you sort of brought a thought to mind, because we certainly have this issue in other departments, specifically looking at planning and maybe having inspectors, right, or lacking some staff in other areas, where the burden falls on the staff that are here. But the major difference that I see is that when we have an issue, for instance, in planning, in an inspector, a project will just wait. It's forced to. And now what we do is we hear from developers that are pissed off because the projects, right, are sitting in the pipeline and waiting. The difference is that emergencies don't wait, and we can't just put people on the back burner with 911 calls and say we'll get to you tomorrow, right? And so and what we do then is we require our staff to work overtime. We say somebody needs to be there to pick up the call. But again, the difference is is that somebody doesn't have to get there today to go and inspect the electrical, right, in a new development. We may just say, we'll get to you tomorrow, right? And so I think that's just kind of, I just sort of recognizing that right now, that a major difference that we have with that connotation of, right, hey, you're going to have a lot of work. This is the big leagues. This is, right? And I appreciate you saying that, in certain circumstances like this, that doesn't always work, right? And so...
and if I could, I think, yes, on the flip side, you've seen, and it's a slippery slope for us, some of the solutions that we brought forward, including next week on the planners, are funded outside the general fund. And obviously the slippery slope part of this is kind of examining things by fund, but the fact is in some of these other funds, we can afford it. And when it comes to the general fund, you understand the dynamic with that. So a complicated subject for sure.
Yeah, but I do think that, we have been sort of banging our heads on this one for a number of years now. We fortunately, right, were able to negotiate our way through a resolution to begin rebuilding the police department, and that was no easy task, but we got there, right? This one is still lingered, and I think that, we can't let that linger much longer, because it is something that our community members are recognizing. I can't tell you, how many times I get people complaining because of the length of time that they've waited on a 311 call. I've been there myself, only a few times that I've had to call, and recognize the challenges there. And I know that we've got other solutions, right, for that working, which are good, and hopefully they do work. I think yet to be seen. But even the 911 calls, right? The number of times people will complain to say how long it's actually taken in calling in for an emergency, an actual emergency. So, this is kind of at the core of what we need to be able to provide to our community members, and I think we need to find a solution here. The grand jury report, right, and our own audit and stuff, we're setting up the right tools and pathway to get there. We're looking at the problem. We're not denying that there's a problem, but what I don't see is the same sophisticated solution to kind of determine, or even a light at the end of the tunnel. And if I don't see it, I know our employees don't see it, and they're sitting there going, so when are we gonna resolve this? So I think we need to figure that out, and as soon as we figure it out and begin to see that light, message that to our employees and say that here is the solution. We have a solution, I don't envy this task, and I'm not trying to pretend that we're just up here dictating it, because we should be part of the solution ourselves in trying to determine how to do that. And if it takes, again, the tough decisions within the general fund, right, that as you were pointing out, Dave, we don't have any other funds for this, then those are decisions that we need to make come budget season.
Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. I'm also part of the Public Safety Committee, and so I was able to hear this previous to today, and so I'm not surprised that these were the results from the grand jury, and I've got to say that this is a female-dominated area, right? The chances are they're like 99% females, correct? Right?
Yes.
Yes. And these women are asked to work 16-hour days, which is a loss to their family, to their children. That means that they're accruing childcare costs, right? Or transportation costs for their children, or just to meet their daily needs for their own respective families. And we're not compensating them for it. Not only are we not compensating them, but we're demanding indirectly for them to work these hours because we need them and because the work is so important. And like the council member just said, this is not a project that we can just say, well, we'll just leave it for later because we just don't have enough funds. And so I think it's about time, and I'm glad that, Jennifer, you mentioned that this is going to come back to public safety, but I think the discussion needs to be here at council, and the decision needs to be made about prioritizing these group of first responders, because they really are saving lives. Not only are they saving lives, they're really just holding down the fort for us in the meantime, and making a lot of sacrifices in their own lives to do that. So I think the way that we repay that is to take a look at compensation. I am not satisfied even with the explanation that you had, council member, about being kind of in the middle with that 5%. That's still just not good enough. I think we should be at a top level, and we should be able to compensate our first responders the same way, whether they're sworn or not unsworn, the same way, because they're all saving lives. Thank you.
All right. I think these are conversations, obviously, that we often have in closed session. But I think staff's aware that there's a desire here to see whether it's a reclassification, some kind of action that will enable us to be able to hire the workforce we critically need. So I look forward to taking these conversations offline in the hope that we can all get there together. Okay, any other comments?
I'll move to approve the report.
All right, let's vote on Councilmember Peralez's motion. Thank you for the report.
I didn't hear the second on that.
Councilmember Arenas. All right, that passes unanimously. We are on to open forum. I have several members of the community who wanted to speak in open forum, but I suspect they're not all here. They may not have waited this long. Kenneth No, followed by Gordon Wong. Mosan Karini, please come down if I call your name. Ray Perez. I see Ray. Ray, come on down. Someone with no name about the cement barrier structure. And Tim Zadell. Please.
Welcome. If I've called your name, please come down. Welcome.
Thank you for giving me time to talk to you guys. I am going through some issues related to my property, and I've
Are you
gone
Mr.
across-
Carini?
I'm sorry?
Are you Mr. Carini?
Yes,
Okay.
Carini.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Been looking at the articles, 3 Bay Area mayors, including Liccardo, discuss crippling housing crisis. San Jose Mayor Liccardo on housing and suburban resistance to building more. Bay Area housing crisis hit home for San Jose Council, Raul, yourself, and San Jose housing shortage. Just to give you an idea about my situation, I purchased a property 5 years ago, and not knowing the issues that that property had. And so the land is small enough that I cannot build a septic tank. So my only choice is to come here for connection to the city sewage. I've gone through so many people in so many different departments, and I've got letters from going back to 2002 that I could give it to you guys. Mr. Mayor, I have been sending you letters on mail and email since February of 2018. And to date, I haven't got any response from anybody. As recently as 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was told by Francis and Rhonda that you don't have time to talk to me on this issue, but I need to build my house on that property. My next door neighbor is in City Connection. Everybody across the street in City Connection, they feel that I'm trying to develop a land that is not supposed to be developed, and that's not the case. I just want to build a house on it and live there, thereby leaving my house as open for somebody else to come in and live. I need your help.
Thank you, sir. I'm actually looking up your address. Is this the same address of the site where you're trying to build, the one that you listed?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Are you within the city, or are you in the county?
My property is in the county, the next door neighbor is in
I
city,
see.
everybody else is in the city. Sewage line goes in front of my house.
Okay. All right, if you could stay for a moment, sir, I'll actually see if there's somebody who can talk
Thank to
you.
you so
about-
much.
Sure.
Just sit there.
Yeah, if you could just sit down
Thank you
in the
so
back, or perhaps over here. We'll be right with you. Mr. Perez?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, everyone in general. I got 2 topics, but I want to pick the small businesses in San Jose downtown. Most of the, right now, it's at 99% of the businesses in downtown are coming, but the lack of the strategies to attract more businesses inside of the San Jose downtown, it's becoming, it's like a phenomenon, economic phenomenon. Why? Because the economy is up, and we have less, businesses that are closing. We still see Safeway is gone, Walgreens is gone. Half of that is because we don't address, the attraction. We don't have enough magnet in order to bring more businesses in. For example, we don't have movie theaters. How can we come down at San Jose downtown? So the only time, coming back, my mind, almost 3 years ago, the first thing when they come in and they step in downtown was in Christmas time, and this Christmas in the park. It was very sectional time with my family, walking all around old San Jose downtown. And how? It's nothing personal, but the thing is, if you walk around San Jose downtown, I used to live in different cities, not only just San Jose, San Francisco, New York. I've been in Miami, I've been in Vegas, I've been in Seattle, being in Phoenix, yeah, we're missing, something what I like to say to my people. And I say, come down to San Jose downtown, but we don't have enough business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. I'm sorry, are you Mr. Siddell? Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I don't think that the city is adequately considering the cost of ADUs. First, there's the public cost, police, fire, and ambulance. I haven't seen any information that you've ever studied what ADUs do in that regard. I can only go by personal observations in my neighborhood, the 100 or so houses, 6 or 7 blocks where I either directly observe or have friends and neighbors and have a pretty good idea of what's going on. There are 3 houses that have non-family members living in an ADU type situation. And you'd expect, okay, 3 out of 100, but there's 2 families per house, so maybe 6 out of 100 calls, roughly 6% of the police, fire, and ambulance calls should be for those houses. But it's probably closer to 95%, maybe 98%. So I don't know what exactly it is, but the young woman with her baby in her arms coming to my door because her boyfriend's chasing her with a knife out of her ADU next door, or the one on the other side lighting his on fire. But there's an issue there. And when we just allow these, I think you should be fighting the state on the issue rather than going beyond what the state requires and making it even easier for people to get ADUs. There's also costs such as other city services, code compliance. There's a lot more code compliance money going into these houses to deal with these houses where there are ADUs. Then there's the overflowing trash cans, large item pickup. Every 3 months, maybe a year, a tenant moves out and they either put their mattress and half their furniture in the street, or the landlord does it after they leave, often without calling for large item pickup until there's a complaint. And I realize that's probably built into the current contract, but it's certainly going to make the cost go up next time we have to negotiate the contract for the trash and large item pickup removal. And then there's the loss of trees, and I was happy to see the green stormwater presentation earlier today, because every square foot you devote to ADU, and then you've probably got some additional patio space, additional walkways, that's all increasing the cost of dealing with increased runoff because you're reducing the space for water to percolate down into the ground the way it normally would. And we're reducing the trees, so we have less oxygen being produced, and the trees also help with blocking noise. Then there's the private costs. I get real upset when I see emails coming out from the mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Other people went 3 minutes. I used 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah. Thank you very much. It was because 2 minutes came up. Thank you. The meeting's adjourned until this evening. Good evening. Welcome, everybody, to the meeting for the evening of September 10th, 2019. And good evening, all. We are going to start with a couple ceremonial items. First, Vice Mayor Jones will join me at the podium. We're going to present a commendation to Ashvin. Ashvin, are you here? There you are. Come on up here and feel free to bring along any of your proud family members to recognize his efforts in bringing inclusion to the STEM field for K through 12 students in underrepresented communities.
Ashman Hashwar is a senior at Saratoga High School. He loves the idea of using creativity in science and technology and wants to make the experience of designing and building apps educational and fun. Ashman is the founder of No App Maker Left Behind a nonprofit organization focused on fostering early interest in coding, computing, and STEM for underrepresented K through 12 students, exposing them to a new world of opportunities. His after-school workshops using MIT App Inventor has touched over 100 students, and with more than 40 apps being entered into the MIT App Challenge, 4 of his students have even received App Inventor Awards. He is also the founder of a technology venture, Music for Your Eyes, focused on aiding people with hearing impairments, allowing them to experience music visually. He is passionate about performing arts like theater and holds a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo. He is interested in pursuing an education at the intersection of computer science and neuroscience and wants to engineer thoughtful and ethical solutions for generational impact. Ashwin, we are proud of your work that you're doing in our community and for our young people, particularly our young people here in San Jose. I am honored to present you with this commendation on behalf of the City of San Jose and my colleagues on the City Council. We can't wait to see what your future is going to hold. Thank you. All right.
Hi, everyone. First, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mayor Liccardo and Vice Mayor Jones and the City Council members for inviting me here today. It is truly an honor to be receiving this commendation. We all use apps on our phones every day. Early in my school years, I discovered how exciting it was to create an app without knowing a line of code. More importantly, the learning process of building something from scratch was incredibly rewarding. I founded No App Maker Left Behind during my junior year while volunteering to help underserved kids in my community. I crafted an after-school curriculum that would make building apps fun and exciting. But it was only a tool. My ultimate goal was to help these kids bring their natural creativity to the field of computer science, apply critical thinking when designing apps, and develop core problem-solving skills. These critical 21st century skills will set them up for success in whatever they pursue. I'm extremely grateful to Ms. Alithia Ruiz and Mr. Adam Hernandez for believing in my vision and giving me my first opportunity at the Smythe Clubhouse from the Silicon Valley Boys and Girls Club. My first workshop ended on a high note when the first app built by students who had never coded before won the MIT App Inventor of the Month. Most importantly, they declared, "I want to go to college." Inspired, I approached San Jose City Libraries to expand and reach more kids. I'm extremely grateful to Mr. Shifa Kao and Ms. Tiffany Bradford Oldham for encouraging and supporting me and allowing me to partner with their Coding 5K program to promote app development. Lastly, I want to thank my family for standing by me every step of the way in this journey. We have since expanded into more cities within the Bay Area, and I am thankful to my fellow student leaders who share my vision. In the future, I want to expand the reach of the organization to learners from all walks of life, kids, adults, and including senior citizens. I will be conducting my first workshop for adults and seniors starting January at the Berryessa Library. I want no app maker to be left behind and to focus on having a real impact and making a difference where it is needed the most. Thank you.
All right. Just stand right over here, and we're going to take a photo with you. Hi, welcome. Let's be very proud. All right, here we go. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Ashton, we'll be in touch because we may try to recruit you in our 5K coding challenge. You've got, I think they may recruit you to run for president in 2020 too. There's still time. Okay, Councilmember Davis, we're declaring September as Emergency Preparedness Month. I think I saw Ray Reardon a minute ago. He's around. There he is, Ray.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to proclaim September as Emergency Preparedness Month in the city of San Jose. Emergency Preparedness Month is a time to educate people to prepare for, respond to, and mitigate emergencies. This year's national slogan for Emergency Preparedness Month is "Be prepared, not scared." It is a phrase that encourages all to make an emergency plan, gather a supply kit, and get involved in the community to avoid panic in the case of a real emergency. I urge everyone to visit our city's emergency management website. It's on our city website at Emergency Services, and you can learn how to prepare for natural and man-made disasters that are specific to San Jose. And just a side note, one easy and fun thing you can do to build resilience in your neighborhood is to host a block party. Research shows that neighborhoods where more neighbors know each other are more resilient after a disaster. That's why I requested free block party permits citywide again this year, and I thank the mayor for, again, funding that program so you can get a free block party permit and host a block party in your neighborhood. Ray Reardon is the Director of Emergency Management here at the City of San Jose. He was instrumental in the update of the city's emergency operations plan, reactivation of the Emergency Services Council, and the relaunch of the city's Community Emergency Response Team program. It's known as CERT. His ambitious plans include launching the creation of 9 support plans required by the state and federal governments. I invite Ray to accept the proclamation and say a few words.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Mr. Mayor, the rest of the council, I appreciate the recognition of Emergency Preparedness Month and acknowledge the support we've received from the City Council and the City Manager, making it an enterprise priority. The Department of Homeland Security established September as National Emergency Preparedness Month in honor of the events of September 11, 2001. Not only was it a historical event, but it also galvanized the nation to take action and be more prepared and alert. 4 years later, in the Gulf states, the wrath of Hurricane Katrina during results of cleanup in September were because of the Hurricane Katrina that landed in August. Here in the Bay Area, we're coming up to the 30th anniversary of a Loma Prieta earthquake on October 17th. I'm not here to be Donald Downer. Instead, I want to recognize that whether you're at home or away, you need to be aware of the emergencies that can take place, have the resources on hand, and be able to respond individually and collectively. A resilient community relies on the ability of local public agencies, nonprofit partners, and the general public to be ready. The city has taken great strides to improve its readiness through planning, training, and acquiring new tools. We encourage our citizens and our employees to make a plan, store emergency food and water, and stay alert by signing up with the SCC Alert System at sccalert.gov. Participate also in local trainings like CERT and personal emergency preparedness classes. Be ready to help yourself, your family, and your neighbors.
Take a photo here in a minute. All right. I see a lot of guys with blue hats on. Why don't you come on up here? And if you're related to a guy with a blue hat on, or your Councilmember Foley, please join us. This is the Cambrian Park Little League All-Stars. And if any family or if any family or friends would like to join, feel free to join. I think I recognize one family member, former council member, Don Rocha. Welcome back, Don.
Thank you, Mayor. What a wonderful way to start an evening, right? With successful young men and an older successful man who's going off to college, and you're going to do that soon before you even know it. This is really my honor to be presenting this today. The Cambrian Park Little League All-Star Team is a close-knit team of boys who have grown up together and have competed as teammates for years. The coaching staff are dedicated to sportsmanship, teamwork, and keeping the game fun and interesting while striving for excellence. Let's face it, not an easy task with a young group of energetic boys. This team is full of talented players with a commitment to hard work and selfless effort, which are evident when you review their exceptional record. The Cambrian Park 10 Under All-Star team finished their season by winning 14 out of 15 games. Wow, outscoring other teams by a total of 85 points. This team competed in 3 tournaments and ultimately won the NorCal Championship title, the highest achievement for this region's 10 and under Little League division. That deserves a round of applause. I truly couldn't be more excited to congratulate and honor the Cambrian Park Little League and their incredible all-star team and their accomplishments. Mayor, would you please present the coaches and players of the Cambrian Park Little League All-Star team with their well-deserved commendation?
Good evening. My name is Jeff Price. I am the manager and president of the Cambrian Park Little League. I would like to, on behalf of our league, our family, and our kids, thank Councilman Pam Foley and the mayor and all the other council members for honoring this team. We're honored to be here. Thank you very much. I also like to thank John Rocha for helping us and being our #1 supporter, and our coaches, Nate and Matt, and all the boys for their hard work. We're thinking big, and Little League World Series champions in 2021. We hope to be back.
Thank you. So we have a certificate for all of you, boys and coaches too. Do you want to get a picture first? Okay, let's do that. And then we'll go offside and I'll give you a little. No, you gotta be over here. You gotta be over here. You gotta be over here. You're gonna be right in front of the microphone. So we need a couple of rows. There you go. And then look at all your moms and dads. And you know what? Wave at them and say, thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me hand these out to you over here.
Okay. Henry, we got cards. Maybe I could take a quick look. I know that we've got first, we've got 3 items. One's a consent item, and I'd like to call that first since I think that will be the one we'll move through most quickly, if we could. 10.1, the land use consent calendar, which I believe is just that one item. We don't have any cards on that, do we?
I have 5.1 and a bunch on 10.1.
Okay. Great. All right, let's vote on item 10.1, which was moved by Councilmember Davis. Okay. See, we've got a fair amount of public comment for both items that are remaining. So I'm going to call 5.1, the update on the safe parking pilot program first. Let me just ask, Councilmember Esparza, were you expecting a lot of members from the community to come out? Because we can pull it second if you feel like we should wait.
No, we can do it. There was a school board meeting tonight, so
I see.
there's some folks that couldn't go.
Very well.
Come.
Okay, we'll start then with 5.1. Jackie has a presentation.
Great. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jackie Morales-Ferrand. I am the Director of Housing, and joining me today is Reagan Henninger, who's also with the Housing Department, Angel Rios, who's with the City Manager's Office, and our very new attorney just joining us and working in housing is Renee Ortega, who's again with the City Attorney's Office. So today before you, we're going to be talking about our safe parking program for families. We were directed by the NSC committee to come back to the full council with a report on and a recommendation on what to do with the safe parking program that is serving families. And so the housing department did an evaluation, starting with working with Life Moves to obtain information about how the program was performing, and we also obtained information from the families who participated in the program. So that's a brief overview, just to remind you what the Safe Parking Pilot Program was intended to do and when it started. The site that we're specifically talking about tonight is the site that was specifically for families with children under the age of 18. We have the capacity to serve 17 cars or RVs each night. However, during its entire operation, we've never been able to reach the full capacity per night. In order to enter the program, it's by referral only, and we obtained referrals from many places like family shelters, homeless outreach teams that you're familiar with, PATH and Home First, school districts, 5 First, Amigos de Guadalupe, and many others. Participants are screened before they're allowed to enter the program, and since we are serving minors, we were screening for everyone and did not allow registered sex offenders. What makes this program different from the single safe parking programs, and frankly more expensive, is that we are offering intensive case management, and we have private on-site security. We've also provided the case managers with flexible funds, and those funds are really used to help to address the full range of what the family might need in order to help them to reach their goals. And it could be for items such as vehicle registration or repairs, or again, any other kind of assistance that helps them to get back into housing. So in terms of the raw data, who we were able to serve, as you can see, we contacted 689 families to see if they were interested in the program. We enrolled 58, including 107 children. And as you can see, the success rate to date has been that 79% of the families exited out of living into their cars into either shelter or housing. And of course, if they were entering a shelter, then the goal was to keep them into shelters and then move them into housing as well. But the belief was that getting them out of the car as quickly as possible was really one of the major goals of the program. So in terms of success, one of the things that everyone reported back to us was that the program was really flexible in being able to address the range of family needs. Life Moves worked very closely with the families and trying to meet them and understand what their issues and challenges were. For example, a family could participate in the program even if their children were not staying with them every night, or even if they decided they weren't going to park at the site every night. And Life Moves provides a wide range of supports to adults and children. As the table on page 5 of your written report illustrates, families are connected to counseling, school support, legal assistance, benefits enrollment, child care, and many, many other services. Again, the case management plan is individually tailored to the family's needs. The partnership with the Seven Trees Community Center has been very successful. Families have been accessing the library, the teen center, and Life Moves has used the space at the center for case management and even hosting dinners and birthday celebrations for the children. Both library and park staff have told us that they've actually gotten to know the families and have become very connected with them through the on-site programming. But the site also had some challenges, and when we talked to the family, this is really their primary list of what they would like to see in a program. Families wanted to be able to cook for their children, and they also wanted access to laundry facilities. And the families were also concerned that because they had to leave the site in very early morning hours and during the day, there was a challenge of where they would go. And this was especially challenging for us because a significant number of the families that participated had children under the age of 5. The data also illustrates some of the program challenges. Again, as I've stated earlier, the site never reached full capacity, which would have been 17 vehicles. The average nightly participation on the lot is between 4 and 7 vehicles. Since the program began, Life Moves contacted over 700 families about participating in the program, and over 300 were not interested, stating reasons that they preferred to stay or park with friends or family, that the location was inconvenient, or they preferred a different alternative, such as a motel-hotel solution. So our recommendation is that because of the HEAP funds and that we were able to fund a motel voucher program, we believe that funding the program and moving these families into a motel voucher program is the best program to suit their needs. So that's the staff recommendation on what to do with the families. We were then asked or thought, what should we do with the Seven Trees site location for safe parking? And whether it was the best, and the reason we selected the Seven Trees site is that we really felt that it was the best site that we had in order to meet the needs of the families population that we were trying to serve, because it had so many amenities that the families could enjoy. What we're proposing in the memo is we said we should consider Seven Trees for a singles facility, and what we've come to realize is that we really need to evaluate what the needs of the population that we're going to serve, because since we're no longer serving families, and that we really need to look at whether Seven Trees location is the best site to meet those needs, or if there are other sites in the district that would be more appropriate. And then lastly, we think that it's important to coordinate our services with other departments in the city, such as the anti-litter team, parking control, and the police department. And that by bringing a cohesive group of city services, we can address larger community needs. So our recommendation here is that we return to the council for a final site selection within 3 months, and that we do a complete evaluation of the safe parking program by the end of next summer. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Great, thanks, Jackie. We'll go first to members of the community and then come back to council. If you could come down as I call your name, everyone has 2 minutes to speak. Gary Cooper, followed by Jonathan Velasquez, Phil Mastrocola, Ingrid Granados, and Mike Eckert. Welcome, sir.
I've been knowing you a lot of time. I live in Seven Trees, been there 43 years. We got several issues. The RV parking, they're not working out. We got safety issue. We got drag racing down the street. We got safety issue with a lot of trees at night. We got guys prowling around trying to break in cars. The list go on and on. And from Seven Trees, from the community center down to Santa Teresa, Monterey Highway looked like a dump site. I've been very upset. I thank Mike for a lot of stuff. I really ripped into him very hard because I don't live like that. Seven Trees is not a dump site. You look at Evergreen area, it's clean. You look at the community on top of the hill, it's clean. I work in all them areas 44 years. In Evergreen site, when the people complain, they take care of the problem. Seven Trees complain about a lot of issues. We should not get everything dumped on us, couches and tires and batteries and coffee tables at night in the middle of the street. It's a disgrace. I'm very upset, and I'm wondering where's the tax money going, the lighting. I asked for speed bumps, that ain't happened. Asked for cameras, that not happened. Asked for police patrol, that's not happened. We got a serious problem in that area, and it's getting worse. The RVs are moving around, dumping waste at night, dumping stuff in the morning. That's a disgrace. We can't have that in the neighborhood. People parking all up on the lawn and stuff like that. No. What happened to the good, beautified neighborhood when you bought the house, and we got to be consistent keeping that. Abandoned cars, 20, 40, 2 months on the streets. Come on. We got a serious problem in 7 Trees. It's not working out with the parking lot. And I go through the neighborhood a lot, and I complain a lot because we got a serious problem over in that area.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Velasquez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jonathan. I am president of the 7 Trees Neighborhood Association. We initially were approached by the city to ask if we would be okay with implementing this. And with my work, I work for First Five in serving families, right? I recognize the need to have these programs. But when we initially had these discussions, we were told a lot of concessions. And frankly, they haven't been made. What has happened is that there's been a poor implementation of this program. And at this point, the site is no longer safe for families. So it's not just the families that are part of the program, but it's more so the families that we already had in the community. We have 2 schools located on that street. We have another one just down the street. We have the community center and the library. And at this point, it's not so much that the safe parking program is the real issue. It's what's going on the street. It's all the RVs on Los Arboles Street. And that's what the biggest point of contention, because the community sometimes has a hard time differentiating what's part of the program and what isn't. The site doesn't work, right? And that's the biggest issue. So what I propose is that we move the site away from that. The school board is in favor of moving it. They do not like it. Like I said, it's not safe for families. The community doesn't like it. And what really has been the issue is that in this issue of like, what's equitable for the community, we propose hundreds of solutions, what it feels like at this point, of how to kind of improve this site. And none of them have been taken seriously. None of them have been implemented. So at this point, we would like to recommend that we move the site, not get rid of the program, whether it's motel vouchers or something else, but there still needs to be an outlet to support these families. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Michael Eckhart. I just became formerly homeless through the means of Second Street Studios, and excuse my speech impediment. I spent the last 10 years in a motorhome on the streets. In fact, I stayed at 7 Trees.
Sir, I'm sorry, could you pull the microphone a little closer to you? Thank you.
Yes, I can. I stayed at 7 Trees for the last 10 years, on and off, in my motorhome. And, you know, to address some of the issues that you're talking about here, separation is going to kill us. Because if you keep separating us from the community, from resources, you're going to get chaos. And that's what you're expecting, and that's what you're getting. When a neighborhood teaches their kids to talk dirty to us, look down on us, separate us, you're going to get backlash like you're getting. I'm very passionate about this because I was degraded, I was humiliated, and I served this country. I fought for this country for my rights. The site is not feasible to do what the program wants it to do, but you have a fairgrounds, quarter mile, 2 miles down the road, with so much empty property and so much empty land that it would be a perfect site for something like this. Just an idea. Separation is killing us. We are not any different than you. When was the last time you were told where you could do your grocery shopping, Mr. Mayor? I was told on a daily basis I cannot shop here because I take up too much space. I'm only there for an hour to get my groceries. When was the last time you had an officer open your front door and point his gun at you and ask you what the fuck you're doing? I had it 4 or 5 times, and it's not good. something has to be done with the homeless solution in Santa Clara County, but what we're doing is not right. It's not
Thank you, sir.
working. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mastrocola. After Mr. Mastrocola is Ms. Granados, Kai Sandoval, Karen Gillette, and Alex Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting us speak. I wanted to make sure you heard, Michael maybe didn't get in and get heard at the first time, but he is one of the new residents at the Second Street Studios, and through efforts of the Housing Department and you guys, he's housed. This is a complicated issue. I'm here representing the Winterfaith Collaborative, and I'm only here really just to say and ask the questions on whether or not you know what we've been doing for 3.5 years. We're up to 19 faith, community, and organization sites in Santa Clara County. I don't know if you knew that. We're in Cupertino, Los Gatos, Campbell, San Jose, Santa Clara, and by the 1st of October, Milpitas with 3 churches there. We helped this year over 104 family units, and I don't mean family with children, all of them, probably 20% were families with children. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if you knew that the Dreams for Change in San Diego has been involved for 12 years doing safe parks in San Diego. It's helped over 1,850 people at a cost of $2,650 per space per year. And you probably haven't known a lot of this because all of this has been done under, not on the spotlight. It's been done under people's noses, but nobody knew about it because we do it in places that are private. We do it in places that we don't disclose where people are. We don't disclose the sites. We don't publicize it. That's the key to the success of this program. We're happy to help in any way we can. I do want to thank the council member for mentioning us in her memo, and I also want to thank Council Member Davis for helping us secure 4 more sites in her district to add to this 19. And I want to thank you all for your great work in the Housing Department for its great effort to continue to meet people where they are. Thank you.
Thank you for your work, Phil. Ingrid Granados?
Hello, hello, Council. I'm the housing manager for Amigos de Guadalupe. We have been operating safe park sites along with the collaboration of Winterfaith Collaborative, now going on 4 years. So we're one of the oldest agencies that have been doing this. We currently operate 4 sites, case manage 5, and have 2 in the works for this year. What we wanted to say was that regardless of which way that the council decides on this, we just want to reinforce that the need is out there. We know this ourselves from the referrals that we've done directly to Life Moves, especially for the singles. There's been times where they're at capacity themselves and the referrals end up coming back to us. So we know that there is a need. And what we urge the council to do is to go out to agencies like ourselves to offer Life Moves more support, to go out to agencies like Winterfaith Collaborative, those of us who have been in this work for a long time, and let's figure out maybe how we can come up with more solutions, see what is not working, and we really just want to encourage you to, even if this is moved, to make sure that you don't leave the singles and the need that's out there by the wayside, or take too long to come up with a solution.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your work. Welcome.
Hello. I was in the Seven Trees Neighborhood Association meeting in November when all the concessions, we were told we would be given support, that we wouldn't be left hanging out there to deal with any kind of side effects on our own, and the support wasn't there. So when you tell us now you're going to help us, why would I believe you? Because the support wasn't there. I know it's not all unhoused people, but some. And we are seeing some elements now coming around the center that make people who've been traumatized afraid to go to the center. And if we don't utilize your beautiful center, it's a waste. Why would you do that? That center's beautiful. That center serves so many people. And I'm concerned that people are not watching and making sure that we feel safe using that center. The site, like I said, promises were made, and those promises were not kept. And so then it makes some of us feel like we're on shaky ground. And when the volunteers feel shaky, how do you think our children feel? At least I can articulate my concerns to you. How do our youth feel utilizing those programs there? You know, we have other seniors, and we're facing other traumas too. I hate to bring this up, but we have had recent things happening in our community that make us feel more vulnerable because of what happened in Gilroy. So please, think of us, be our voice, help look out for us, because our communities are trying to heal ourselves. Don't keep piling stuff on top of us. Thank you.
Are you Ms. Sandoval?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Karen.
Hello, my name is Karen Gillette, and of course I've spoken to you many times in the past as a homeless advocate and a worker with Winter Faith Collaborative. Tonight I would like to begin by just thinking out loud about motel vouchers, because I think that those are something that you've been thinking about in this regard, and maybe moving people out of safe parks into motel voucher situations. Motel vouchers, as you may know, if you had done any research on them, are very limited, and it's a Band-Aid on the need for housing. People really have a need for housing, okay? I know when I was raising my two children, my two little boys when they were little, the thought of having them in a motel where they, in most cases, can't run around and play, where they wouldn't have stability in terms of being in a certain school for any length of time. Usually the motel vouchers only last for a couple of months, maybe 3 at the most. So I don't think that that's a solution. What I would like to ask you is to put city dollars, the city dollars that are being used for these safe parks, consider putting those into indoor sheltering for people, whether they're families or individuals. I think especially for the families, it's crucial that they have stability and they have security, they have a long-term place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert? Sean, did you submit a card? Feel free to come forward.
Hello, Robert Aguirre here. Thank you again for letting me speak on this subject. I'd like to thank Councilmember Perales and Jimenez, even though he's not here, for their memo. And I agree with what they're saying, but I would also like to see this family safe park be able to continue. We helped 44 families, and I don't know what the magic number is, how many we need to help before it's considered successful. But if you're helping 44 families, you're helping more than just 44 people. And people that are living out in the streets are struggling, and if you have an opportunity for people to be able to have some sort of relief, I think it's worthwhile. I think it's costing way too much money, and there's a lot of other groups like the Winter Faith Collaborative and other groups that have put in safe park programs that have been quite successful. I personally have run the one at Bellarmine for 2 years. I'm going to be running it again this year. We don't get any city funding. We help people with whatever issues they might have, direct them toward services, and that's something that can be done very inexpensively. And we've helped a lot of people get off the streets, and I think that's something that the city needs to look at and how they do that. And instead of funding a lot of money for case management for people that don't need case management, but rather just need a bridge to show where they need to go to get services, they can seek out those services themselves and help themselves. So I'm sorry that this was put forward as it was, and I would like to see not just the reduction, but an increased number of safe park programs throughout the entire city in every single district. I think that's something that's necessary. When you're bringing all the families together into one area, you're asking people to come from all different parts of the city to one location, and that's not really fair. It's not like you're coming to work. You go there, you sleep there, and then you got to go deliver your kids wherever they are going to school and go yourself to your work, and this has put a big strain on a lot of people. So thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Welcome.
Robert stole everything I had to say. Robert's not so popular with me anymore. But he did. He had a lot of really good points. We really need these in every single district. There was a study that was done in the county. 39% of women return back to a situation that is unsafe, where there's abuse or where there's violence, because they feel that there's no other safe place for them to go, and that includes our shelters. So there's obviously some sort of problem going on there. And 51% of unhoused women are out there with children. So when we say, like, you know, we're not building any shelters, we're not building anything for these people to go to. So we should have something, and we're not doing anything. And the Owls only open 9 o'clock at night and put people back out at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's not a good plan either. So we should be having something. We should be expanding safe parking all over San Jose, actually all over the county. Every city lot should be safe parking for everyone all night long. And I mean, we could actually be doing that. We could be making some sort of a difference. And he's right. It's sort of like the idea that there was that ridiculous idea when the people got afraid that Hope Village almost moved to Dev's district. And then they were like, oh, let's put all the homeless people in at the fairgrounds. This is basically what we're doing. We're trying to put all the homeless families in one place, in one safe parking. And that's not going to work. We can't have like an island for them. We need to put them in the areas where they are, because that's where we live. That's where we go to church. That's where we go to school. That's where we do our business. It's the same for unhoused people. I don't know why people think it's differently. So keep them in the communities where they live, work, worship, go to school, and set up these safe parking environments there instead of one place. And don't sit there and say, oh, because not enough people came, it's a failure. Maybe it's a failure because we're not getting the word out, and maybe because people don't feel safe because they're over-policed.
Welcome, Alex. And then after Alex is somebody, I think it's BL, and then the last name begins with an F. If I can't read your writing, if you could come forward as well. Thank you.
Hi, how are you doing tonight? My name is Alexander Gonzalez, and I'm speaking behalf of some of the neighbors that I live with that weren't able to make it. They were told pretty last minute, so they weren't able to call off work. But yeah, I'm just here to talk about the program and just how it's kind of been out of control. RVs and cars in the program don't leave the parking at the hours that they're supposed to. There's trash everywhere in the parking lot. And this is a community with many families. We have two elementary schools feet away from the parking lot, and 5 schools overall within the vicinity. Children walk to school with trash and needles on their way to school, and there have even been reports of men walking around without items of clothing on. And I just want to know, what neighborhood is that okay to happen in? I don't believe my neighborhood is okay with that, and no other neighborhood should have to put up with it. There are also RVs that park on the street for weeks, and grown men that just come in and out of these RVs as these kids are leaving school, at school, and as they go home. I live right next to the parking lot, so I see those people day in, day out, and I don't know any of those people from our neighborhood. And I don't believe any of them are from our neighborhood, and they barely started coming since this program has been in place. So it's pretty troubling. There's fear that comes with that. There's been previous people at our meetings that have said that their children cling to them because they're scared of walking through the neighborhood now. They take the long route home because they don't want to walk through the trash and the needles and everything like that. When we have problems with the program, nobody answers our questions. There's no number that we can call. You call the police, nobody really comes because it's the program. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Last speaker.
I can't read my writing either. I'm a Bob. Okay. I've been in the Seven Trees area since 71, counting the townhouses over there, and then we moved into a house. And I'm all paid up. The problem is we have shootings on the street. We have a young girl between the school and that grassland between the Seven Trees Center Library combination. She was hit. She wasn't killed, but she was hit. We've had killings there. We've had kids run over. And it's very, very crowded. You can't walk down the main throughways, the main streets going more or less north-south that aren't overfilled with people trying to live in their cars. Things on the sidewalk that are so heavy sometimes that you walk into the street to get around in the path. Now, what the answer is a place. People want to live in the Bay Area somehow. It's a very expensive place to live. And so I don't know what the solution will be. I don't care how many parks you fill up, they're going to still come. I don't know there will ever be an answer, just a temporary reprieve for a while. Kind of pessimistic. I won't live that long. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Before we go back to council, Angel or Jackie, did you want to respond at all? Anything that you've heard at this point? Or should we can go to questions or comments of the council first?
You know, again, I think what I would state is that while there have certainly have been, you know, no program that doesn't have any issues, and certainly, you know, we have heard some concerns, but when I hear people talk about it, it's clear in my mind the overarching concerns have not been about the actual residents who participated in the program, the families themselves, but impacts or conditions within the neighborhood, and the frustration of the neighborhood regarding the city's inability to address every single concern, I think have been connected to this program, which, so I guess that's what I would say to begin with, is that while there's definitely some concerns, the overwhelming of those really are about things outside of the control of the program. And you know, the issue of whether safe parking is a legitimate program we should continue to look at for families, I think what we've tried to communicate is that at this particular site, given the numbers of people and families living in their cars, we were never able to attract what we would think, you know, that we're seeing in the singles programs where we know we're going to reach capacity.
Right.
We just never saw that at this particular site. So I don't think we're trying to say that we cannot have a successful safe parking program. I'm saying this safe parking program and for families in this area is not reaching the capacity and is not getting at the numbers we would like to see, given the amount of funding and resources we're providing to the site. And so there is some sort of disconnect. And I think there's certainly some other ideas that we didn't state in the memo. You know, we do know there are other safe parking programs that are smaller. And, you know, that could be another possibility that we could explore for families, which are smaller programs located more scattered across, because I would agree with many of the speakers that families do want to stay in areas where they're familiar with, especially even in people who are living in their cars.
Right. Thank you. I think there's certainly lessons learned here, and those lessons I think are reflected in a couple of the memos that we have here, that clearly we need to commit in every location where we are building permanent supportive housing, tiny homes, safe parking, wherever it is we believe we're trying to solve the homelessness crisis, we need to commit resources to that surrounding community, because inevitably we know there's a perception out there, and that perception is quite often false and sometimes true, that there are problems that are attracted as a result of an aggregation of homeless or formerly homeless people who are living in one spot. And we need to do everything we can to address the trash and illegal dumping and the code enforcement needs and the illegal parking and all the other needs and police that surrounding community might have, so that they understand clearly that their homeless neighbors are not causing those problems. And I think, I clearly heard that from the memos I read. I think it's clearly a message to me, and I hope it's a message to all of us as we're continuing to look for sites, because we're going to have to find many more sites. This is not a new problem. This is a problem we're going to experience a dozen times in the next year as we're looking for new sites and voting to move forward on projects. And I know we have very scarce resources in this city, but as we think particularly about issues of equity, I think it seems to me this is going to need to rise to the top if we're serious about conquering our homelessness challenge, which is devoting the city resources that we have to those communities willing to help address the problem of homelessness. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, thank you. So this is in my district. I was at the community meeting in November, even though I was not a council member at the time. I was there. I was at the holiday party at Seven Trees in December, in which the neighborhood association included the families in the safe parking program so that we could all celebrate together. And one of the things, sort of where to begin. So a couple of the things that I wanted to talk about is, first off, I put a memo out, and that's based on a couple of things. One is that this was a pilot. This was initially supposed to be a 6-month pilot for families with children under 6. And it was changed and expanded in an effort to have more participation. The other thing that my memo is based on is that we have learned from experiences. I have personally spent a lot of time there. I have personally spent a lot of time talking to residents, the neighborhood association, folks at the schools, and the housing life moves and the providers. And so that's where my recommendations come from. They come from the experience that this neighborhood has had. And so from those experiences, there are a couple of main lessons that where my recommendations came from. One is the location was a poor choice. Having this center, when it was built, it was a jewel for this community that desperately needed something for the families and the kids and the seniors to use. But this site is also adjacent, not close to, it's adjacent to an elementary school, K through 3rd grade. It's also close to another elementary school. It's a KIPP elementary school. So the location, having it adjacent to a school, is not my first choice and would not be acceptable in, I think, most neighborhoods. The other thing is that this location has multiple entrances and exits. So I have also talked to the providers of other private sites, and one of the criteria that they use is a site where they can control the entrances and exits. And so according to the criteria that they use, that they frankly are more successful at these programs than we are, that's the second thing that doesn't work, right? So first thing, it's adjacent to an elementary school. Second thing, it has multiple entrances and exits. And the third thing that I did not know when all this began, that I have learned since, is that this is it's a city-owned property. Now, this decision that was made last year to open this site was made before the city council created the safe parking ordinance in February. So that was not a tool that the city council had at that time. But in talking to other providers, a lot of folks don't want to go to a city-owned building and all of the things that that brings. They prefer to go to a place in their community. In fact, the Franklin McKinley School District operates a safe parking site in partnership with Amigos de Guadalupe in the district and has had no problems, no issues. So that was something that we didn't know at the time. So after all this time of operating it, that I have come to the conclusion that private operators know what they're doing because they've been doing this for a few years. I'm not sure that this is something that the city should be in the business of doing. We could be a funder, but not that we should be in the business of doing. And so I also wanted to walk through a couple of issues because I think they're pertinent to what we're going to talk about tonight. And one of them is a few of the things that the residents that spoke tonight referred to, which is the poor implementation and enforcement of the site at Seven Trees. And by the way, two of the people that came here that spoke from the neighborhood supported this safe parking site in November. They actually talked to other residents at the meeting in discussions saying we should open this up, we should try it out, we're getting all these promises, it'll be an asset to the neighborhood. And now, almost a year later, 10 months later, they're coming forward and saying this didn't work. Another thing I just wanted to clarify because it was referred to, but the school district is not here tonight because there's a school board meeting tonight, but they did come to the NSE committee meeting in June. And at that committee meeting, 4 of the people here voted unanimously to move the site someplace else within the city. I wanted to make it District 7, but it was to move it within the city after hearing from the school district and the residents. And so I don't want my position to be mischaracterized. I'm not opposed to safe parking programs. In fact, I have talked to the school district about partnering with some other providers to open another safe parking location, not have it be a city-run location. And that's why I was very specific in my memo to offer Leninger in District 7. And I came to the conclusion of Leninger because, again, looking back at the lessons that we had learned after spending 10 months at Seven Trees, it's a site where you can control the entrances and exits. It's pretty quiet at night. And it's not such a busy location. So hopefully families can or individuals can go in and feel safe and comfortable. But it should not stay at Seven Trees. And that's why I offered Leninger. I did want to actually invite Phil Mastrocola and Ingrid Granados, if you could both come down, please. I wanted to ask some questions about your experiences as private operators operating safe parking sites, because I think that's really important. So I wanted to just give you a few more minutes to be able to share your experiences. So Phil and Ingrid, if you could talk a little bit about what, in your experience, because you've been operating these sites for several years, what are some of the things that you find make a site successful?
You can go first. I'll fill in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think the major thing that made some of the sites successful is the fact that they're supported by the community. And what I'm saying by the community, I'm talking about community volunteers, okay? People in the faith communities, if it's a faith community, people, in some cases, we have sites which are schools and sites that are, we have VTA lot that we co-operate, and the VTA wasn't give anybody any support, money or anything. They said, you can have the site. And we had actually people from the local faith communities there to volunteer to be with people and to engage with people. I think that's it. And I'm not saying that we have a lock on volunteers and community. That's not it. But it is a priority. It is a principle of ours. The other principle, which we have always had, and I alluded to it earlier this evening, and that is everything is confidential and everything is totally anonymous. You know, people call us all the time on our hotlines and say, tell me where I can go tonight. Where's the site? Where's your list of sites? And these are people who are desperate. They need something right away. we can't disclose it. We don't disclose it. Not until they're vetted, not until they're screened and they're placed. Because not only are we protecting the clients themselves, whether it be families or with children or otherwise, but we're also protecting the site. And we're protecting the staff that run the church or an organization or business. We're protecting the people that work there from people, overrunning the place. And those are the two principles I would talk about. Everything else, and I just want to say this very, very openly and emphatically, that I believe that Chelsea and Life Moves has done a fantastic job at running this operation. We interface with her on a county level, and I can tell you there's nobody who works harder and does more. So this isn't a slam on anybody or any staff out there. They do a great job. It's the predicament that they are in now, and which is we didn't anticipate. That's exactly what you said. I would say that.
I would add that from the client perspective, the ones I see on a daily basis, safety is a big issue for them as well, just as what the community is expressing. The clients themselves want to feel safe. We call them guests. The guests themselves want to feel safe in the safe park locations that we choose. So we do try to keep it as, I don't want to say secret, but at least it's not as public. We get funded by a county grant for us, for example. So there is ways that people, once they are screened, to know, but we find that within our safe park lots, its own community builds up because of that same safety that they're all trying to preserve. And they actually start helping each other. We're also very flexible. We find that makes it really successful. Some people need intensive case management, and we will adjust to that. And that can mean all hands on deck working with one guest that really needs something within that week or two. And while other people aren't ready for that, as some of the speakers have mentioned, they just need a place to park for a while. So we really adjust to the client's needs, and I think that's really important of any program, regardless of where you're at. We also adjust to the space needs, right? So if the community needs more outreach and needs to have that support and needs us to go out there, depending on the organization or parish or congregation, whatever it is that's organizing it, then we add that support as well. And if they feel that maybe keeping it more discreet is what's the best idea, then we also support that. So I think flexibility is really what we walk away from with that, and being able to, as well, be flexible with the guest needs.
Thank you. I had some additional questions for staff. And I don't know if this is a Dave or Angel question, but there's been a lot of talk about interdepartmental coordination, and this is an issue that we faced a lot with the Seven Trees site. We did have some issues with some guests of the program, and in addition, there were more cars and RVs that came in, and it took 7 months for parking compliance to go out there. It took 7 months to come out with a better plan around trash, PD. And so what is the plan to provide interdepartmental coordination? And how do we do that when we have 3 safe parking locations in the city in communities that are already underserved, right? That already are stressed. And so how can we do that, provide that extra help without withdrawing them from the community sort of in the larger area around the site or in the larger neighborhood?
Yeah, so I appreciate that, and I'll kind of answer part of that and then ask Angel to kind of fill in the gaps. So certainly, I think a lot of room for improvement around kind of, coordinating interdepartmental responses to the surrounding neighborhoods, and I think we're on the right track there under Angel's leadership, both in terms of supporting the needs of the community in the surrounding areas of some of these uses, but in other ways across the city as well. I think that's the first piece of it, making sure that we're utilizing our resources to the best of our ability and being efficient and effective about it. I will tell you, though, that the second piece of it, in terms of adding additional resources, we're not resourcing these projects in that manner. So, I think getting our act together in terms of coordinating should be expected and demanded of us. Our ability to bring new resources to these things we're not funding these programs in that manner, and so that's something that we'll need to kind of think about how to support going forward. But let me ask Angel to kind of just fill in any gaps there.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Yeah, Councilmember, as noted earlier, this was a pilot, and in a pilot, you learn what works and you learn what didn't. And as Dave mentioned, I think there's a lot of room for improvement around interdepartment coordination. Over the last few months, we've been really taking a look at how we better deploy the resources that we have as a city. I think it's a fair assessment to say that a lot of our responses have been siloed. And our goal is to really break down those silos. And one of the things that we've done is we've reconvened the Neighborhood Services CSA. And what that basically means is we're holding interdepartment meetings aimed at doing exactly this, planning in advance for potential impacts, ensuring resource coordination, leveraging of resources, tapping into economies of scale, doing it more intentionally. I think we didn't do that as well with this project. I mean, quite frankly, but going forward, that's one of the big takeaways. I think internally we have the new structure in place. To Dave's last point, it is easier said than done because this is not we don't have an additional pot of resources that we could just deploy. Right? There's many departments that are already pretty stressed in terms of responding to the core services that they're currently providing. Nonetheless, we're not staying there. We're still expecting departments to coordinate interdepartmentally. The recommendation that you see before you here, I think kind of captures the essence of the various blue memos that were issued. One, it creates some space for us to really reassess the Seven Tree site. Secondly, it allows us to also take a look at other locations, including Leninger. Thirdly, it puts the burden on us to really make sure that we provide the housing department with interdepartment coordination and support.
Thank you. And I also wanted to bring up the issue of converting Seven Trees from a family site to a single site. The community this has not been communicated at all to the community. In fact, they've already had this program change on them. And so that's why I did want to offer Leninger. Again, to me, it made sense given the experience that we've had at Seven Trees and from what I have heard from providers that have more experience. And I wanted to be able to offer a location in the relative short term, a concrete example of a place that we can go to. It's not a limitation, but, So with all of that said, I wanted to make a motion that one, accept staff's recommendation to discontinue the safe parking for families pilot program at Seven Trees and transition families to the motel voucher program. To two, direct staff to explore additional ways to provide support for private and nonprofit organizations operating safe parking programs through grants or other funding mechanisms. And three, to direct staff to search for another location in the city for an alternative safe parking program and return to the council with a thorough community process completed and an alternative site identified within the 3 months, which is the staff recommendation, and including a review of Leninger. And that if we need to have safe parking at Seven Trees operate concurrently while that process is moving forward, that we do so. That we direct the city manager to develop a coordinated multi-departmental response to issues that arise in neighborhoods and communities with city-sponsored safe parking programs. And 5, I wanted to incorporate Councilmember Arenas' memo to incorporate family safe parking as one of the strategies that the housing department is exploring in response to the homelessness and housing insecurity amongst families with children. And number 6, with council members Jimenez and Perales with their memo to explore options that would allow for more effective enforcement action against vehicles on the public right-of-way. I wasn't sure if that The interdepartmental coordination covered that, so I wanted to pull that out explicitly. So that's my motion.
All right, there's the motion. Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Foley. Jackie, just a quick question or two. First, the 3 months, is that sufficient time for staff to be able to do the work you think that's required here?
Yes, we agreed that we could do it in 3 months.
Okay, great. And then secondly, just with regard to the recommendations in Councilmember Arenas' memorandum, I'm not clear if you believe that families didn't work at this site or families just don't work for safe parking, and maybe that's just the wrong solution and we're putting a square peg in a round hole there. And so what I didn't want to see you guys doing was spending more time on this if you feel like we've tried this and we believe there are better solutions. So could you just give me your view on families and safe parking?
I would say we came to a conclusion that this program didn't work on this site for families. But I
Okay.
think, certainly we have seen the success of these smaller programs. We didn't hear how big they were, but I think they're like less than 10 people per site. We were trying to do a 17-person site. So maybe smaller sites dispersed, across the city and that are more community-based, supported by the communities at churches would make some sense, as we have some other community-based solutions instead of a larger site in an area where people didn't want to seem to go to. So I don't think we're throwing it out to say it doesn't work. I think we just have to look at perhaps reshaping it and making sure it's cost effective. It's not cost effective for us to do it at that site.
Okay, great, thank you. I certainly support the motion. Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Great, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for including my memo. I wanted to make sure that in this crisis, in this housing crisis, we're adding solutions and not taking solutions away. And like you just finished saying, Jackie, this could be a solution for another service provider. Definitely lesson learned here, but there's a lot of lessons, and I think Councilmember Esparza already reviewed them. I just want to say that I think when we look at another, we're going to take a look at Leninger Center, but if that doesn't work out, wherever it is that the other site ends up being, that there's this priming for that location, right? And we know now that we should have primed it, and what I mean by that is bringing all of those resources that we're now talking about and that the community wants to make sure that it's the best spot for either families or individuals. It doesn't really matter. So I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the process that the families would go through for the voucher. It was a little vague about how long they would stay. I know there's a price of I think $1.9 million, but I don't know what that's getting us. It's 60 families over 2 years, I think it was. So what is the average stay? What are we doing?
Hi, Council Member. Thanks for the question. So the motel voucher program is projecting to serve 60 households, and the cost is approximately $1.9 million, including the cost for hotels and all of the supportive and intensive services for those households.
So you mean the case management, maybe some of the job training that you offered? So just give me some elements that would be fundamental, and I'll tell you why. Because in the report that we're going to see in NSC on Thursday, and the work that the housing department has been doing, they've been doing some research about first of all, let's define homeless families and agree on a definition, and then after that, let's work with these stakeholders, including the Santa Clara County Office of Education, service providers, and the community, to figure out what is the state of homeless families with children, and then also use some qualitative and quantitative data about what are some of the solutions. And I know that in your report you have, in the HMIS, which is the Homeless Management Information System, you have, there's about 6,000 individuals that are experiencing homelessness, which is, it mirrors what our survey looked like, right? Our point-in-time survey, which was about 6,000, I think a little bit more than 6,000. And of those 6,000 in this report, in the HMIS, 71% of the household designation are female, while 29% are male. So these are women out there, right? And typically they're the head of household, so they're alone. And you know, I was looking at some of the reports that impact homeless families, and of course this came right up to the top. And some of the things that homeless women who are head of households, who don't have that support network, are experiencing depression. They're experiencing sexual exploitation or violence or assault. And so I think that we have to be more strategic about the programs that we put out. I totally agree that this was not the right program or the right location for this particular population. It was our first attempt to serve families, and I want to applaud you for it. I think it's we have to sometimes be bold, right? And then we learn lessons through that boldness. And one of the lessons is, you know, we have to learn a little bit more about what these families are going through and what kind of strategies are going to work for these families. And so I absolutely agree with the voucher, but there's more than that, right? And in your research, in your report, you talk about not only just temporary shelter, but there's rental subsidies and a new feature of assisted rapid resolution, and of course, you know, the affordable housing production program. So all of these together are going to create some solutions for our families with children. On top of that, I also want you to think about who these people are, because we're learning about who they are. They're women and they're by themselves, and so we know that some gender-based programming is more effective than not, right? And women have very specific needs. And in one of the reports I was reading, not your report, I apologize, that we have to have some structure, some social support, right? For some of those women out there. And so I want to add that piece of, or add that layer on top of what you're already doing. And I want to congratulate you on where you're at right now. And I know that the rest of the council isn't there just yet with all this information, but we've kind of put the cart before the horse, right? In trying to resolve this housing crisis by having a safe parking program for homeless families with children. It was our first try, but I think now we are going to have more strategic strategy, just be more strategic about what we employ and what works for our families. And so I want us to include some of that when we do our RFPs and when you have contracts. And this is what Councilmember Carrasco was, I think, alluding to earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when women are fleeing violence, you know, there's a certain type of trauma-informed engagement that needs to happen with our service providers, and we need to make sure that those RFPs reflect that experience, because the wrong service provider is just as bad as the wrong site. And so all of those things need to be aligned. We need to have the data, we need to have the right service provider with the right experience, and we need to have the right location. So I'm happy to support this. Pam, you beat me to the seconding. But I'm glad that there's a lot of agreement around this. And finally, one of my questions is, one of my final questions will be, if you're going to do this concurrently, and I really appreciate that being part of the motion, and we find out that Leninger Center isn't a prime location, isn't the most appropriate location, what will happen? What is the backup plan?
So when we first were looking and exploring sites, we evaluated a number of locations. So I think that's probably where we would start, is going back to our original site evaluation list and our site evaluation criteria, and re-examining, first of all, the criteria. Is this the appropriate criteria, and does it still match the program needs now that the program for single adults has been operating for a couple months now? So we would look at the criteria, then we'd go back and look at the sites. I think we wouldn't limit ourselves to just Leninger. I think we would sort of take that holistic approach of looking at the criteria and then looking at what sites meet that criteria.
Great. Well, I thank you for saying that, because I thought maybe we're just putting all our eggs in one basket. And I appreciate that Councilmember Esparza offered another site in her district. And I think we all should, as council members, start thinking of a site in our own respective districts, because this is a problem that we all need to, excuse me, to be a part of the solution. And that means doing our part in hosting some of these sites. And so I look forward to the day when I'm being asked to do that, because it would be meaningful. It would be, we're part of the solution, and that's exciting for me, and it's emotional. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pras.
Thank you. Be careful what you ask for. It's I think certainly, I think we all should be part of the solution, and I, more than anybody, maybe as well, maybe Councilmember Esparza, look forward to that opportunity of some shared dispersion throughout the city on some of these solutions. But certainly doesn't come without its challenges, as we hear today, unfortunately. I wanted to say a couple thank yous first to staff. I think, we have sort of set out on doing something that we haven't done before, and we certainly have challenged you with a lot of these solutions. And I think we can look at a lot of both positives and negatives that we've learned from the pilot. But most importantly, we're not sitting on our hands, right? We're trying a lot of things to solve this crisis, but we need to do more. We need to do a lot more, and we need to get better at it. And I think that's the two biggest takeaways from what I'm seeing here. And I think as you've kind of heard from my colleagues, and you've seen in the memos, it needs to not only rest on your shoulders, Jackie, and on the housing department. This needs to be a much better coordinated effort. And my colleagues and staff know that I have been sort of clamoring for that better communication and coordination, whether it's through a homeless or affordable housing task force, right, or not a task force, but that we need that. We need that desperately, and that we still see struggles in that regard. I'm personally working on a separate memo to go to rules to sort of try and light another fire under that opportunity, because I think we just desperately need it. But you see it in the memo I co-signed with Councilmember Jimenez. You see it in Councilmember Esparza's, right? I mean, we recognize it as well. And I think most importantly, Jackie, it's a message that, hey, we get this. We don't want this to be reliant on one individual's shoulders or one department's shoulders. And I know, Dave, that you get that as well. There's resource issues. There's a number of other issues, but we need to get better at that, right? And we need to do more than what we are doing today. And I think that we have some of those opportunities coming up. I know that the dispersion policy is coming back to the council that I've asked for as well. And there's opportunities there to address some of the resource issues in my mind. Because as Councilmember Esparza was saying in regards to the timeline on getting some of these other issues right around the community addressed, I think that we know there's a resource challenge, and we can't possibly get to all of these challenges throughout the city. So we have to be smart about the way that we are dispersing our city resources, our city staff. And quite frankly, I think it's only equitable if we are asking certain districts, if we're asking certain communities themselves to take on a share of these solutions, then we should be serving that community, right, with the resources, not in the same manner as we're serving every other single community, but yet we're saying, we recognize you're taking on an added solution, potentially some added burdens, as you heard some of the comments today. We're going to make sure that the resources, right, are coordinated and that we're responding to your community in a priority fashion. And we don't necessarily do that today. And so we need to be able to do that. And I hope that, as I've been asking for a couple of times, that gets translated into this dispersion policy update. I also wanted to thank the resident that came from 2nd Street Studios. And I think what that helped me see was how much more we need those voices in the room. And unfortunately, a lot of these individuals, right, they're still out there homeless. And that's been the problem from the last several years, is that when we are making these decisions, a lot of time the one voice that's missing is the individual that's actually homeless and out there on the street. Well, because of 2nd Street Studios, we now have opportunities for people that have been on the streets for 10, 15 years, but because they're now stable in permanent supportive housing, and fortunately the fact that it's down the street and the next one past Villas on the Park will be even closer to City Hall, I'm hoping we can invite those individuals to be a part of these conversations more often so that they can provide some of that real-time and real experience that they're seeing out there in the community, something that none of us, unless you've been homeless, can actually provide. And so I really want to thank that individual for coming out and speaking up, and I hope we get more of that. I appreciate Councilmember Esparza in your memo, sort of willing to say, hey, I don't want District 7 to not necessarily be part of the solution. I think that that's really a big message, and Councilmember Arenas for saying, yep, let's be part of it. Because quite frankly, no matter where we suggest some of these solutions, like permanent supportive housing, like safe parking, like tiny homes, we know the response overwhelmingly is in opposition. And it's unfortunate that when we get a community like Seven Trees that embraces the solution and at least gets enough neighbors around it, that we may have fallen short, and then now we get some of those community members, as you said, that sort of now have reverted on their support because of what they've seen. And we don't have the luxury of doing that too often. And I'll stress to staff, and you're sort of already aware of it, but Roosevelt Community Center, right, is sort of heading down that path, right? It's been an OWL location, overnight warming location. We'll be up and fully occupied on the safe parking there in the next month or so. We're talking about other alternative opportunities there at the site for individuals that are already living there, right, off the creek. But without a doubt, right, the messages are already making it back to my office that the site just in itself is not even maintained as well as it used to be. And this is simple maintenance, like in the bathrooms and the showers. Well, guess what? When you're using it a lot more, and when it's individuals that may be using it now 24/7 because we're doing overnight, right, and that's much more use. But if we didn't up the resources on how to maintain it, my own house would get dirty, right? Just from overuse. And that goes back to this coordinated effort, right? It's not just coordinated effort from city staff in regards to things, off the site, around the site. It's the basic operations on the site. And if we're not on top of these as quickly as we need to be, then my own community in Roosevelt, right, could come around and start to say, all right, enough is enough, right? We're not seeing the care and the attention that we need for the amount of service and use that this community center is getting. And that's just the reality. That's what we're hearing here. And again, we don't have the luxury. We do not have the luxury to fail at these sites. We need not only our private community and some of these operations, right, as we've heard, run through, not the city. We need that, but we also need to be a participant because we are in that much of a crisis. We absolutely need to see these throughout the city, and we need to be supporting it on both ends, from within our own properties where we can, as well as through supporting the private property owners and the private community in the operations of their safe parking and their overnight locations. But I think that the message is really sort of clear to me, especially from the community members. This was not the traditional sentiment that I think that we've heard before, where it's just an automatic sort of resentment of the solution, but yet a community that experienced sort of some things that were not resolved, and they said, okay, we don't feel it's working here. It could be because of some logical reasons, as Councilmember Esparza pointed out, in regards to just the site itself. That very well could be the reason why. I'm not necessarily interested in just saying, well, let's cut off all city-owned sites, or all sites potentially even close to a school. For instance, Roosevelt is also adjacent to a public high school, right? So I wouldn't want that necessarily to be a criteria that just affects it citywide. But I think that as we go back and evaluate, that certainly each individual site, right, should be evaluated under its own merit. And I do hope that we can get another site quickly, not just within D7, but wherever else as well throughout the city. And I would be comfortable with the motion. I was going to originally ask that we keep and evaluate 7 trees within this next evaluation. I'm comfortable not doing that and supporting Councilmember Esparza's memo. I would ask, though, Councilmember Esparza, if you can make a friendly amendment. Item number 2 from our memorandum, which is to direct the city manager's office to identify locations suitable for daytime safe parking. I don't believe that you incorporated that, and I wanted to see if you can incorporate that.
I will ask the city manager's office and the housing department if that is something that you could accommodate. Who wants to take it?
I know, we're all looking.
And I don't know if I fully understand what that means in terms of a daytime program.
I can describe it.
Go
I guess.
for it. Thank you.
It's all right. So in my mind, it's fairly logical. But overnight, right, we have a place where we allow people to park, and then during the day we say, get out of here, and where they end up right back in our neighborhoods, and the same neighbors are calling us saying, these people are right parking right here again. I might not have seen them overnight while I was sleeping, but they're back in the morning. And so the idea is, it may not be our community centers, because our community centers are up and running during the day. And I don't know what particular location, right, it may be. So I'm not necessarily suggesting, that, hey, we have the solution here. What I'm suggesting is that if you are homeless and living in your car, you don't only have a problem on where to park overnight, right? You have a problem where to park 24/7 a day. So that's what sort of the challenge here is. This doesn't necessarily have to come back within your 3 months, because we have a program which is safe parking for overnight. But I think safe parking in general is something that 24/7 needs to be thought of.
My question for the housing department is, where would that fall in the work plan? Isn't that coming before council in spring?
Yeah, so what I would say is, right now we're really working hard on developing the new homeless plan, a new 5-year homeless plan, and the pillar that the city has taken on is the pillar looking at solutions for our homeless residents who are on the streets today and neighborhood impacts. So I think definitely as part of that overall plan, we need to consider, what should we be doing with daytime hours? And I think it's not just daytime parking, but it's daytime facilities as well. We don't have a daytime center that's resource enrich. So I think instead of just picking one solution, I think we need to be able to look at, here's all the solutions that we could potentially start working on. Which ones should we begin to move our energy and focus on? And we will have that plan. That's what we're working on.
So if that could be incorporated into that plan, then I'd be okay, as long as, then you'd be given a chance to review it and think about it and come back in a comprehensive way. Then I would be okay for the housing department to put some thought into it rather than a yes or no right now. Seconder, okay with that?
Yes, provided it's not part of this motion, but it's more direction to staff to take a look at it and come back with your future proposal regarding around homelessness.
Yeah, no, that's
Because I think
that's perfectly fine.
I think it complicates this issue with something we haven't considered yet.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. It in our mind, right, it overlaps because we're talking about safe parking. So a lot of that work may overlap, but certainly during the day is much different than an underutilized parking, space during the night. But again, in sort of turning over every stone, we know that this is a problem, right? We know that we don't have currently a solution for even the cars that we're telling you have a place overnight. We just send them right back out into the community during the day. And so in our mind, something that needs to be thought of. And so I'm perfectly fine with that, and I thank you for accepting that friendly amendment. Thanks.
I just want to clarify, so we're all clear about expectations with this amendment. I am not eager to have the discussion 3 months or 6 months from now, hey, you guys didn't find a site for daytime parking. So that's not what we're asking staff to do, right?
Yeah, I'm clear with that.
Okay, I'll support the motion then.
I don't know if my colleague, Councilor Hernandez, co-signed with me, but I'm okay with that.
Okay, because I'm not all on board yet on that one. I'd like to understand better. Okay, Councilor Jimenez?
Well, I'm not going to, I agree with, I think everything that was said, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of what was really already expressed. As you know, we've discussed already, District 2 is home to the third safe parking location, and actually one of the oldest community centers in the city. There's a preschool by it, high school not too far from there. I can relate to some of the concerns. It's uniquely a different neighborhood. Totally acknowledge that. One thing that I think an interesting fact is that the Seven Trees Community Center and some of the schools that we've been talking about, quite frankly, is a few blocks away from District 2. And so we very much have a community in common, and I know the area very well. And I also know that area, even before the safe parking, obviously had its unique challenges, right, with parking and some crime and such. And so I totally understand everything, and I'm going to be supporting the motion. I really appreciate you incorporating some of the things that I thought were quite similar and what you were recommending, Councilmember, as far as it relates to what we mentioned. I think that it naturally sort of fit together. This conversation reminds me of something I tell my residents all the time, and it's like, look, we pride ourselves in saying that we're from Silicon Valley and we need to be willing to experiment, to throw things up against the wall and see what sticks. And so I've even used that reference with regard to the overnight warming location that we've had at Southside, in addition to the safe parking, and told them very openly, and I think sort of in the spirit of, I think, what's happening here, which I'm supportive of, is essentially telling my residents, if this doesn't work, I'll be the first to tell you it's not working, and we can reevaluate and recalibrate. And I think that's what's happening. And so I completely understand. To me, based on some of the comments that were said and how they were said, it's very apparent to me that the concerns are sincere. One of the underlying sort of the undercurrents, I think, that exist, and I think we all know they exist, and this is sort of what some of the trepidation that I had as we were going down this path and discussing this is that we all know that there are many folks out there that, quite frankly, are very eager to see some of these programs fail. There's some folks out there that believe that, and we get the emails all the time, let's ship the homeless off to another state. Let's lock them up. They don't belong here. And so what I feared, and I think this is shown to be, just given the whole discussion, to be uniquely different, is that that this isn't, these conversations we've heard tonight aren't necessarily those conversations. But I did have, and I continue to have a fear to a certain extent that this is really going to sort of invigorate and give life to some of those folks and give them a reason to sort of to fight back against some of these things that we continue to try to do, to try to move, explore, and really find solutions to this longstanding issue. And so that was Councilmember Esparza, just sort of the underlying, I know we weren't in the same Brown Act, we couldn't talk about it, but that was sort of the underlying concern here, is that are folks going to use this to then go against other things, the safe parking in my district or other locations. But I'm very happy the direction we're going, and I very much appreciated reading your memo and seeing that, acknowledging, and rightfully so, based on what the resident said, that it wasn't working at the site, but also mentioning Leninger. I very much appreciated that, because it's not simply not here, not ever, right? Let's find another location. And so I appreciated that about your memo. So I'm happily going to support it. I think we have a lot more to work on this topic, and I look forward to finding solutions to move this forward in a very meaningful way. But thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Deep.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion. I just want to take some time and kind of appreciate the hardship that Jackie and her team have to kind of go through to kind of resolve this. This is not exactly the same thing, but it looks like tiny homes all over to me again. We have this housing problem, this homeless problem, and we're trying our best to deal with it. And many council members have said, and I am one of them, we should expand these to every part of the city. But again, we did a land analysis. We looked at every parcel of empty land with the fairly small criteria of just half an acre large. And all we came up with was perhaps 1 or 2 sites across every district. And this, now we're looking at city infrastructure, community centers, libraries, which is not, the same thing as finding empty parcels. But then here too, we run into things about, being too close to schools or too close to neighborhoods. And then, I just want to raise this so people watching at home or people in the chamber realize that, a gentleman earlier pointed to the fairgrounds, which is a parcel of land that may or may not be good for this kind of activity. But the city doesn't own the fairgrounds, it's the county fairgrounds. So there is all this intricacy about, land and who owns it, different agencies, that it's just beyond the scope of this council, and we have to kind of partner with beyond the city as well. So it's a complex problem, and we're doing the best we can. I appreciate the sense of innovation that we have in the city, and innovation, a big part of that is failing, but learning from that. So to the extent that we tried something and it didn't work for the community, we need to adjust, and I hope that we will with this. But again, we don't have a lot of leeway or slack to work with, because we're constrained by the fact that we don't own a lot of property in San Jose, and the city infrastructure, the libraries and the community centers are where they are. So, we're between this rock and a hard place. So I do agree that we should adjust, because the community, let us do this for some time, and they're not happy with it. But to kind of echo what Councilmember Jimenez was saying, we can't have this every time that the community is unhappy with us trying to do something, we have to shift it around, because we don't have the space to shift this around. I guess it's just kind of the point I want to make today. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I want to echo what a lot of my colleagues have already said. I have said before that we have to win the hearts and minds of all the residents on this issue of homelessness. And I think my colleagues are on the right track. The way we do that is through a coordinated response in the areas that have agreed to take on these projects, whether it's tiny homes, safe parking, owls. I have one in my district, sanctioned encampments, navigation centers, whatever is to come next. We have to improve the quality of life in those neighborhoods that have those projects, because all of our residents are watching every time we do this. And they need to know that we are doing everything we can at every site to improve those participating neighborhoods. I think that's why the Interfaith Collaborative has been so successful, is that it includes the community in their projects. They at least the one that happens that I know about in my district most intimately, because there's my church is a participant, is they talked to the neighbors before they did it. The neighbors were like, okay, let's try it, let's see. And we've now hosted multiple times, I think 3 or 4 times already, and there haven't been any comments from the neighbors, even though this is a site where the guests are walking the whole length of the street every day from one of the churches at one end of the block to another church at the other end of the block. No problems. And it's because the community was involved. They were told to call if there were ever any issues. Happily, we've never had any issues, but they knew that they were comfortable because it was people in the neighborhood. So I think we just don't get a second chance at any one site, as one of my other colleagues has said in a conversation earlier today. And we also, every time we don't get it right, is another, I don't want to use the nail in the coffin analogy, but it's another strike against us. And it makes every subsequent time we want to try it harder and harder, because they'll say, just like the residents here, we were promised the moon and we got nothing. So I'm very supportive of the direction, especially the direction for the coordinated response. We can't get this wrong again. And whether we continue at this site, although I think Councilmember Esparza gave great reasons why this site probably should have been evaluated using different criteria. Whether we continue with this site or whatever other sites we use for safe parking or for owls, we have to make that commitment to the neighborhood. Whatever's happening now, we're not going to make it worse. We're going to make it better if this project comes. And I'm saying that a little self-interestedly because I do have an owl that's coming in my, that's been in one of my neighborhoods and is coming again in the fall. And so I just want to make sure that we have all of our ducks in a row when we go into any site, and we go in asking the question, what's happening in this neighborhood now that we need to take care of to make you comfortable with having what is an intensification of a site's use, right? So I think we need not only the coordinated response, but also to go in asking as opposed to go in telling when we have an idea for a site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley.
I feel there's going to be a lot of echoing of support for the memo and the motion on the table, and I seconded it. And I was also part of the 4 who voted at the NSE committee to remove the pilot from 7 trees, and that was primarily because of the input from the community members and the school district coming to talk to us about how their children were feeling unsafe in that community. But to Councilmember Davis's point, we have to get it right this time. We have to make sure that we treat everyone with respect, that we choose the right site, but that we set it up for success and provide the right resources. And that means that all hands on deck for all hands are on deck from our city staff and the various departments that will help make it successful, whether it's housing or whatever department it is. It's just making sure that the provider there is providing a safe environment for the unhoused in their vehicles to live there, but also for the residents to feel safe. And that when we commit to the residents, the neighbors, I should say, that we fulfill our commitment to them and that we don't leave them with empty promises. I think that's really, really critical. And I truly believe that homelessness exists, obviously, around all of the city of San Jose, and every one of us should share in the solutions of finding places and safe parking. I look forward to contacting you, Phil, about the Winterfaith Collaborative and see what we can do in District 9 in that regard, and find solutions all over the city that will help the unhoused find a place where they can live. The idea that we're putting 16 or 17 families in one area when they are commuting to schools all over the city is very problematic for them, and that sets them up for failure, and it sets their kids up for failure too when we're saying, okay, get out of school, get out of the parking lot, and then you have to travel all over the city to get where they need to be on time. The idea of making sure that we're finding the safe parking projects close to where the unhoused are, where they're comfortable, where they feel at home, will set them up for success. And we need to make sure that we incorporate the community in it as well. So I'm completely in support of the motion. I am also in support of the safe parking program. I think we need to use that. We're in a crisis mode with homelessness, and we need to use every tool in our toolbox. And this is just one of the tools that we should not eliminate at this point. So thank you, and I look forward to voting yes on this.
Councilor Perales, I believe you're our last speaker.
Yeah, I wanted, yeah, sorry, everybody's surprised I'm speaking again. I think I wanted to just sort of make mention of something being, I don't know how you're feeling, so I'm not trying to guess, but I don't want this to appear as though we're sort of, again, kind of trying to point fingers or say, hey, solve this. What I think we need to hear as well is what is needed, right, to solve this. One of the things that I think you agree with and what we agree with is, again, a better coordination, collaboration from our entire city department, right? Every department that's going to touch this and be affected in order to better serve our entire community. But I think we need to hear it as well, right? That, well, if the reality is that we are setting you up for failure because we're not resourcing this adequately, we need to hear those things. We need to hear, here's what we need to make this successful, right? When you come back, here's what is missing, or here's the coordination that's lacking from this department or that department. And again, it's not to point fingers, it's to find a solution, right? It's to figure out where the problem is, not to blame anybody, but to go, let's solve it, and let's figure out what it needs to be solved. And so I think we're all sort of right on board together because we all do recognize this is a crisis that we need to solve, but we also recognize we cannot have failure as we move forward. We have to have, success after success if we really think we're going to solve it. So, thanks.
Okay. On the motion from Councilmember Esparza, let's vote. Just want to thank our overworked and understaffed housing team for all that they're doing. All right. We're moving on to item 10.2. This is the last item tonight. This is the PD zoning and PD permit for the South Bascom Avenue site. Rosalind is here to tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. Rosalind Huey, Director, Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, and I'm joined this evening by members of our Planning Division and Public Works. We are very excited to present the South Bascom Gateway Station project for your action this evening. This project actually reimagines this 17-acre site, a shopping center built in the 1950s, now into a neighborhood anchor with a mix of uses. The project takes the city one step closer to addressing our housing needs and at the same time, it provides new commercial space for new jobs in the city. All of this in an identified growth area, the South Bascom Urban Village. The development program includes 590 residential units, 200,000 square feet of commercial space, a publicly accessible plaza, and a total of 1,243 parking spaces, which includes an overall parking reduction of 15% for the site. Additionally, the above-grade portion of the parking will be screened with landscaping and decorative panels. Staff wants to acknowledge the letter that we received this afternoon from VTA regarding safety enhancements around the light rail station. We understand that these improvements will be determined and finalized by the California Public Utilities Commission, and they will be issuing a permit for the site. We do want to note that the applicant is conditioned in the city's development permit to provide a series of street improvements for the project, including a new traffic signal and sidewalks and crosswalks. Lastly, I just want to acknowledge that we've received several comments from many residents across the city these last several days, indicating that we need to make this project truly a signature project. And based upon staff's analyses over these last several months, we do believe, in fact, that this project is a signature one and one that will be a catalyst for the entire urban village. There has been significant review and problem solving by many city staff and public works, transportation, and other departments in conjunction with the community and with the applicant. And there have been several issues to work through, and adjustments actually have been made to this proposal by the applicant. I especially want to applaud the project manager for this project, Jennifer Piozet, to my left here. She has been the key person managing this process for the last 2 years and has done a great job in building consensus really among the city departments, the community, and the applicant. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rosalind. Let's hear from the applicant first. The applicant has 5 minutes. Is that right, Ed? Okay. Could you pull the mic up a little bit, Ryan? Thanks.
Partner at Bay West Development. We're excited to be here tonight, show you guys this project. I know I don't have a ton of time. I think I'd like to start out just by thanking a few folks. Most importantly is the community. This has been a long process. We started this process in 2017. We actually started this process prior to the adoption of the South Bascom Urban Village Plan. We participated in those meetings. The early site plans of this project were really generated based on the feedback from those meetings. We subsequently had 2 official community meetings that we hosted along with staff. The community participation has been amazing. Their input has been valued, and we'd really like to thank them for the process that they've taken a part in and helped us out with. Secondly, I'd like to thank Councilmember Davis and her office. She's totally opened her doors to us, allowed us to throw ideas off of her. There's been a lot of iterations of this project throughout the process, and she's been totally open to discussing those with us. I would also like to say I continue to be impressed by how much your comments have mirrored those of the community. In a lot of municipalities that we work with, there's not that type of communication, and it's just a testament to the work that you and your staff have done and the outreach to your constituents, and it's impressive. Thank you for your help along the way. Third, I'd like to thank our architects, WRNS. We challenged them with creating a world-class transit-oriented development on this site that would really be a gateway into the city of San Jose. We think they've done that. And they've had to take in a lot of opinions from us, from a lot of different stakeholders, and I think they've done a wonderful job in creating something that we can be proud of. And then finally, I'd like to thank city staff and most importantly, Jennifer Piozet. She has been a terrific leader in this project. I think we do a lot of business around the Bay Area. We recognize that there's a lot of turnover at staff level across the Bay Area right now. With planning leadership here, I think that it's appropriate to recognize her and the work that she's done. She is a superstar in this position, and I think it's appropriate that staff realizes that, and we appreciate her help. With that, we've put together a number of slides that go through community benefits. We have renderings, site plans. We're happy to answer questions as it comes up and use those as needed. But thank you, and we appreciate you guys considering this.
Thanks, Brian. We may come back to you shortly. So stay close. All right, from the community, Dan Lewis, followed by Charles Wagner. Larry, if any of you are here, come on down. Please come down, sir. Catherine Hedges, Alex Shore.
Good evening. First of all, let me say that I support the project. I live right across the street from the project, so I do not have any issues whatsoever. I believe in what's being done and how it's being done. The only issue I do have is I did attend one of the meetings about the building. There's a lot of glass on the building, and I travel a lot, so I haven't been able to hit a lot of the meetings. And I cannot find, when I was in the first meeting, I said I'm concerned about glass. I live right across the street in a 55 and older community, predominantly manufactured homes, so they're very close together. There's not a lot of airflow there. Then there's a community surrounding it. So there's about 150 people in that community. And my concern was not the project or the traffic, you just have to live with that. It was the heat reflection from the glass building being 10 stories tall on the area. When you look at where the sun comes from the west, it'll reflect from probably 3 o'clock on right across all of our manufactured homes. Like I said, very close, not a lot of air. And I did suggest that they do a study of the heat reflection, because I know there's all kinds of glass, some more expensive than others, but it does determine and calculate the amount of heat that could be reflected. I haven't been able to find the study from the website, and like I said, I travel a lot, so I didn't get a chance to go back and say, have you done the study? So my only concern is if there was a city regulation or spec that would say you can't raise an environment near the building more than 10 degrees or 15 degrees when we're 95 and 100 and you're in my area, it gets hot because there's no air. And adding another 10 or 15 degrees would be unbearable, I believe. So my only question is, if the study was done, what was the result of the study? And what was the trade-off and cost of the glass to keep the heat increase at a reasonable level? And that's my only question. I don't know the answer, but I knew we were voting on it happening today, and I just want to make sure that a study was done and somebody did take a look at it to make sure that the surrounding community is not unduly affected by the heat level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Charles Wagner. My concern is that this is just out of scale for the neighborhood. What you've got, this is not an urban village. This is an 8-story complex residential and a 10-story office building. Across the street from Bascom is single-family houses. Along Bascom, you've got 1 or 2-story commercial buildings. There is no commercial, as far as I know, planned other than office building planned for this particular site. You've got a lot of multi-unit developments along Southwest Expressway in the general neighborhood. Those are 4 or 5 stories max. So now you're going, if you look at the photos, you can see it just completely out of size compared to everything else. I'm also concerned about parking. Stokes along one side of this is already full on the street. And your light rail station, now I don't think the few people who use this center now bother to park over there. The problem I see is with only 643 parking places for 590 residential units, you're simply not going to have sufficient parking on site. So that's going to overflow onto my street and other streets in the neighborhood. In addition, if the commercial building charges for parking, that's going to be another reason for them to park elsewhere in the neighborhood. So I think what's going to happen is people are going to use the light rail parking who actually occupy these, the apartments or the office building. And so anybody who would be driving to the light rail station to park won't have parking. With regards to traffic, I'm very concerned about, there's already a lot of traffic on Bascom trying to get to the freeway, or on Stokes trying to get on Southwest Expressway to 280. And I think this is going to put a tremendous burden on the area. So, as it is, if there's going to be the In-N-Out burger.
Thank you, sir.
At the.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the time's up. Thank you very much. I believe Larry and Catherine Hedges and Alex Shore.
I'm kind of nervous, so bear with me. I live on Bascom, right off Bascom Avenue, and I can't believe the planning department went along with this construction that doesn't fit the neighborhood whatsoever. It's a 10-story building. I mean, where else is there a 10-story building? You've got eBay right there. You have Bascom and Hamilton, you can't get on the freeways. You've got Del Mar High School. Parents are going to come in, try and drop their kids off. They can barely do it now. Then you got the hospital, Valley Medical Center, emergency vehicles. Nobody thinks about anything that's going on. Southwest Expressway can't go left on the Bascom. They have to come and make a U-turn. It's already horrendous. It just goes on and on. Then you're going to put a light there, and it should say only a right turn and a left turn, and don't allow those people to go into the neighborhood. I've got no response on that. Campbell does it. Why won't San Jose do it? It just goes on and on. The corridor from Hamilton all the way to West San Carlos is commercial. You're going to build this atrocity and then go all the way down that 1.5 miles, 2 miles, and put commercial buildings in. Why doesn't somebody think 10, 20 years from now? Please. And then the atrocity that all these people are going to use the light rail. That's the golden goose there. Like, you're going to kill it. It's ridiculous what these people have come up with and gone along with. We've bellyached and done everything we're supposed to do in all these meetings, and we got 0.01% on our side. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You people need to send it back to planning and realize that this is a neighborhood and it's not downtown San Jose. If this was in Willow Glen.
Thank you, sir. Catherine Hedges, followed by Alex Shore, followed by Melissa Cerezo, followed by Susan Price-Jang, and Sean McFeely. If any of you have heard your name called, that means we're happy to hear from you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to comment. My name is Melissa Cerezo, Senior Transportation Planner from VTA. Overall, the project is consistent with the VTA board-adopted Land Use and Development Review Policy, which supports transit-supportive development to facilitate safe, vibrant, complete, and connected communities. We thank city staff and the developer for their ongoing coordination, which has overall resulted in positive synergy between the land use project and transit. My comments will focus primarily on the issue of safety. The project is located at the doorstep of VTA Bascom Light Rail Station with direct access to the station. While we support the intensified development for creating a desirable influx of transit users, it changes the existing conditions and has the potential to create new safety conflicts. As a result, such changes require review and approval by the California Public Utilities Commission, CPUC, which is pending. Already, CPUC has determined that additional safety enhancements on and around the light rail system will be needed as a direct result of the project. Those safety enhancements both benefit the development and the community. A letter from CPUC describing those enhancements was submitted for the record. Separately, the city applied to the Federal Rail Administration, FRA, to maintain a quiet zone along the corridor where this project is located. While VTA does not support the quiet zone, we acknowledge that the pending process has identified enhanced safety measures that would be necessary as a result of this project in order to support the city's application to maintain a quiet zone. With that, VTA requests that the city and developer work together to meet the requirements set forth by both the FRA and CPUC. Thank you for this opportunity to comment, and we look forward to ongoing coordination on this project to enable a transit-supportive development that enhances the safety of the development and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Ressa. Are you representing VTA?
I am representing VTA.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure.
Did I not write VTA on my card?
You did. I just want to make sure. Sometimes we have VTA employees who are residents nearby, and I just want to make sure. Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, Susan.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and City Council. My name is Susan Price Jang, and I live in this community around. My son graduated from Del Mar High School, and I recognize that we are in a transition period. It's going to be difficult, but San Jose once was agricultural, then it became suburban, now we're becoming urban. And some of one of the gentlemen didn't realize that some of the apartment complexes along Southwest Expressway actually wanted to demolish their buildings and go up to 10 stories. So this is happening, it just unbeknownst to people who don't have access to all the whatever is happening. My problem with this project, I support this project. However, I think that there's too much parking because we have to envision how we're going to be living 10, 15 years from now, and it's not going to be revolving around the automobile. It's hard for a lot of us to picture that if we've never lived elsewhere in a transit-oriented city. But my objection is that the developer is paying in lieu fees instead of building affordable housing within this complex. And allowing in lieu fees just encourages segregation by income, which also results in segregation by race. So I'm opposed to the in lieu fees. I think that we need to have affordable housing. We have to have a place where teachers and other people live. This development needs to have affordable housing. I'd like to see less commercial and more affordable housing in this development, and also a little less parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. McFeely.
Evening, council members. My name is Sean McFeely, and I'm a proud lifetime resident of San Jose, a local architect, and a member of Catalyze SV. I commend the planning staff for their hard work. Projects like Gateway Station are critical to our housing crisis, but I feel we need to do even better. Signature projects need to be signature. This is a gateway, as the name implies. With over 1,200 parking spaces combined, this project demonstrates our policies continue doubling down on our automobile dependency. We have to plan for the future. There are relatively few cities in the world that think 1,200 parking spots are appropriate adjacent to an urban transit station. Not only are city policies continuing to add cars to our streets, but the traffic and pedestrian safety issues voiced in this neighborhood along Bascom and Southwest continue to be ignored. Second, it is important to stress that affordable housing built on-site should be prioritized over in lieu fees. On-site housing units are built faster and create mixed-income neighborhoods. Having a delay between the approval of market rate units and the associated affordable units only hurts our low-income residents. Being that the developer has chosen in lieu fees, the neighborhood has expressed a desire for the project fees to support rent stabilization of existing low-income residents in the adjacent neighborhood. Lastly, public space is important, and the plaza is a welcome addition. Plazas are not enough, though, if they're just an idea. We need to follow best practices. The ground floor around the transit stations are critical for retail due to the synergies created. Building plazas with only residential stoops and blank parking garage walls risks inactive, unsafe spaces like we've seen at Fountain Alley. Locating retail away from transit also only further encourages our car usage. Ground floor uses adjacent to public spaces are critical in every neighborhood, downtown, West San Carlos, and Bascom. Thank you, council members, for your time, and thank you, Bay West, for taking a chance on the Bascom neighborhood.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. I just had a question, and I'm hoping perhaps maybe Brian, you could help me out, and perhaps staff could help me. I'm going through the letter that was submitted, I believe, today by VTA. We got notice, I think, in the last 24 hours that VTA had some outstanding concerns about pedestrian safety related to the light rail station. And Brian, as I understand it, so I'm just looking at looks like a letter from the Public Utilities Commission that recommends some pedestrian automatic gates with exit swing gates and relocating detectable warning strips and a few other things. Apparently you're aware that there are some capital needs, and my understanding is you've already agreed to take on some portion of these and other infrastructure needs in the surrounding community. Could you just tell us what it is you've agreed to pay for at this point?
Yeah, we've agreed all pedestrian safety improvements that connect our property to the Bascom Station platform. I think what's been in discussion now is the light rail crossing on Bascom Avenue, and we've had numerous meetings with VTA throughout this 2-year process. Our understanding from emails and conversations with them was that they had already had plans to improve that crossing on Bascom Avenue, and so they had asked us to improve the area that made the connection onto the Bascom Light Rail Station, which we agreed to. So I think it's a couple different things, but we've agreed to do the stuff that makes the connection from our plaza onto the light rail station.
Could you describe the cost of the infrastructure that you're investing in?
So for VTA specifically, that's $250,000 to $300,000 of cost to add to that connection.
Okay, and then there's some other infrastructure you're also investing in?
We are. The city had a planned signalization at the Pamlar, Bascom and Pamlar. We took the city's already developed plans. We used that to incorporate it into our project. And then we told the city that we would agree to install that signalization with all the crosswalks and associated work with that signalization as part of our costs and our offsite work.
And that's to improve pedestrian safety and traffic flow.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
It's a wonderful project. Thank you for your willingness to invest in our city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Brian, stay there. I just want to address the parking issue. I know you and I have gone back and forth on that multiple times. You ended up with a 20% reduction in the parking. Is that right?
No, we're at a combined 15% reduction.
15% reduction.
It's
okay.
18% on the residential building, and I believe 12%, if I'm correct, on the office.
Okay. And remind me again, because I know I talk to a lot of developers, I have a lot of projects, and I often talk about making the above ground parking convertible, the floors convertible if you end up not needing that parking. Did you do that on this project?
We programmed the top floor of the office parking at increased ceiling height for the potential to be able to use that in the future. We tried to be forward thinking as we could. We added an additional below grade parking floor, which reduced our building height, so that allowed us to push up that top floor a little bit to try to help with some future needs on the site. So that's the potential to convert on the site today. On the residential site, the parking is, for the most part, lined with units. So the structured parking is either below grade or within the container of the podium of the project.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it. And you're right, you have been through many iterations of this project, and I do appreciate all of the willingness you have had to take in the comments of my community and myself as well as planning. So thank you. Appreciate it. I have a question which might be for you and might be for Jennifer. One of the residents commented about the heat reflection. Was there a study done on that? Is that I don't even know if that's a regular item that we do.
Thank you, Councilmember. No, that is not a regular item that we do. And it's something that can be considered by potentially applicant. I don't know, Brian, if you want to speak to this about the type of glass you use and the reflective properties.
Yeah, that's usually determined during the permitting stage of the process. So we're developing our plans right now. We've actually started that process ahead of this hearing. And so that is determined throughout that permitting process, which, as you know, goes through multiple rounds of plan checks with the city, as well as a months-long process internally for us. So that is not usually determined at this stage of the game.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. If that's something that I hope you will keep in mind, that it's a concern of the residents. Thanks.
Great.
So I just want to point out to everybody who's here, this is the first project in this urban village of Bascom. That's why the project looks like nothing like what's already there. It's the first of many projects that will intensify the use on Bascom. That's what we've been asking the developers to do. So it's particularly, this is a particularly good project because it does include many units, and I requested them to add as many units as they could to the site, which they did multiple times. So this final number is higher than what they started with, because we do have a housing crisis and we need as many units as we can get on any site. And then we have 200,000 square feet of office. And you've heard probably every single one of us on this dais talk about the fact that we don't have enough jobs in the city of San Jose for the people who live in the city of San Jose. We want them to be able to use light rail to commute and to have short commutes and a better quality of life. So this is the kind of development we've been asking, asking our development community to build in our city. So I want to get this project built. It's a good one and it will enhance our city. And as I said before, the developers have worked in good faith and they have changed multiple elements of this project to make it a better project, to make it more pedestrian friendly, to add greenery, which was really important to me and I know to the residents nearby, so that plaza will be a beautiful place to walk through as we go to the light rail. So I am just going to make the motion to adopt the resolutions and proceed with staff recommendations.
All right, motion and second by Councilmember Foley. Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, if the developer, you said you had slides and you never showed us any of the slides, so if you...
He's waiting for the beautiful photos.
Well, I kind of wanted to see what it would look like. If you have the slides, it would look like...
We have the slides. I only had 5 minutes in the beginning, so I couldn't go through.
You actually had more than 2.5 minutes left.
You're allowed to answer questions, so if you want to ask a question, Councilmember Camus, then he can answer it.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see the slides to see how it would look in conjunction, and how many, that's the old Zorba the Greek site, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, well, it shows my age then, huh? And how much square foot is office space?
It's 200,000 square feet of office space.
Okay. And are these units going to be the apartment units? Are they apartments or are they a fee for sale?
They're apartment units.
Okay.
So as you can see, the apartments are, I don't know if you guys can see, the apartments are on the northern portion of this site. Oh, thank you. The office building's on the southern portion of the site. We really wanted to create with city staff a gateway coming from the city of Campbell into the city of San Jose. That's why it was important to put what I'd call the signature structure on the bottom portion, which is the office building. And then it's got the connection from Bascom Avenue. Another important aspect for staff and for Councilmember Davis was a clear line of sight from Bascom Avenue to the VTA light rail station. As I'm sure you guys all know today, the only access to that VTA light rail platform is actually off of Southwest Expressway. So for members of the community that are on the west side of Bascom Avenue, there's no clear route to the platform today, which I think does have an impact on ridership of that station. Right now, There is no crossing at Pamlar, so you have to walk either all the way up to Stokes, well, really only all the way up to Stokes, cross over, go all the way around the Sonador Commons condo project on the north, cross the tracks on Stokes over to Southwest Expressway and walk down. So one of the important pieces of this site plan is that connection. In early iterations, as Councilmember Davis mentioned, we had vehicular access through that site. It was very important for her to eliminate that and make it extremely pedestrian friendly. So we removed those. And then the plaza area, which you can see closest to the Bascom station, is about an acre in size. It doesn't necessarily look that large on a site plan like this, but it's an acre in size, and it is a key component to this site. That's kind of the overall view of the site plan. Oh, I have this. We can keep scrolling through. This is an aerial view on the west side of Bascom looking at the project. This is from the northern corner of the site. That's the apartment building with in the foreground with the office building in the background. There is a EVA access road around the entirety of the site, which is programmed such that people can use it as a running track of sorts to have a loop around the site. This is coming north on Bascom Avenue, seeing the office building first. This is a view from the light rail station, effectively from Southwest Expressway into the site. The back of the office building on the left and the residential on the right. This is a rendering of the public plaza. This is the north side of the site. This is the EVA access road with townhome units on the northern portion of the site. This is just a site selection. We proactively included the daylight plane that was adopted as part of the urban village plan, even though we weren't required to, given this was a signature project. It was kind of one of those changes made along the way that the residents of Sonador Commons felt was very important to keep as much light as possible going to their property. These are just various elevations. This is the public plaza kind of preliminary landscaping plan. Some of the things we're considering programming, a children's play area, some sort of amphitheater style area in the middle of the site that can be used as a gathering place. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Nope. All right, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. As my on my role as the chair of the VTA Safety Committee, VTA approached me with a concern about train noise and specifically the blowing of the horns. And because the city of San Jose wants to have that area as a quiet zone, it's going to necessitate additional safety enhancements. And so I wanted to actually call Brian back up to ask you a couple of quick questions. One is that you've already said that you're going to put in some safety enhancements to comply with the CPUC requirements. There's going to be additional PUC requirements as well to conform with the quiet zone. Are you committing also to make those safety enhancements, or what's your process of addressing those?
Yeah, we've committed to making the ones in the, this is kind of similar to what Mayor Liccardo asked earlier. We've committed to making, and I believe they're in the conditions of some sort of making the safety connections in the middle of our plaza onto the platform. I think the open item, or what's at question here, is the additional safety measures that CPUC is potentially asking for on Bascom Avenue at that light rail crossing. We, again, have been in dialogue with VTA for the last 2 years. We were told that VTA was already building that, and they asked us to do the ones on site for us. That's technically not on our property. And so that was the assumption that we've been going with to date. It's come to our attention in the last 24 hours that they're potentially asking for more, and we haven't been able to digest that at this point.
So there's potential when it goes to the CPUC and they're requesting that these safety enhancements come in, then there's a potential of pointing fingers of who's going to actually pay for those enhancements?
I don't know what that process is going to be like, to be honest with you. We haven't been contacted by them to discuss that yet. We haven't been contacted by VTA to discuss that yet, so we haven't even opened that dialogue yet.
I'd like to ask Melissa from VTA to come down. Thank you, Brian. I'll probably have a few more questions for you. So Melissa, you heard the response to my question about the safety enhancements. Can you enlighten me on what VTA's understanding is in terms of how those safety enhancements will be funded and built?
Sure. So just to back up, the purpose of our submitting material for the record was to clarify that there is a pending CPUC process that may result in safety improvements at or around the light rail in the vicinity of the project. Separately, there's quiet zone process that is pending through the FRA, which may result in additional safety enhancements above and beyond what the CPU has already discussed on a preliminary basis. So the CPUC process, the letter has made a recommendation for preliminary improvements. That's their sort of first stab at saying the development is creating new conditions that will need to be addressed with new safety enhancements. That process is pending. We have not officially begun the GO88B process with the city and CPUC, so we don't yet know what those final improvements are. I do respect that the developer has approached us in good faith about the station access improvements. I think that we still have a conversation left about what exactly all those improvements are. It's not just our own, it's really the jurisdiction of the PUC who's going to make those final determinations.
So, Rosalind, I need your help on this one. So once that determination is made and the CPUC comes back and says it's going to cost X amount of money to have these further safety enhancements done to address the quiet zone, what would be the process to reconcile who's responsible for taking care of those safety enhancements?
Right. So, Vice Mayor, my understanding is that this process is a separate process outside of this entitlement application that you're considering this evening.
Mm-hmm.
And as was previously mentioned, the applicant has agreed to a number of conditions in the permit. They're listed on page 31 regarding all of the street improvements for the project. The city has determined that this is what's needed to serve the project. The applicant has agreed to these conditions. So these items serve this entitlement project that you're considering this evening. The process with the Utilities Commission is outside of the city's entitlement process, totally separate. We understand it's underway. We understand there may be additional improvements needed, and at that time, the applicant, my understanding, will work with the commission, VTA, but it's separate and outside of this process.
So it would still be an open, outstanding question in terms of how that's resolved.
Yep. Perhaps could I offer, I think, just some reference, Vice Mayor, because it's something that my staff and I have been wrestling with, and I know the applicant's spoken with Kelly Klein since we got notice of this, I think, about 24 hours ago.
So as we probed further, and you'll see this in the attachments to the letter that the VTA submitted today, there were conversations and letters that were transmitted in August. There was a City of San Jose employee on an August 5th letter relating from the CPUC, and then a meeting at which several City of San Jose employees attended with the VTA. And I assume those are DOT employees, I don't know. And I don't know to what extent all that information was conveyed to planning or not to include in conditions. But that's one, I think, issue here, which is we're getting a letter the day of the hearing, and we're calling the applicant saying, see all this stuff, are you going to pay for it? And they're trying to get financing for a project that may be marginal to finance at this point, trying to figure out how exactly they do that. And that's not the right timing. It doesn't help when we get a letter from VTA on the day of, and I'm not sure to what extent there was actually notice provided. So maybe, can you help us?
Thank you, Mayor. The specific meeting you're talking about on August 6th was with DOT and VTA, and specifically referencing the quiet zone. That is the discussion that they're having, which is slightly separate from the other improvements we're discussing that are being caused from direct impacts from this project, increasing pedestrian outflow. In short.
Okay. But it sounds as though from the conversation we had previously, some infrastructure from these discussions was contemplated and ultimately agreed to be paid for by this applicant. Is that right?
So in the planning entitlement process, our partners in Public Works provide the conditions for these said improvements. The applicant has agreed to do the pedestrian enhancements to the station itself, as Brian has mentioned. These are not included in our conditions because it is going to be finalized through the separate GO88 process. And what we don't want to do is condition them incorrectly, and they have to amend their permit and come back before the director or the city council, and it's the incorrect improvement. As Melissa noted, this is a process they're just starting, and we don't want to basically pigeonhole them into an incorrect improvement.
Okay, I kind of appreciate that, Jennifer. So thank you for allowing me to jump in, Vice Mayor. We've spent a fair amount of time on this, and in the very short period we've learned about it. And it seems to me the basic challenge is we don't know exactly what needs to be paid for at this point. And that level of uncertainty, I think, as public agencies, whether VTA or City of San Jose, certainly we set bars, we set rules, and we expect people to jump over them. The problem is when those bars and rules are moving, I think that's unrealistic. And so that's why I ultimately, when we heard about, it sounds like it's a little more than $1 million that they're already investing in infrastructure, satisfied me that I think we've pushed as far as we can go, given the limits of our knowledge today.
Oh, and I totally understand it. I'm supportive of this project. My concern was that after we approve it, it moves forward, the CPUC comes back and says it's going to require another $1 million of safety enhancements to address the quiet zone, and either it stops the project or there's a finger point in terms of who's going to pay for it, or
I
just want to
I think
at least get that out there.
We'd be making today is they're paying for exactly what's in their permit and nothing more. There's no stopping the project once.
If I could add, Ryan Doe with Public Works, if we reach a point where the coordination with CPUC and their additional improvements, hopefully at that time we would approach the developer and have a conversation and discussion as far as potentially some type of cost sharing that we can do, or work out something to satisfy that requirement so that we could have the pedestrian improvements to the station. So that's really our goal.
Understood. That's all my questions.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Melissa.
Did you?
Yeah, I just want to weigh in, just to clarify, there's already a quiet zone in the area, and the city, are applying to maintain that quiet zone. So that's not on the developer. That's a priority of the city to maintain that quiet zone. So I'm just concerned that this whole conversation that other developers are watching and figuring out whether seeing how this project moves forward or whether it moves forward, and how do we want to encourage or discourage development in San Jose. So I'm a little bit concerned about the track this has gone on. I don't want to nitpick, and as Jennifer mentioned, we can't, if we want to put conditions on today, we're going to make mistakes, and then that's going to take longer for this to develop. And I just want to point out, this is almost 600 units of housing and 200,000 square feet of office. We desperately need both these things. And this Bay West has gotten projects actually built before. They have one on Bascom. We know they're going to build. They're very serious about it, and they're really close. And I don't want this discussion to derail this project. So can we just move forward, please?
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I want to respond by saying I don't want this project to be derailed either. Just because of the increase in density around the station triggers a different set of requirements in terms of what constitutes a quiet zone and what's required. So that was the reason where this conversation came from. So,
and they're already going through that process with
Right.
the CPUC. So we don't have to take care of that issue here, is what I'm getting at.
No, I hear you, but I just wanted you to understand where this was coming from.
Okay, Councilmember Prowse.
Thank you. Be happy to know my concerns have nothing to do with what we just discussed. So, but I do have a couple questions, and just for the applicant, if you don't mind, thank you. And sorry, and as you may know, most of us are not as privy to the full details of the conversation that have transpired before. And I absolutely applaud you. This is the kind of development that we need. I just also personally want to encourage more development that actually includes affordable housing, and personally that does not cater to the culture of people that solely rely on their cars. And so I know that Councilmember Davis mentioned that she had been pushing, I'm not aware of those conversations, right, in regards to lowering that threshold of parking spaces. And I'm looking at the number here. You're almost 1-to-1 for the residential, and then on the office space, I was trying to do the numbers to figure out how many jobs you expect to actually create there. My tally was around 800 to 1,500. I don't know if you have an idea.
Yeah, so I think per the Bascom Urban Village plan for the entire urban village area, there was a goal of 1,000 new jobs, which equated to 300,000 square feet of office space. We're providing 200,000 square feet, which would equate to 666
Okay, so you're
jobs,
looking around.
roughly.
Okay.
The way we came up with a parking number for the office project was a simple market calculation of 3 stalls per 1,000 square feet of office, which is what we thought was the minimum that we had to offer to get this project leased. And so that's how we developed the parking stalls for the office project.
And that being the standard, is that a standard even if you're literally adjacent to a light rail station?
Yes.
The standard doesn't change?
The standard is higher for what
Okay,
I
so
would
that is
call
the standard
more-
for being next to a light
That's
rail
right.
station.
Yeah.
It would increase.
It would
if you-
increase for more suburban locations.
Okay. And you would, safe to say, you couldn't lower that. You're thinking you would not have an opportunity to either A, finance it or find a tenant? Or what
Well,
is-
it's both.
Both.
It's kind of one of those check the box numbers from a tenant perspective of we need to have a minimum of this, and then from a financing perspective, they know what tenants are looking for, and so it's a dual-headed monster.
Would you say you're pushing that limit, you're walking the line? Where would you say you're at?
We're right on the line, and we
Okay.
programmed it at Councilmember Davis's request to put it right as low as we possibly could
Okay.
to feel comfortable getting this project leased. Obviously, a lot on this project is conditioned on the office portion of this and
Yeah.
providing this much commercial space in this type of location, which is a little bit of an off location when you think about it from a pure office perspective. There's not a ton of office supply
Yeah.
in this West Valley market. It's a little bit unproven. We have to take additional risks to do that, and we weren't going to take the risk on something like parking, which is easy enough for us to calculate and get to that minimum number on.
Yeah. I understand your dilemma. Not too far around the corner, right? Roku was stolen from San Jose, or not Roku's. Was it Roku? No. No, 8x8 was stolen by San Jose. Roku took over, so we're happy to have Roku. Yeah, we stole Roku back. So I think, at least maybe that helps. But I think for me, what I'm concerned about, and I appreciate that you're pushing the limit, right? You're right there up against the limit. What I'm concerned about is that we have projects that we're developing next, literally this one is right adjacent to the light rail line. Not necessarily nearby, which we get a lot of those opportunities as well. This is as close as you can get. We only get those opportunities maybe once in 50, 100 years, right, to develop something like this. And if we attempt to actually achieve our goals of lowering vehicle miles traveled, of getting people out of their cars, right, we're not going to do so if we're still playing by today's standards in regards to parking spaces. But if we don't play by today's standards, you don't get a development, right, finance or leased up. So this puts us in a really kind of no-win situation where we want to try to maximize the most out of a development, specifically one that's so close to light rail. And yet minimize the parking opportunities. The only solution that I see that I'm visualizing that I don't see is a shared parking model between the office space and the residential. You did mention that you're going one floor underground now. Is that correct?
We're 2 floors underground on the office building, and I believe we're 1.5 on the residential.
Are they connected underground?
They're not connected. This was a big discussion as well. A lot of that had to do with what does this public plaza look like? As I'm sure you guys know, this area of town has very limited park space, and so we wanted to make this plaza really special. In doing that, we had originally contemplated entirely across the site a subterranean garage. What that limits is the ability to put mature trees in that plaza space and reduce the quality of what that plaza space looks like. So, and again, this is part of a lot of these iterations that we've gone through of what this looks like, that we felt that this was the best solution for the project overall.
If you had a conjoined parking structure underneath, could you have feasibly done a shared parking model and lowered some of the parking?
Yeah, what we've determined is, again, this goes back to the same dilemma that you talked about with the number of parking spaces for the commercial space, but we got major pushback from the tenant community on what a shared parking arrangement would look like. You mentioned the 8x8 building on Creekside at 17. If you're familiar with that project, it shares a parking garage with the adjacent hotel, which additionally shares some spaces with the adjacent office building. That was one of the hiccups on what took that building years to get leased. This project doesn't work if we run into those type of scenarios. So a little bit of it was looking at a project recently built in the area, talking to the brokers and understanding what those tenants were looking for, and trying to find a solution that was achievable to get something like this built today as quickly as we could, both from a commercial perspective, from a residential perspective, where we tried to be forward thinking, like what Councilmember Davis asked earlier was, okay, we're building all this parking, what can we do to try to figure out, can some of this be reused somehow? What does that reuse look like? The best solution that we came up with that was to increase the floor height on that top floor of the parking garage. That's where we got with it. So it's not like we ignored that. And, we are believers that the world is changing and people's travel habits are changing, and we're cognizant to being on the light rail station. We think we've definitely done that on the residential side. And so that was kind of how our thinking has progressed over the last couple of years to get to where we are today.
How many spaces would that negate if you were to turn that top floor back into some retail space or an office space?
The 4th floor of parking has 95 stalls on the office building.
So it would drop it by about 95, or by 95 exactly. So I guess, and personally I would trade a mature tree and have some sort of urban plaza if it meant a conjoined parking structure and then shared parking. If it was,
again, it wasn't just that. Unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving targets associated with this, and part of it was talking about the 8x8, now 8x8 project, which at the time was sitting vacant and built, right? Of what are the hiccups associated with this, and how can we not repeat that?
Yeah, no, I recognize the dilemma. I think that I hope you recognize mine and ours as well, right?
Yeah,
and I guess
absolutely.
I'm going to guess that that's what Councilmember Davis was sort of pushing, how to lower that, because we are next to a light rail site here, and how do we make that work? I'm going to, support the direction, mostly because my colleagues want to go home. But I do think that we need to think as sort of colleagues, and then as staff, how we might actually try to achieve the developments that we want 20 years from now in some of these locations, considering the challenges that we have today, right? And sort of marrying those two. And in this case, I'm not going to pretend it would have solved it, but I see some of those opportunities. Whenever I see these residential and office, you always think of the shared parking and whether or not that was achieved here or not, and what might have gotten in the way of that. I'm not going to try to nitpick it, so I'll leave it at that. But I do think that I would like to see a little bit more. I'll end it on this because I did notice this. Why only 43 bike spaces? It just, I always try to achieve 1-to-1 in new developments, right, for residential downtown. If we want to really get people out of their car in an alternative opportunity, why not more than 43?
Yeah, the 43 number that you're seeing is actually just for the commercial building.
Okay,
So
what is it for the residential?
It's 590.
Okay, you're good, thanks.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay, we have a motion then from Councilmember Davis. We had folks back there still watching season 5, hoping to get to season 6 but we wrapped it up in time. We do have now public comment. That item passes. I can't tell if Gary Cooper meant to speak on public comment or not. Mr. Cooper, are you still here? If not, then the meeting's adjourned. Thank you all.